get the hell out of this. I want to go to this. Well, I guess you just tap it. You learn something new every day. Okay. We can minimize that. Chat's there. Okay. It's about right. Okay. There's that, but it doesn't tell me over here. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted. What the hell? There we go. Jesus. I love it when they change things on me. All right. There are a couple of you here, I see. Tell me if you can hear me. Can you hear and see everything okay? Hello? Okay. Wonderful. How are we doing this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are? I can't believe you all made me get up this early. Awesome. So are you all members of the class, or you just noticed that I started streaming? That's the next question. Okay, cool. Okay, great. Well, hi, being purple. So you're more than welcome to stay and watch. This is I'm running a live class, and then these are the crit sessions. So you'll see like how the critiques go, and I mean they're educational, so you're more than welcome to listen. But it's going to be a bunch of it's student work. So yeah. But hello, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, of course. We can all learn from watching, right? All right, I think I got everyone's stuff in here. I just love it. I haven't used my Twitch in so long. I'm set up a little differently than Pixelogic, so yeah, all right. So how many people do we have right now? We have 5. Okay, so that means there could be lurkers. So how are we doing, everyone? Is everything going good? It's a little early for me. I'm actually going to have to step up and get my coffee in a second. I normally don't wake up for another hour or so, having to get my fat butt out of bed early is rough. But to be fair, I only stayed up till 2 last night, so I didn't... Normally my work days, 9:30, 10 to about 3, 4 in the morning. And I have to get up around 7 to get here on time and have time to set up. So it's like, it's rough. So everyone has to forgive me if I get all laggy. No problem at all. It's what I get paid to do, right? I think I should make all of you work at my schedule. That's your first education in jewelry design. You have to stay up all night. All right, we have 9 people. I should have made a note, sort of announce yourself when you come in, so I know who's who. Because this is my public Twitch channel. This is Ryan has classes running at this time, so I can't use his GoToMeeting or whatever I think it's GoToMeeting is what he uses. Because this session could be, honestly, it could be like 14 hours for me, depending on who comes in at what time. So, and especially when we get both classes up and running, this could turn into a long day for sure. Hey. So what I'm going to give us some time for people to get in. Obviously, it's just 10. We'll probably just chitty chat until about 10:15, 10:20. And then I figure what I'll do is I'll take a roll call of who's here, because some people have to get out because it's late their time. We're going to have to work on naming conventions too, because everyone put their name first, and that makes it hard to figure out what time it is. We might just do, what time is it for you right now? And then I'll put it in order as like, the latest, so we can get them out first or something in that vein. Please tell me if my volume's low or you have problems seeing. I'm going to try to record this, and then this is the crit for the class. I mean, it's a public channel, so you're more than welcome to watch. But it's going to be, it's all the students' work. So, I mean, if no one's talking, and because I have to wait for some of the people in New Zealand at 4 in the afternoon. So, I might be around doing nothing, and if no one's saying anything, I'm doing nothing, I'm more than willing to chat with you. But it's a crit session, so feasibly you can watch. The next crit session public is next Monday, because that's the last Monday of the month. It's 1 p.m. Okay, cool. So what we'll do is, because chances are the people who need to get their stuff done are going to be here early, and I'll just take a roll call. We'll pick out your models, and we'll just do them sort of in order of who needs to go where, if that's okay. I figure we'll give everyone another, like 15 minutes, because at sometimes, I don't know, it's early for a lot of people and it's late for a lot of people. Who knows? So I'm trying to do the best here. I'm running a little slow, hoping my submission could be discussed with the batch from next. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, because both classes are going to do this on Thursday, so I'm going to run both classes crits together. Because you're only going to be a week apart, so I don't think it's going to matter much, because I have to come to a public. Well, it's not public. It's a rental office thing, because I don't have internet at my house. So, it takes me about 30 minutes to get here. And then I have to be here all day. So instead of being here 4 days a week, I'd prefer to only be here 3 days a week. And that's why we're running the one class on Monday during the day. And then I will stream for Pixelogic. So that's going to be a long day, because I'm assuming we're starting at 10 on Monday. And so, yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting. Everyone has to. Well, I mean, I have like literally some days I have dial-up speed. We're in the middle of nowhere. And every time I call the cable company, they're like, yeah, we don't really bring cable to people who don't need it. And I'm like, I really need it. And they're like, yeah, the last person to request cable in your zone was you 6 years ago. I'm like, oh. This is, I'm staying at the Homestead, which is my friend's house. And it's usually my landing pad. So for a while there, I was doing 6 months in Europe and then 6 months here. And it's always where I land. It's my second home, it's where I land and then decide what's going on. And I've been house sitting for the winter. So, well, I've been house sitting. I'm going to continue to be house sitting. So it wasn't just for the winter. But um, yeah, it is definitely a thing. I am praying that what do they call themselves now? It's not Stargate. It's what's Elon Musk's satellite company? Starlink. Hopefully he gets that set up because then we'll have broadband wherever we are. So yeah, yeah. No, I'll tell you, it would be heaven on earth if I had internet. You know, it's a beautiful place. It's awesome. It's quiet. Have a hot tub. Brian's on workspace going, what's going on? So you didn't read that post right there on top. So if you'll ever get hassled, deal with it. I'm a hassling kind of guy. Hold on. Twitch. So the people who are in class, sorry I didn't. We're having a little bit of communication issues with Ryan's intern and me. Not a big deal. It's just the last interns have done this like quite a few times, and I don't have to. Okay, so now people aren't. Have people saying the GoToMeeting link didn't work. Okay, sorry, I have to text this to people because they're not reading posts. Twitch TV. See, I knew this was happening. Sorry. First days of this stuff are always chaotic, so everyone gets to be patient while I answer questions. All right, let me go grab my coffee. Hey, Siegel, how's it going? Let me go grab my coffee. As people come in, please, hey, Paolo, please inform them. Now, some members of the class, you may be seeing that other people are coming in. So this is my public channel because Ryan doesn't have the room to run a 14-hour GoToMeeting because he only has so many slots and it's his classes and blah, blah, blah. So you all have to be patient with me. I'm giving you an extra day here, but it's going to have to be pseudo-public. So some of my regular viewers will probably pop in and out. But I'm only taking your guys' work. So don't worry about it. It shouldn't be a big deal. I very rarely have more than like 8 people who watch me at a time. So it's not like you're going to have thousands of people saying things. But there are a few people who are not in the class who will drop through and say hi. And if anything, it's just a bigger community that you guys need to know. Okay, I'm going to grab my cup of coffee real quick. I will be right there. Hello, Baton Hugh. All right. Be right back. Chat amongst yourself. What do you want to... You figured it out, Brian? You read that big thing with a big monkey screaming? You noticed that? I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm going to screen for false advertising. On the little Keurig had a picture of what the cup of coffee that it's supposed to fill. And so I picked the bigger mug looking and it filled it up like halfway. That's some BS. Yes, that is the thing for sure. Sit and watch. No models are all good, you know. It should be there, Brian. Okay. I'm just going to ask real quick. Did you go to the Vertex School page and look and see if it was posted yet? Because it should be there. You do? Okay, so for everyone, the Vertex School page is really the hub for the class, right? The workspace is just chat. It's just so the community can communicate to each other. It's not really where videos are posted. That's just purely community chat. Everything will be posted at the Vertex page. All the downloads and stuff are on the Vertex page. So the Vertex page is the place that you need to go, right? I would show you, but sadly, I'm not signed into our Vertex page yet, so I can't access it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to record this and see if we can load it up on the Vertex page. But if we can't, for some reason, they'll always be posted on my Twitch. So I don't even know how to show you. Hold on. Twitch changed everything. But if you look on my Twitch channel, it'll show you like all the, hold on. Oh, that's everyone. Okay, the hell if I know. But somewhere, if you go to my page and I'm not streaming live, it should give you the option to look at past videos or something. I'm not quite sure where it is, but it should say like past vids or something, and then you can always watch it here. Yeah, refreshing your tabs is kind of an important thing. Okay, so how are we doing, guys? Do we have plenty of people from class? I know a lot of them will be coming in stages, but now, two things I've got to explain to everyone. Those of you who have been in the class with me before know this probably, and those of you who know me probably know this. But I drowned when I was 18 and I was dead for 4 minutes, and my brain doesn't work so good sometimes. So if you tell me something and you expect me to remember it, I wouldn't. I am more than willing to do anything to help all of you at any time. But if you like mentioned something to me 3 weeks ago, I have no clue what that is. If you ever think that I'm ever going to actually associate your real name with your name over here on Twitch, yeah, probably never going to happen. So I know that there was someone who said that they had to go, like this is late for them, like late in the night, so they wanted to go early on. So for those of you who are late and need to go first, or if someone has to be somewhere and they're here early because they need to get out fast, tell me and we will go to your work first. But don't expect me to remember it if you mention it in class or something. I can't remember whatever said here at the beginning of chat. I mean, really, my memory is not one of those things that could ever be described as powerful. Or even capable, really. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing is I think it'll be better in the future if we put, like, let's say it's 10 here, using the 24-hour clock. If you tell me if you give me a number 1 through 24, before you put your name, that'll tell me what time it is, and I'll know like the people who are like, 18 to 22, they're probably the people that need to go first, Curry coffee is not good. And my family texted me saying, "Do you have anything on hand that we can send your mom?" I'm like, "No, I don't just have like jewelry sitting around the house." Well, I do, but sadly, most of that's someone else's. Okay, so who's out there who needs to go first? Raise your hand. Is there someone who would prefer to go first or early on so we can get through um, some of these people who are on time constraints? I don't know what my time lag is, so if I just sit here and be quiet for a few minutes, it's not that I've stopped talking, it's that I'm waiting for people to respond because sometimes you have up to like a 30-second time lag. Exactly. Oh, hi, Madra. Okay, then I guess we can start with Lloyd. For once again to the class and then to anyone who's listening who's not part of the class, um, this is my public Twitch, so I do have followers and they get notifications that I'm streaming. So chances are they will come in. Um, it's okay if they watch, that's no big deal. Um, Obviously, I'm only going to do the students' models today. And for those of you who are watching, who are, my regular viewers, I have to do the crits on my Twitch because uh, the the person who runs the classes usually does it GoToMeeting, and I guess GoToMeeting charges by time slot, or I don't know how the hell it works. But me doing a 14-hour crit today doesn't really work with his pay arrangement or something, because the class really is only well, it's labeled one day a week, but I find that crits are too important not to include them. And when we only have 6 weeks, it becomes very tight to do crits and give a class and question and answers in like 3 hours. That because at the end of the day, the most important thing for me is that you guys learn something, right? So I'm willing, like I sat with Zoltan for a couple hours the other night because he just wasn't getting some of the stuff. So this is something that is very important, and that is this: if you are having any problems, if you are feeling left behind, if you are panicking, and from these models, it doesn't look like anyone's in a bad shape, but like people like Zoltan and a couple other people who've never touched ZBrush, I think we all can go back to the beginning and remember how intimidating the interface is, and how just, using Shift, Control, and Alt for everything is a little weird for people who use an entire keyboard of shortcuts. And because this class, I have no way of breaking out. Like I said earlier, we have ZBrushers who want to learn about jewelry and jewelers who want to learn about ZBrush. So this is a tricky class. So how I kind of run it is I do a class, we do a question and answer, and now we're doing crits. And this really is where most people learn, is during the crits. So I don't think you're not getting what you're paying for in the class by any means. I just think that including this extra day is really important for you guys, I think. So here we are. And okay, so Lloyd, okay. Lloyd, we'll go first with you. Now let me see if I can find you. No. Sorry, I can't find anything, guys. John Final. No, that's not Lloyd. Sorry, half the class is me trying to find things. Is that you? No, that's... Second from the right. Hold on. Oh, fourth row down. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one? Is that you? I can't see your name in here. Oh, because you put top image services in there. What the hell are you doing? Killing me here, Lloyd. All right, here we go. Yes, half of the class is me trying to identify your work. Okay, so what do we have here? We have kind of medieval style bezel rings. And one's hammered, one's smooth. Okay, I can see that. Actually, that's a pretty good hammer. I like that. Because a lot of people try to get, the round dings, and you have to explain to someone that like a hammer is much bigger in ring size than like if you're doing armor, you can get away with those little dings. All right. So just the general feel. I assume you are going for that medieval sort of pressed soldered bezel thing. Okay. I know they did this in the medieval style. Do you have your mandrel? The only thing I would say is be careful in here. Hold on, let me turn this on because this actually helps. Okay, where is it? You're over here. Right. If these get too big, and these aren't, I'm just saying something to consider. That can start to wear funny. So you may want to consider when you're doing this to give that side shank, like soldered shank look is fine. But you may want to run, let's hide one of these because I'm working on the wrong one. Just for comfort's sake, you may want, I really have to change that in the settings. That's really annoying. It's always 49 and I just haven't changed it was whatever my brush was set when I saved this, and that's way too big. You may want to just run a little bit right there, just so you don't create a pinch point that could be unwearable. And any of these little edges can become like places that feel weird on the finger. So especially since this is flat and this is round, you're going to get a pinching of the finger right here anyway. So I would probably just give that a little fill. And you can keep it open on the side, so when you're wearing it, it looks like it's going all the way around, right? But try to keep that point from becoming someplace that's pinchy. Now, I like the proportions and stuff are quite nice, especially to the old style ring. And I like how you've left the tool marks in rough. It ties into the design of the piece. Now, is this it's just supposed to look like a stamped image into the ring, right? So this is now where, when I say think in layers, and once again, this could be matching a style that you've seen, right? So if you're trying to do that, great, take this for what it is. But so the problem with a lot of this older stuff, and what we do is when we're doing things that are somewhat flat, we lose true dimensionality, right? We lose what's actually in front and behind stuff. So I'm going to critique this on proper form. If this is a style, you're trying to do that style. I'm not critiquing the style, if that makes any sense, right? I mean, you could say, well, I want it to look that way because the marriage wing of Edward the 32nd in 1622 was like that. Great. And good. But I'm going to talk about technique that's good for all of us, because I'm going to show you what happens here. I love everyone's. Give me one sec. I have to answer students and tell them how to get a hold of us. twitch.tv/. I guess it's easier to text me. Twitch TV. TS spot. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to just separate. Well, here, actually, let's keep that. Let's do this. Control W, and now we can. So for those of you who don't know, if you mask something, nope, that's not mask. If you mask something, hit Control W, it changes the poly group. So it's a really easy way of being able to, like, I'm going to be working on this face more than the ring. So now I hold down Control Shift and tap on it, and that allows us to just select that part. Now remember, if anyone has any questions about any of the techniques and stuff, because some of the stuff we haven't brought up in class yet or any of that, take notes, and then when we go into Q&A in between some of these models, yes. Oh, shit. Yes. So I'm going to try recording this with Camtasia and then upload it to on the site. If by some freaking nature my Camtasia files are too big or there's something weird about that, you can come to Twitch, and Twitch records all of my streams, so it'll be up on my stream even if I can't get the Camtasia thing to work. So yes, it should. All right, so sometimes why I say might work with Camtasia can take up a lot of space when you're a lot of CPU space. When you're streaming, sometimes, like when I process something, the stream might lag because my CPU doesn't have enough to do the process and think about streaming. So what it does is it sort of pauses the streaming until the process is done. So if the stream lags, it's because we've run out of CPU. And yeah, I think you get it. Okay, so here is what I mean by when we start doing things like this, we lose sight of depth. Let's just start with the face here. All right, I'm just going to push hide part, and that's going to put it away. So do you see what our main problem is? And this happens a lot when people start to do these low relief things. And that is your nose and your mouth wind up behind your cheeks. So everyone's faces always look like they're caving into the center, right? So just by grabbing move. So I've changed, I want you guys to give me your opinion on this. I've changed this user interface just a little. I have some slightly different colors. So as you notice over here, because I was trying, when I was talking to Zoltan, I was trying to show him what subtool was active in my old interface. The interface that I loaded for you guys had, these are pretty close to the same color, so it's just a slightly darker tone. So I changed it where when I have something selected, it's orange and green, and you can see this is black and orange. So it's very clear what's selected. As I go through today, you can see that, you know, I have the frames at pink, so hopefully you all can see as I'm rolling over a button. But tell me what you think if it's clear, because you can see up here, see I have this selected, right? So right here I have move selected. So I'm hoping this will be a slightly better teaching interface. And if you all give me your input, that'd be super helpful. I love all these people are on it's like they haven't seen, it is literally right above them. Okay. Hold on. There we go. You guys are answering. Yay, team. If you guys could answer those, that would make this much better. Okay. So you can see that now it's low, but I actually have a real profile now. And so just by, and I didn't do that very carefully, obviously. Right? Exactly. Woohoo, teamwork. And you know, the style is still that sort of medieval. I don't want to change the illustration style, right? Oops. You know, there's a flavor of that medieval sort of half wonky, Bruegel-esque sort of weirdness. So I'm not trying to change the graphic of it, but I do want, see how we're now, the eyes are behind the bridge, the brow, right? Try to get, if it's something that is referential to something that is real, even if it is this abstract, because these are definitely abstracted. This isn't your inability to sculpt, I'm assuming. You're trying to make that medieval sort of anguished peasant angel, lumpy, broogie thing. Don't you like my official? Right, and you can see that now, even from an angle like this, it reads like a face, right? Now let's go back to this one. You see how it looks like it's all caved in? Well, that's because it is all caved in. So if you think about where the levels are, right, just, and this is why I say think in levels, right? So let's just go to the back side of this, right? So if I'm blocking this face out, I'm gonna kind of get my face blocked out. And then I'm gonna come in and put my nose in. I'm gonna put my lips in. I'm gonna knock the eyes back in a little. I'm gonna add to the brow. Then I'm gonna add to the hair, right? And so I'm gonna build something that is dimensional. And I'm just thinking of it in layers first. And that's gonna prevent this kind of collapsing face. And it's really obvious when you have the neck that's very flat, right? So you have this very flat thing, and then you have this collapsed internal facey thing. Is that just someone? Yeah, that's. I need to give someone moderator view so you can just, if people are trying to be weird and sell us shit, they can go away. Sorry about that, but this is my private channel, so we are public. I apologize, but that's the only way I can give you a 14-hour day. Let's go back to here. Okay, so right, so now we already have something that your brain isn't going, what in the hell is going on, right? So I would just kick this back just a little, right? Just give it a little bit of dimension, kick that back just a little. Right? So also with the hair here, and this is what I mean by drawing detail on, right? So basically what you've done, and I'm just being really crass about this, so I'm not just belittling what you've done. I'm just trying to get these points across as quick as I can, right? You know, you have the head, and then you came in like this with the hair, and then here's the hood, and then this is the flowing hair, right? And all of these are the same, right? You rounded this a little, but all these are the same. So when you start thinking about these things, it's often, when I say think in layers, this is what I'm talking about. It's often much easier to go about this with kind of sharp edges in mind, because, okay, so let's just take the hood here first. We'll put an edge here, and then we will make this go back, right? And now this is coming out from under that and is a ledge here because the head is behind that, right? So these are sort of becoming layers that are doing this, right? As opposed to things that are doing this. Do you see how much higher this is? We have things that are going under each layer as opposed to things that are just being cut in the half round. And now you may want this soft, you know, and round, and that's fine. You can come back to it. I'm just telling you how I want you to think about the part, right? So think about what is going over and under, right? So this is here, and then make it actually be behind that step, right? Because if everything is the same height, it reads like the same height. And if you sulfur it, or if you, basically what it becomes are these half rounds of highly reflective stuff where all you're getting is a highlight here, a highlight here, a highlight here. So you're not getting layers, you're getting just half round steps. And remember, damn it, this little keyboard, I apologize. This is going behind the face, right? So if something's going behind something, make it go behind it, right? So that's going behind that toga or the dress or whatever, right? Damn it. Now, once again, I have these as sharp edges, but they can be softened. I'm just trying to get you to kind of wrap your head around this, right? That drops back. That's there. Now, that goes back first. It's not just this big gnarly thing. So whenever we're doing any of this, we're telling a story about layers. We're telling a story about what goes behind and in front of stuff. So, right, this. Is that the sleeve? Ooh. Hold on. And I mean, like I said, I know stylistically these steps are not what you want. And I'll show you how to then take it back to the wonk. But for this to read well, it's important that you think about it. Because even if these are half rounds, make that one come from the back. That one's going behind that. Right? So make sure that things that are behind each other are behind them, and things that are in front of each other are actually in front of them. Right? And you get a better read on the object from a farther distance away. Right? So that is behind that, and this is behind that, and that is behind that. Oh, I'm trying to add there and I have my damn finger on the Alt button. Okay, so now that you get the, I would probably knock the corner of this head even back a little more. So now you can see that I've given the piece a little bit more depth information, right? And honestly, I think that this is a little too bumpy. Right, so get your layers in place first, and then you can come back in and let's say I'll just use clay, and then you can come back in and, you know, kind of make these graphically wonky. But even if you're making big round edges, right, kind of have the layers abide by what they should be. And then from a distance, let's get this really small, you can see the story a little better in depth. And, you know, for something like this, I know it's a little subtle, and I think I made the nose a little too prominent, but do you see what I'm saying? If you think about it in layers, you're going to have something. I keep looking at my webcam. I forget my webcam's not on. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just tell me. Don't worry. We have to work on the naming conventions and figure out what's best. I think it may be easier if you put your time in 24 hours as the first number. Just give me a number. So instead of giving me Greenwich time, you can just give me. So like if it's 22 where you are, I know that that's easier to fix, or someone at 1 will have less, you know what I'm saying. But when we get into the thing, just tell me who needs to go first and we'll do it. So once you get the foundations that are actually on the dimensional levels, you can come back in and apply your style at that point. But make sure that you have layers, because it's going to read better from a farther distance. And once again, if you, like I said, you know, this is the wedding ring of so-and-so, and I want it to be like that. I'm not arguing that. That's a stylistic choice. I'm just trying to get you guys to wrap your heads around some of the issues that this stuff brings. And like in all reality, I would try to get, you know, the head in front of the chest, you know, where the planes are actually in a logical place, right? And you wind up telling that story better usually. Yeah, you know, it's funny. There used to be a view actual size button. And I know that this is supposed to be very bas-reliefy, so I'm just fuddle-futzing right now. But, you know, try to keep things sort of sculptural, and then go into your style. But if you get these foundations in the right place, your brain will fill in a lot of the information, and then you just pick the you come in and do like your line style, because it's a little bit more illustrative than sculpty, right? But you can see that's going to read much more dynamic. Even there, you can see, you know, a lot of the face shape. The face is punching off of the surface there. I mean, can you all see that when I do that? I assume you can. So I think that's really the only thing I would say to think about. I mean, it's great, and you nailed the style. I mean, it really is that sort of medieval, you know, signet-y thing. And I do like your hammer texture. I think this hammer texture succeeded really well. And honestly, this is very historically accurate because you just had people with the chisel banging into it. And so if you're trying to make something that's historically accurate, you know, this is pretty darn close. But I just want you to think about, you know, for this style, this may be exactly what you're looking for. But as you compose pieces, this is drawn on detail. This becomes sort of sculpted, right? Because we have these high points that are diving back and under, you know, trying to get some dimensionality there. You know, so if you are copying a style, or you have a specific style to replicate, that's what I keep saying. I'm not commenting on this is the wrong style. I'm just trying to get you to think about what we're sculpting. Yeah, I would argue that it's hard to find anything. And as I'm teaching you, the reason I say use my UI is because the tools that I use are out. You don't have to hunt for them. Does that make sense? So if you're not using my UI and I start, you know, like I'll go to divide, well, you're like, well, where's divide? Divide's under geometry. So when I'm teaching, it's a little easier if you do use my UI. All UIs are confusing. There is no easy UI for ZBrush, sadly. My backface mask is right here. It's in my brush palette. Right? See, backface mask is in my brush palette. So everything I need in my brush palette, lazy mouse, smooth, roll distance, minimum connected points, gravity strength, no back and forth, and infinite depth. These are tools I use all the time. These are in 6 different menus. So it's easier if you do use my interface while I'm teaching, at least, if that makes any sense. If you're working at home, you can use any interface you want. But it's just easier when I'm teaching if you load the interface, because, you know, you're going to be digging around for, do you know where no back and forth is? You know what I mean? Do you know where minimum connected point is? So that means while I'm saying, oh, here, just use this, you're now going to have to go hunt for those things, because I pull all these weird little subtle things out of a lot of different menus. Oh my God. Hold on. Santiago has lost himself or something. Okay. Hopefully Santiago can figure that out. All right. So, like I said, I think your ring shapes are great. I think your hammering turned out really well. I don't know why you added this weird detail right here. I know that was me. That's a joke. And like I said, I would probably just fill this in just a little at the bottom so it doesn't become a pinch point, because this is a flat back. So all of the meat of the finger is going to be pressed to the sides here. And so be careful about that. And remember, if you have a flat thing, it changes the size of the ring, right? You've just cut into this, probably, if not a half size, maybe a full size. So the thing you can always do if you're worried about that, and once again, I know that you're trying for, that evil look thing, but you can always do this. Let me hide that. You can always mask this off. Go into Gizmo, W, go to Bend Arc, and you can bend that to your ring side, so this looks like that flat, but you can give the ring arc so you're not cutting into the size. Because what you're going to have to do now is you're going to have to print this and slide it in onto a ring mandrel and see what size it actually comes off as. So, you can scoop that back out just a little, but you can see it could actually fit bigger because, if the ring mandrel, if your ring size is doing that, instead of a size 7, this could be a size 9 ring because the finger has this much more space to move into. So whenever you're doing something that changes the band or the shank shape, if it's not round, you're going to have to print and do a size test, and print and do a size test, because you're not going to be able to read it off a mandrel, right? Does that make sense? Is there a finish technique that you can show us that'll give more chiseled look? Well, yeah. Let's get, sorry. Let's go back to you. All right. So you're saying that it's just too soft? So are you talking about this being a more chiseled look in the sense of, so what I do, okay, so here, let me guess, you Dynamesh this, didn't you? So you have a single mesh that's Dynamesh, and you have no subdivision levels, do you? No. Didn't we talk about this? Okay. So you're going to, did I just re-Dynamesh it? I did, didn't I? That's okay. Hit Q. So what we are going to want to do is, before finishing, sorry, my allergies are going off. My nose is super itchy. Before you go into finishing, you need subdivision levels, okay? Because if you have a 1 million to 3, you can't clean this up, right? Because it has no subdivision levels. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to use smooth, right? And this is only 1 million polys, so you can sort of muddle in there, but it's very hard. Let's just divide this one more time. It's hard to get smooth surfaces when you don't have subdivision levels. So you've Dynameshed this and you started working on the Dynamesh, and you never converted this to something that has subdivision levels. So we're at this point, right? And I know this is sort of an advanced, more, you all haven't learned this yet, but that's okay, because we are going to use this all the time. And this is where sorry, all the people on Macintosh, I didn't know that it wasn't Mac compatible, but this is where So Much Monsters is really helpful, because this is a one button push. But everyone needs to learn to do this way because you need to understand what you're doing. So the first thing we do is duplicate. Come down here, duplicate. Now I'm going to drag this to the bottom. I tend to organize that my most active stuff is on the bottom because I'll eventually go back and throw these into folders that say older, this or that. For organization, I tend to want whatever I'm working on at that moment, like post Boolean and all of that, just keep working where the most active tool is on the bottom. So now, before you can really do cleanup, you can clean up this mesh, obviously. But as we get into more advanced things and as we get into more complex models, it is incredibly important that you understand the ability to, because there are some things you have to do in Dynamesh. You just have to. You can't, there's nothing you can do about it. You got to do it in Dynamesh. But we then want to come back to a quad model. For the most part, we want to work with a quad model with as many subdivision levels as we can get. Okay, trust me, just believe me on this one. Believe me. Okay. I mean, I could go through and show you everything, but we're going to get into that. I know we're early on, but I want you to understand. So, and no, all of these won't take 45 minutes, I don't think, but there's some things that I want everyone to learn here, right? So first thing we do, we duplicate. So did we duplicate this one? Yeah. So let's drag this one down here with us. Oops. Drag this one down here with us. Boop. We'll close that. So this is now our active working model. I'm now going to Z-remesh this model. So there are no hard edges. There's nothing I'm trying to retain. If you're doing hard edge surfacing, sometimes you want to keep or detect edges. We don't have to worry about it. I'm going to drag this as low as I possibly can. And I am going to go Z-remesh. Now, often when you have a very complex model, like under normal circumstances, I would probably smooth this out some, but this should be okay. Because Z-remesh is going to try to keep all of the little detail. And sometimes if you have a weird mesh, it's going to try to keep some of the meshing information. So sometimes we want to Dynamesh this low and smooth it out first because we're going to be reprojecting anyway. So in 2020, or in ZBrush 2020, they introduced history. And history is an incredibly powerful tool now. It's really awesome. And it allows us to do a lot of things. So normally, before history, we would project all. In project all, boop, so what projection is doing you have your object. You set your projection distance. And then what projection does is it goes 90 degrees off of the surface and it looks for the closest negative normal at this distance. Now where this becomes a problem is that sometimes you have something that's sitting right here. And you want to project to here, but there's another shell and it's going to project to here. It's going to project to here. It's going to project to here. It's looking for a specific point, or it's not looking for a specific point. It's looking at a specific distance to start hunting for the negative normals. For those of you who don't know what that means, so, you know, all of our models are like shells, right? There's an outside surface, and if we cut it in half, there's an inside surface. The outside surface are positive normals. The inside surface are negative normals, right? So this side is a negative normal. This side is a positive normal. And that's just an assigned direction to the surfaces. That's all that means. But projection's looking for the inside of a shell. And that way it can, right, go from underneath and project out, or above and project in. So this is what project normal's doing. Well, project history, right, this is our old model. And then after we've smoothed it and remeshed it, it might sit like this, right? It might, it might, it might change as we relaxed it, right? So instead of just reaching out to try to find a thing, it knows that this is the shape it's looking for. So this is going to look for that. This is going to look for that. And it winds up being a cleaner projection. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, do not stress. Just kind of keep this in your mind. Okay? Uh-oh. Yeah. We will, as I show them the projection stuff, we'll go over that. I just want them to understand, or I want you to understand, project all is looking for negative normals at a distance, at a set distance. It's going to look. Where project history, it specifically knows what shape it should be taking, so it's going to look a little closer. So you wind up getting slightly better projections. Both work. It's just, so now you can see I've relaxed this, right? And you can see how, like right here, that doesn't match up, right? And that's what I mean in the relaxation process. Our mesh looks a lot different, right? So now I have this base model, and I'm going to start dividing it. And so I'm going to divide anywhere between that 100,000 and like 400,000. Let's go up to 400,000, right? So now you can see, well, those aren't the same at all, right? They're different shapes. So now you can see what I was talking about, how by relaxing it, it's not in the same place. Okay, so with project all, it's looking for this subtool, and it has to be visible. What I want you all to get into the concept of thinking is, this is our original model. So I want this to be my history anchor, right? I want this to be my history state. So you can see on our timeline, we have our little orange block up here, right? Undo history, 527 out of 527. I'm going to hold down Control and tap that. That is now my active history state, because it's the square, the orange square, and then has a little white square inside of it. You see what I'm saying here? That's our history anchor. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know if that's actually what it's called, but that's what I call it. So there. Okay, so now we've assigned this as our history state. I'm going to come back over here, and I am going to go project history. Now I have this set at 0.02. There are a lot of reasons. Most people will just kick this up, right? I'm just going to warn you. Go between 0.02 and 0.06 maximum, because there you can trash your mesh and never know it, and we'll get there at that point. But once again, at this point in life, just believe me on this one. All right, so I'm going to change my projection history to 0.03, let's say, whatever. I normally do 0.02 and just do it a couple times. It lets me know where certain issues in the mesh are as I'm doing it. But now let's look at this. Because it's a history state, it doesn't have to be on. So I'm going to go project history. And this is going to work through its little thing. Boom. Okay. So now this is going to show you kind of what, see right here, how we have these pokey things. These were outside of the projection distance, right? This is more than 0.32, so we left it there. You can see the same thing here. The distance between that surface and where it wants to be is more than 0.32. So you're like, well, why don't you just crank up your history and, it'll fix that? Well, it won't. It'll get real. It might fill this in, but it creates lots of other problems. And like I said, I'll kind of show you that. So I'm just going to smooth this out, and I kind of know where these points are. I'm just going to add a little bit of meat there. Just going to add a little bit of meat here to smooth it out. You can see we need meat there. I'm just going to add a little meat there. And along this edge, once again, just going to come in and add a little meat. Relax my mesh again. And the reason I'm smoothing over this is because ZBrush does not like coplanar surfaces. For those of you who don't know what that means, it's two surfaces occupying the same space. It freaks out ZBrush. So by smoothing this off, it's just preventing this from being exactly what the projection is, and then that way we avoid a few problems that happen. So now we're going to try it again, project history. The other thing to remember is this is our first projection. This is not our last projection. So this doesn't have to be perfect. And you can see that, well, there we go. Everything's filled. But you can see this stretching right here. Well, that's because this is a low-res model. We're only at 400,000 polys, and it's stretching those. So I'm just going to smooth that area out because we know that this is well within the projection distance, right? There are no holes. So I'm just going to go back in and smooth this out because the next time we project this, we're going to have plenty of geometry in there to get those spots. So I'm not worried about it. I just don't want the tessellation to be there. So we just relax the mesh again. We divide it up. Project history. And you can see that this is taking a little longer because we have more mesh, right? We're going to go all over this in class. Yes, that is exactly the point of Z-remeshing. It is to get the same mesh we had, but with a better base mesh, right? And now I'm going to divide this one more time. Oh, I already did. Never mind. So now, let me just clean that. Ooh, let me just clean this up just a touch, right? And as you can see, this is our original. This is my new one. And I can come in here, right? You can see how this is a little different because I smoothed that out. We have this beautiful thing called a history brush. And I can come back in and get it exactly where it was. So anytime you see any little differences, you can grab your history brush and paintbrush back to that exact spot. So this is our new one. This is our original one. Original, new. So why we did this, right? Because now I have strokes here. Let's say we want this to be smooth, or you're trying to clean this up. Instead of sitting here and struggling with this, I can lower my resolution and I can come in and relax the mesh very easily to where I want it to be. Higher res. And you can see some of that detail comes back, right? So we have to do this each step up. Higher res. So now our surfaces are much smoother, right? We've removed so much of that lumpiness. Now, of course, you're going to have to come back in, and I tend to do it here, and you might need to come back in and And you see what I'm doing? Instead of drawing a line there, right, instead of cutting this in, I'm using clay tubes, and I'm using that outside edge as if it were a line tool, right? Because that's going to read as a line. And so then when we come back in, right, you're like, well, Tomas, you just made this big thing that you just smoothed out. What the hell? Well, once again, just lower res, even just one, make a slightly smaller brush, and just come down and smooth that edge out. Right? And so now we have this linear detail that is not a line, it's a reflection shelf, right? And so higher res, we're back up here. Once again, just run over the smooth, boom, 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 boom. And then you can also, you know, come in and punch some of this stuff. Smooth. Whoa. Right, you can see I'm not cutting lines in, right? I am making edges that are reflective. And so these read like lines, but they're not actually lines, they are edges. So everything still retains its relative continuity to the surfaces. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to do that. It's been so long. Sorry, Black Death. We'll get that to you at some point here. So does that make any sense, Lloyd? So then you can come back in and really affect what style you want, whether it's soft or whether it's hard. But you can't change dramatically your geometry without having those subdivision levels easily, right? So, and then that's sort of a first day primer and remeshing as well. Cool. Okay, so who was it? Marina needs to go first. Marina, oh, there we go. Marina. Oh, what a beautiful beta. There's a lot of flow. Actually, it's a lovely form. The one thing I would say, and once again, you're in, these are, I always have to backpedal because the day I don't backpedal, someone gets mad at me. They're like, well, that's what I meant to do. I'm like, okay, everybody just calm down. When you do posing for things like this, and like for this, it looks like this is definitely a view thing. So it's meant to be sort of viewed like this. So the fish is sitting in front of the tail and stuff, it's sort of ribbon, right? So it's acting as a frame. Of course, Lloyd. So the only thing I would suggest here just initially is the human eye really likes contrapposto. So you have a curve that's kind of going like this. The eye really likes S-curves, so that's contrapposto. So if you took this edge a little more and took it back, you're dealing with slightly more classical design. And the eye, over thousands of years of people using these techniques, it makes the eye flow, right? Because right now what you're doing is you're pointing out here. So the eye's traveling and it's like, well, what's here? What am I looking at, right? So you're kind of pointing at something, or because this isn't bent, right? This kind of points straight. There's no return. And so what happens, and why contrapposto works so well, is I need to change my save preferences. Posable symmetry is dangerous because if it's not absolutely, completely, and utterly perfectly symmetrical, it just refuses. And I mean, if it's one point is off symmetry, it stops working. And then the other thing is, it is insanely CPU. Like if you had this, 5 million poly model, it would choke out. So this is the other reason we want to keep as many subdivision levels as possible, because it allows us to do posing. So, but just real quick on the contrapposto, why contrapposto works, right, is that now this kind of points this way and you look and you kind of pick it up, right, and this is looking this way. Wow, isn't that amazing? What could that be? And that's naturally how your eye travels, right? So think of contrapposto when you're doing big wavy organic forms, or when you're doing anatomical poses, right? I mean, let's face it, this, right? You get that S curve, and that's contrapposto. And that is an important concept to learn. Now, how many subdivision levels do we actually have here? Let's check. Oh, good on you. I would still like a little bit more, but let's go back to our higher res, right? And you can see you have scales. For jewelry or for production, these scales are too soft. They're not going to read. But honestly, it's much better if you come back in and hand carve. I know everybody's like, you what? I literally hand carve all of my scales, because alphas are very regular and the brain knows that it's perfect. And so your brain stops looking at it. Where if you go back through and like literally hand touch all of these scales, you're going to wind up with something that looks irregular. It's not perfect, and your brain's going to dig around in there and just look at stuff. And so instead of you can get this, symmetrical, right? Work on it in symmetry, and then you come back in. And I mean, this is very dramatic and facing front, right? I mean, that's not a problem. You can get, and I'm just going to be very destructive and crass here. These can feasibly start to turn the other direction. But, even if you just get those curving again, and then you point the nose just a little bit more, or get it going the other direction, right? But those S curves are really something that the brain looks for. And you can see if those are curving back right here, you're not really changing your front dynamic much. And even a double's fine, because this is just a lot of motion going on here. I think the real problem is that it stayed in the torso. If we look at it with, hold on, let me undo all that crap. Come on. And I know that, let's look at the torso, what you got going. I think you went so motiony on the fin stuff. Your torso is going to be pretty straight. At least that's what it looks like to me. Let's see. Yeah, you can see there's not much motion in the torso of the fish, right? So your fins are what's moving, not the fish. And we know that that's not true, right? The fins move because the body's moving. So let's go back down to our lowest subdivision level. And all I'm going to want to do is, let's take move elastic. And let's just I'm trying to think of the best way to resolve this, because I'm going to hide your eyeballs for a second. Is it? No. Let's bring this in more this way. And then we'll bring this in a little. Because if you think it's whipping, right? So these are going to be closer to that curve. And then let's so this is our gizmo. If you hit Y, this is the old transpose tool. And we can discuss this later, but it lets us do some dramatic bends. But on forms like this, it's pretty aggressive, but I'm just trying to be quick here. So you can see you're getting a similar profile, but you get this even from the front just by kind of pushing that S-curve. You can see even from the front, we're getting that, right? Because before this was all straight. So what you got was the face and then the tail. So I think that just kicking a little S-curve into the torso, you might need to pull this out a touch. I think I flattened that a little. I mean, obviously, you have to be a little more conscientious with your fish body, but so it doesn't compress too much. But so now we went down to this low level, right? And you're like, well, Tomas, I just spent all that time carving those damn scales. Well, watch, we come back up. And our scales are still there. So this is why, another very, very big reason why we want to, and now when you do big moves, sometimes you have to come in and make sure, you didn't move the bone structure. But you see that now becomes a much more dynamic image, right? I think that you'll now have to move this fin a little because it's coming out of his eye, right? You have to, I would have that kind of coming like that. So as we're looking at it, first thing we're doing is identifying the eye. We're going to look, these create a nice circle here of viewership, right? This is doing this. So it's all returning back and into the form. This, is returning, this is returning. So, and here, this is a nice oval, right? You're following the fin out. Oh, you follow this and follow it back and in. So that's a pretty well returning shape. And, you can come in here and obviously punch some of this up a little. But I think that winds up being a little bit more successful because there's implied motion. Right? And all we did was bend the torso a little and then return this, right? But from the front, that's not a big deal. But once again, you can see that I'd make, come on. Uh-oh, what's going on? What are you thinking about? Oh, um, I would do the same here where you have a little bit of return, where you're getting a little bit of S curve there. But that might actually, and I'm obviously not being very careful by me pulling. These are getting heavy on the edge, but and especially with these betas, you got to think that this is really, really flimsy. Um, this is really flimsy. The skin or the material there is very, very thin, flimsy. And so what makes these fish so beautiful is you do get a couple waves in there, right? And they get those weird kind of, these actually start to go in fans on their own, right? And so they change direction, and that is one of the things that makes these fish so friggin' awesome, is that it's not just one big move, it's a big move and then it starts getting frillier at the end, right? So this is exactly what I would suggest. No. So I would say don't lose sight of how soft this material is, because you're sort of treating it as a big fan, but it's much more fragile tissue or membrane, right? And so you get this is much closer to the feeling. See how you get these little ripples on the edge? These are very close. I would say you may even want to make it a little bit more foundational changing, where you're like, okay, well, let's actually move the whole membrane, not just the outside edge. And that'll get that sort of, obviously that's not exactly what you're looking for, but these become much more dynamic moves, because they're very dynamic. They're incredible to look at. So don't treat these like big flat fins. Treat them like very thin membrane. Even if this is 6 millimeters thick, you can make it look like it's flimsy, right? So I think that is really where you need to go. And I would say you can use the rake tool to set these textures in, and I know your textures aren't necessarily solid or whatever, but I would definitely come in, and I'm gonna just do it with clay tubes there, and then I would definitely come in with either like orb cracks, and just kind of put these back in by hand, because what you can do, you can develop a much nicer rhythm, because the problem, once again, with the rake tool is these are exactly the same spacing, right? So it becomes homogenized. And once your brain recognizes an equal repeating pattern, it stops hunting for it. So I often use the rake tool as like a line guide, but this becomes much more interesting if you can change the thickness so it goes thick and thin. Does that make sense? And so when we come back here, this, they're crappy lines, but this doesn't look like a symmetrical tool, right? These lines look exactly the same as these lines that look exactly the same as these lines. Where if you're putting these in by hand, you can actually really accentuate that change of direction and that flimsy membraneness, right? By, following a line. And this is way too aggressive, this line, but I want you to see it. So right, and you can really tune what that membrane's doing. So I would come back in and hand draw lines as well. But you can see that you can work on this a long time and get, and here, I'm just going to do a couple of scales for you. So when I do scales, I tend to use SK Twist. And that is this brush right here. Yeah, they're just really aggressive. The thing to learn about all of these tools, I mean, look at, this is at Z intensity 2, right? So if you watch my brushes, you'll notice that actually, very few brushes do I really just crank up the Z intensity. I do that with my brush pressure, right? So I will come in and just kick up these edges, right? And because these are a little muddy, you know, you're going to have to make some decisions. Right? So I will come in and, what did you do there? Did you change direction of scales? You should did. This way you did scales backwards. Look, these scales are going this way. Sloppy. Right? And so I'll get this going like this. And because SK Twist, you notice I'm not drawing lines, right? So they're not losing their continuity with each other. Where if you just come in and take one of these brushes and just go like this, they're not actually going over one another. They're just lines. So just in that little bit of difference, look at how much bolder these stand out. Right? I mean, these actually look like they're scales, that one's going behind the other. And they're very soft. I mean, you know, that's not done very deep at all. And you can come in. I tend to use SK Fill with SK Twist. And then I just come, ooh, that's not SK Fill. And I tend to come over it like this. And it fills in the back side of that roll. Boom, 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 right? And you can see that in all reality, I did very little there, but they look like scales as opposed to these trenches just carved in. And what's funny is this will look like something that's going over and under one another. If you did this to the whole thing, this whole surface just chattery garbage. So over, under, think in layers, not in drawing. These are drawn on, these are sculpted on. And I'm going to say this every day of every class we ever do. So get used to it. Oh, you did extractor on those? Yeah, it takes a little work to get used to, because like if you start to take corners too quick or too sharp for the pattern, it gets chattery. It takes a little work, without a doubt. It takes a little work. What I found, you know, a lot of times you do the extractor brush and you take the pattern going this way. So as you stroke it this way, the pattern's laying like this. But like for around the cheek here, I'll often take the pattern this way, right, and drag this way, and then I can drag like this, and the scales are going that way, if that makes any sense. So the extractor is super useful. You just have to play with it to get used to it. So I think that was really, I mean, just a little subtle pose change, I think really made it dramatically different. And you get a little bit more sense of depth here. This is crossing in front of this, which is in front of this. And you can actually see that this is in front of this. So we get this 1, 2, 3, 4 layers deep, 1, 2, 3 layers deep. And so you're getting that perception of depth. This is in front of that, where let's go back to the very beginning. Nope, I have to turn off the drawing. Let's go back to the very beginning and look at it. Come on. Yeah. Boop. You see what I mean? Oh no! Oh well, shit. Okay, I was supposed to push no right there because I was going to flick back and forth. But can we undo? Nope. Fuck. Sorry. But you can see that by just tipping that nose that way, this becomes a much deeper object, right? And I didn't change the shape of the fish, so if we start looking at it from other directions, it fails a little. But yeah, so I think that's your problem. You start it to get the tail wagging the fish as opposed to the fish wagging the tail, right? Have any questions on that? Does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, cool. Okay, guys, sorry, I've been drinking coffee all morning to keep me awake. I got to go potty real quick. If anyone has any more questions think about them, I'll be right back. Sorry. It's like, oh, coffee's hitting. You got to remember, I started drinking coffee hours before you all got here. Okay, so no more questions on that? Okie dokie. So let's see who's next. Yes, definitely before, like if this were a model that I were actually working on, I saw this, I would duplicate this, do the changes, just in case. It's always better to save. Whenever you go to a very dramatic change in your model, it's often better to save it as in duplicate it. Because that way, if you go astray, um, you you can always just easily go back, because if you notice what I did there, I went back to an earlier stage and I touched it and asked me if it wanted me to erase all of those things, and I said yes, just out of habit. Um, so for demonstration purposes, that sucked. And if I had kept the original, you can just hop back and forth between the two. So it's important to duplicate. Yes. Okay, Brian. I don't. You created a beautiful man, Brian. No, totally kidding. All right. So let's see what we have here. We have organic patterning, C, Geo. Oh, you included a JPEG. Hold on, let me go to the folder. Um, mm, oh, there it is. I'm like, what in the hell? Okay. That was the original ring? Well, you have a lot better control over form. 2 thumbs up. Okay, couple things. Let's look at this. Let's get rid of this mandrel. Let's look at the ring. All right, so one, this ring is no longer the same size. I don't know if that matters to you or not, but obviously. Um, the other thing that you have a tendency of doing is that you're, oh, hold on, let me go here. Right. No, and I'll tell you what, you've done a great job of not drawing all the ring. But I will say this, you have a couple things going on here. So in the future, for everyone here, when we're thinking about rings, think of having something on your finger that when someone shakes your hand, it crushes your finger into the ring, right? And that's uncomfortable. So the shape of rings, actually, this is round, but really how I want you to design rings, or at least to think about rings, are where they're thin, thick, thin, okay? And you're pretty close. I just want this thinner, because what you've created are two little ridges that are going to dig into the finger. So right here, this is our, oops, hold on. Damn it. Oh, you painting things. This is the danger zone in rings, okay? So think about it. You have your fingers, right? And you want the ring to kind of do this. And I know this is very dramatized, right? Because as you close your fingers in, you want this to be as inobtrusive as possible. So if you have this ring that has these big spikes on it, what happens even if you have little spikes right there? You've just created a cheese grater, right? So this is the danger zone on rings. So treat this, you can see that you just went around the ring, right? So treat this area as a completely different area of the ring. Even if the pattern goes all the way around, you have to think about this area differently, because this is the number one place where people screw up and make crappy rings. And once again, I mean, we could talk about ZBrush models all day, but at the end of the day, you're trying to create something that someone's going to buy, right? And if you sell the first ring and it hurts, no one is ever going to give you a second chance. No one. I mean, okay, your wife might, your cousins might, but let me tell you, no just random client is going to give you a second chance. Okay. So, right? Exactly. So I'm just going to do a cheesy quick fix here. And we're just going to kind of do this. I thought I had symmetry turned on. Oh, you have your ring not oriented in the world. So this is top, but as you notice, he built this ring kind of sideways. Try to keep your pieces in the world, sort of right, where we're looking through the z-axis, because that's front and back. The only reason I say that is because if you export this to render, you want it sitting right in the world. And so that is, so I just rotate it around. So what we have going on here, you can see this is really thick here. Turn symmetry back on. I'm just going to do a cheesy little thing. And do, ooh. Okay, this is something to know. So like when you all start using symmetry, right? I'm going to use this technique where I say put the gizmo on the line and I say do this and draw it towards it. Well, you notice this is doing something weird. And that is because it is not in symmetry mode. So you notice how this left-right, it's called local symmetry, means it's symmetrical to where the gizmo is, not the world. So we turn this on, or it's to the shape, not the world, or the subtool, not the world. So now it's looking at the shape. This is off center, so it's going to try to go to where I selected. And as you notice, we'll just flatten that a little. Okay. And I would honestly also kind of, here, let's turn Z on so we're symmetrical in both directions. I would also consider bringing this out a little. So there's really not those two ridges, but sort of a big flat section here. This is going to be easier on the finger. Even though you do have this cheese grater pattern on it, I think that would be fine. So if you notice what I'm saying, this is, you have to do this a little more subtly. I'm doing this in big steps so we can kind of, you know. But as you can see, my profile here is now, I wish that would go someplace else. It's more like this, as opposed to what it was before is a ridge, a scoop, and a ridge. So what's that mean? You have these two hot spots, right? And those hot spots hurt, right? So think about wearability. So this part of the ring is the ring you really have to wrap your head around. I tend to raise the center and make it flat so it rides very smoothly on that. If there is pattern on it, I tend to even make it thinner. And you increase the wearability dramatically from that. No. Once again, it doesn't matter if these are finished or not, right? You might have been doing this, but this is also for the entire class. So we're discussing bigger issues as well as your issues. So don't stress about it in that context. Okay, so, you know, we have, let's take this back here a little. Now, you know, this is fun. I like this. That's cool. I would, one thing, and this is just purely a wearability issue, and this is purely my issue, and that is, especially on the bottom of the ring, excuse me, here we go, dry throat choking. I tend to think comfort fit is more comfortable. So on the bottom side, try to get rid of these edges. Your ring's not symmetrical, is it? Oh, God. Excuse me. um, right, so make this your ring not symmetrical. Or maybe it's just not centered in the world. Hold on. W. I'm using the pen, like the matte pen, to go to the center of the object. Oh, symmetry's on. Turn symmetry off. Hit the little matte pen. We go to the center of the object. And so now I'm going to hit the little house, that's home, and it took us to the center of the world. So yeah, your ring is just not symmetrical. No big deal. Somewhere you got off symmetry. That's okay. So I tend to lean towards comfort fits. So just think about knocking these edges off the bottom. It's just a more comfortable ring that way. If that makes any sense. You did a pretty good job of creating a striking plate here. I would probably increase it just a little bit, and I would bring these below it. Because, so for those of you who know nothing about what we're talking about yet, at the bottom of a ring, I tend to create this, what I call a striking plate. Let's use build up. And so, it's funny, your ring is just really not symmetrical. What did you do out here, Brian? Oh, and this is decimated. That's why I have no geometry. Yeah. So, or this has been Sculptors Pro, I think. Because that's not, yeah, no. Or did you mask this off and then divide it? Sell it to the choir. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You Sculptors Pro'd this. Okay. Once again, I want you guys to get into the habit of using quad models, not Dynameshes. Dynameshes, and this looks like it was Sculptors Pro'd at one point or something, because this isn't normal Dynamesh. Oh, you decimated this, didn't you? No, that's not a decimation pattern. I don't know what you did to this. I think you Sculptors Pro'd it. That's my guess. Use quad meshes. And we'll start this week in class. We're going to start with quad model block up. You can use, and there are times to use Dynameshing, but if you use Dynamesh, you give up all control over your surface. Like if her koi fish were Dynameshed and we move that, we'd have to completely redo all the scales. We'd have to completely redo all the surfaces. And so it's a bad habit to get into for mesh control. Okay, now, if there are people who are sculpting things that all are done in Dynamesh and blah, 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 great, I'm glad, great. It's not how I work. And I'm teaching you how I make jewelry. And let's face it, I've been doing this a long time and my jewelry usually works. So I'm giving you habits that are based on my workflow. And so you can say, oh, well, I make these lumpy wax jewelry and it works great and I got a great technique. Wonderful. I'm not saying you're doing it wrong. I'm saying this is how I do it. And I want you guys to get into this habit because it's going to give you more control over your model over the period of time. Yeah. Stop. Don't project to, the point of reprojecting is that you're rebuilding your mesh. You're not just creating a crappier one. So, bad boy, bad Brian, Dynamesh. So I think that those are really the that you have to think about, right? Make sure that it's thinner on the outside edges, and you can obviously make this, smooth. I'm just doing fast things because your pattern's fun. The other thing I would think about is just continuity wise, I would probably try to bring this out. Oop, we're on symmetry, not radial symmetry. So I just think I brought it in and I rotated it at an off angle. So the symmetry issue was me, maybe not you. Nope, that's not collusion. It was you. Okay, so as you can see that this was done with radial. So if I'm trying to do this with symmetry, it's not going to work. So how we do, for those of you who don't know about jewelry, let me append a star here real quick. Boop. I want everyone to start, whenever you're doing a new form, I want you to get into the habit of using a star, because there's a lot of geometry in here, like all of this stuff. These are different geometry. This is based on an old system, and you can do really cool stuff with this stuff, but these you have to then make polymesh 3D. So we're adding a step in that transition, and if you're building stuff around it and then all of a sudden you try to do something, that conversion's a pain in the butt. And I want you to get used to using the gizmo as your first step. So we go into our gizmo. This little gear says customize. Boop. Now, once again, for those of you, so we obviously have people who have never used ZBrush before. And right now is when those people are freaking out, because they're like, oh my God, I don't even know what that gizmo tool is. I don't know. All these people know how to sculpt. Stop. We will get you up to speed. What I'm doing in these critiques are not necessarily in order. You're not expected to know 99% of what I'm telling you, okay? I want this stuff just to sink into your head. Don't stress about it. Let it sink into your head. Don't get intimidated where you stop participating. Just let the information sink into your head, and as I show you how to do the stuff, you'll be like, oh, I get it. But a lot of this is ideas that I want you to wrap your head around at some point. A lot of these people have obviously used ZBrush, so I'm critiquing to their level. And that's the interesting thing about critiques. We can have someone who's never made anything, and they're gonna, make something that's very primitive. But the person who can sculpt a beautiful koi may have missed the idea of sculpting in levels. So you can see her scales aren't working, where if the person is doing like a leaf, we can show some very basic techniques that everyone can learn from. So don't get scared because of crits, okay? There are people who are much farther along than you are as far as ZBrush, but they may not know crap about jewelry. And so this is the interesting thing about this class and how we run it live is, through crits, we all can learn. The most advanced person can learn from the most primitive model, and the most primitive modeler can learn from the ideas in the crits. Because everything I'm telling you today, you're going to hear the exact same critiques every crit day as we go on. Because really, at the end of the day, it's just retraining how you think about geometry. And so even the best modelers in the world make things that will never print and are crap jewelry. Or crap objects, right? Like all of this could be applied to like little D&D miniatures. All of this could be applied to anything that's manufactured. My whole class is about getting something out of the computer and into and onto people or onto a floor or, So all these techniques can be applied to anything that comes out of the computer. But don't get intimidated. Don't get bored. Just pay attention. And even if you don't understand it, as we go along in the class, those pieces will come together, and hopefully you'll already have a foundation in the ideas behind the tools. So don't get freaked out. But I want everyone to start in Gizmo because Gizmo is good geometry. It's good geometry you can control, right? So I'm going to come here and see these are the primitives that I can make in Gizmo. I'm going to come to ring real quick, and I am going to where is it? There it is. Okay. Ta-da. And of course, this never happens on center, so it's a pain in the butt. And we're just going to make that center. Okay, so for those of you who are ZBrushers and don't know anything about jewelry, I'm just going to divide this, turn this off. And so I'm going to turn symmetry on. And as you notice, when we sculpt, right, it's front, back, left, right for the most part, if that makes any sense. Let me just get these sort of, is that, there we go. So they're now pseudo-symmetrical, no matter how they started. So there's a thing called a bypass. A bypass ring does this. Oh, let me turn symmetry off. They bypass. This one goes this way, this one goes this way, right? Well, as you'll sit here and futz with this geometry, you may very well have a very hard time trying to figure out how to make a bypass or bypass symmetry. Or that's what, they don't call it that in ZBrush, but I call it that. So it's symmetry to create this off-center thing. You just have to think about it a little differently. As opposed to left, right, we're going down the center and we're doing the same thing to either side. So it's actually radial symmetry. So we're going to turn symmetry on. If this is in the right axis, it's the y-axis. So you're going up and down. You turn on R, that means radial, and you slide this down to 2. And now you see there are two things and they're doing the exact opposite, right? Because you're using radial symmetry. Does that make sense, everyone? So for bypass rings, you use radial symmetry. So let's go up here and let's look at this ring. So now we can work on this because technically this is radial symmetry. It's not round, but it's radial. So what do? Y, hit radial, drag this down to 2. And so all I was saying is this, is that this texture is a little different than some of these others. It still looks like you still have that surface with the teeth. I understand what you're doing. I just want to see it. Oh, that's you and your damn Dynamesh geometry garbage. Grr. I want to see it come out here somehow, or I want to see how it, because right now it's just plopped on here. You know, make it come from under this stuff maybe. You know, give me a reason for it to be there, because like right now, like plopped it in there, which is technically what you did, I think. So for a head, you know, give me a reason it's there, right? And it just makes a better visual story, if that makes any sense. And this is why we don't use Dynamesh at this point, because as we make changes, what do we have? Crappy meshes. And however you decide to, and I'm not saying this is the answer, obviously, but however you decide to give me a reason for this being here, I'll be much happier than, oh, I just have this thing right here. Because this is a small stone, the small centerpiece for as big as this ring is. So I think that the head needs to be incorporated in some way a little bit more. Yeah. And because it's radial, it's a little trickier. You know, maybe it's something like this comes out like that or something. You know, I'm just saying I want to see a reason for that because it just seems really arbitrary. Like this is just plopped down in the middle of this, and you have this organic versus kind of pseudo mechanical. That's it's really annoying that this. See how that's pulling towards center? That is super weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Right? See, as I do this, see how it's pulling this all this direction? Is it because it's clay buildup? Yeah. Okay. No, that is really bizarre. I must have something set weird. See how that's, here, let me do this. See how that's pulling this stuff up? It shouldn't do that. I don't know if it's because it's not perfectly symmetrical now or what. Because see, like here, it's not that, is it? No, because see, I do this, see how this is. I think it's because it's not symmetrical, it's pulling to that point. Well, whatever. Hold on. What was working here? Yeah, I don't know, there's something going on there. You know, that works. I'm just saying, get back to a quad model so you can actually work on the damn thing. Yes, we are live, Carmeet. Carmeet, just know that this is crits for the class, so I'm not really taking general questions, but you're more than welcome to sit there and watch. So, does that make sense, Brian? Just wrap your head around or it may not be that organic. Maybe it is. Come on, let's go back. Maybe it's something like, damn, I rubbed all over that, didn't I? Maybe it's something like, no, it was turned on and doing it too. I think it's just it wasn't symmetrical, so it's pulling to where the brush should be, and they're in different places. It could be the opposite direction where you're making these. Damn it. Where you're pulling these triangle forms in a little better, or a little. God, what brush is that? Why is that so soft? Because it doesn't have its alpha on. Where maybe you're putting triangles out or something. Maybe they get longer over here or something. Whatever. You do something though, because this is just sitting in the middle, and you're losing the reference to this because you're not really seeing the triangles well. So it just looks like this lump. So because it's small, this is a small head for a ring this size. So you need to be able to get that head to interact with the ring a little bit more. Unless, of course, you were running like a way this could work, because these are framing, right? If you had a stronger shape here in the middle, then these are framing this. But this is almost like a background. So if you're going to have, see what I mean? It's pulling too. It's super weird. Then these frame whatever this center shape is. So wrap your head around that a bit, because either the head's too small or this background plane is too big of a background, because by this being a consistent homogenized form, that makes these the foreground, right? This becomes the foreground, because once you have a pattern that's repeating like that, this is just noise, right? This is just background noise at that point. So what is it that's filling? How does this become important? Well, you could, like I said, you could come in and make something that is as big as these, and now this negative space can be pointing at the center. You need something pointing at that center because there's nothing pointing at the center. So you're losing, that's losing the importance of being in the center, because this is like I said, this is a lot of ring around a little mounting. Yeah, stop doing that. You made a ring that long ago. You need to make a ring now. And I know you were just playing, but so wrap your head around that. Why does this keep saving? It's a little frustrating. Okay. Do you have any questions? Any questions? What's our timeline? Oh, I don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So actually not that bad. It's about 8-second timeline. Cool. All right. So is there anybody here who needs to go next? Who's next? You tell me. If not, I'm just going to start picking randomly. Yes, of course. And you are the little skull rings, right? This is you? Yeah. All right. So we have the original skull, and then I think you used it to make this, right? Okay. So first of all, I want you guys to get into the habit of using the world correctly and getting into the habit of working in scale. I don't know if this is to scale or not. I'm not saying you're not working to scale. But see, that's 2 millimeters. So how big is this? Yeah, that could be a small ring, so that's okay. Okay, so once again, try to align your pieces where top is the top of the ring, and then the z-axis is looking through the ring. So let's get you your W. We're gonna rock you like this. Boom, boom, boom. No, sorry, I moved it. Hold down Shift, and you can see the numbers are locking to 5 degrees. I want this to be 90. There we go. And then I need you to be, I think if we go this way, that winds up being front. Right? Front. Yeah, okay. So that's the right direction. Okay. So now, do you have anything to say before I start talking about it? Sometimes people are like, well, I wanted to tell you this. It's like, okay, you can tell me. Okay, first of all, this is a mesh with no subdivision levels. Now, once again, I'm not really holding you guys to this because I just said make something. But I'm critiquing you as if you know stuff. So once again, do not stress out. You're like, well, you didn't say that. I'm not judging you. We're critiquing. So oh no problem at all. I like it. like I said, we've never even discussed that. So you're not expected to know that. I just want you to, as we're saying, I just want you to start wrapping your mind around that, right? So when you come into ZBrush, change your orientation, because I would suggest using, well, he's using matrix, so he's probably going to go to V-Ray to render. But Keyshot is a very good quick rendering engine, and it's attached to ZBrush, so it's just easy to use, and it's a very good rendering system. So, and ZBrush gives you a great deal on it. So I would probably suggest using that if you are rendering in this. Okay, cool. All right, so we're here, right? We have a mesh. We're not going to work on this mesh because we can't clean it up. We have no control. So what do? Duplicate and go Z remesher. And I'm going to take this down as low as I can. And so I always tend to try to take it as low as possible, because I want as many subdivision levels as I can get, right? So what I'm going to do first, because Z remesher is going to try to retain all of this detail, right? So first thing I'm going to do is go into my gizmo, and I'm going to re-dynamesh this, and I'm going to dynamesh it pretty low. I'm just picking a random number. Doesn't matter. There we go. Pretty low, right? So what do we have here? We have less detail for Z remesher to think about. And then I'm going to come in here and see like these weird little points. Ah, here's that magic point. See, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to smooth this. It won't smooth. Why? Minimum connection points. So I hold down Shift and I drag this over to 1. And now we're going to probably have to go in there because I smoothed away from it. Right? We see that point right there. Tap. Ooh. Ooh. You want to probably not go at it with a brush that big. Boom. And see, it'll go away. If you don't have minimum connection point 1, that will never smooth out. So I'm just coming in here and I'm trying to get rid of some of these dramatic curves that ZRemesh will try to put in here. But what I'm doing is I'm moving this away from the original surface, so in turn, these are things that we're going to have to reproject back in. I don't care. It makes for better meshes. Better meshes make better models. And if we're just using this mesh, you're just like, oh, well, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's this, that, and the other thing. Well, I'll tell you what, when you try to print this thing, it'll matter a lot. Okay, so that we're gonna re-dynamesh this because that created a little tunnel there. I don't want that little tunnel. So I'm going to inflate this to where those edges cross over one another, right? You can see that pinch. What we could do is we could fix that with Z-remesher, but we're just going to keep this simple. Oh, I get. Are those supposed to be holes? If those are supposed to be holes, we need to keep those holes. Sorry. Are those supposed to be holes? Hold on, let's go back to the original model and check. No, they're not. Okay, good. See, that's just a Z-remeshed it or dynameshed at a low point where it jumped. So, oh no, that's not what I was trying to do. Stop that. Let's go back to this guy. And so I'm like, okay, I need to, easier than going through all that crap, we just need to re-dynamesh this at a slightly more geometry. So we're just going to back up. Come on, there we go. Because see, those are not holes, but these surfaces are pretty close together. So I'm just going to smooth these back away from one another, just so when we dynamesh, it doesn't want to make that jump. And this may seem like we're spending a lot of extra time trying to get this stuff done. Like I said, it's very important. I'm just going to go ahead and smooth this out a little here, just to get some of the surface away from one another. All right. And now we're going to go back into Gizmo, re-Dynamesh, and I'm going to do, oops, sorry about that. Just slugged the microphone. Just give it a little bit more geometry. Did those pinch in? Nope, that's great. Q, get rid of it, make our brush a little bigger. Just come in, smooth some of this out. And there we have that weird little, that must be in the original mesh somehow. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Because this comes back pretty far. So the thing to remember is that Z-Remesh is going to view this geometry, and often it's going to try to redo that geometry. So I'm just going to, once again, re-Dynamesh this, because I want to get rid of that pinchy geometry, because it will try. Oh, do you see what just happened there? So when we're Dynameshing through Gizmo, hold on, let me get back here. I didn't hit accept, and so it went back to the first remesh by Dynamesh. So every time within Gizmo you read Dynamesh, I want you to come in here and make sure you hit accept, because Gizmo has a history step retention thingy going on. I don't know the benefit of it. I'm sure there is. I just don't know what it is. So it screws you if you're trying to re-Dynamesh the same tool at different times. So, all right. So I'm just, like I said, I'm just kind of prepping this for the Z remeshing, because I don't want it. I want this mesh to be as calm as possible. All right, so that removed most of the surface detail. Z remesh. Yeah, actually, it does a very good job. But if it's, I still wind up having to go back and touch it up, because I want my base mesh to be so small. There's a lot of distortion when that base mesh gets that small, right? You lose a lot of, it rounds off lots of corners. See, and so we're going to lose a ton of depth information when we do this. So even if you're using so much monsters, or so much ZBrush, it does tend to still need to go back for at least one or two reprojections, or with the history brush, you know. So, but yes, it's actually, it does a really good job. Okay, so I've got this small, and now I'm going to start dividing, and we're going to stop in that 100 to 400,000 range to do our first projection. Let's just lower res. So we come back to our original model, and you can see how much it's changed, right? I mean, it's not going to project all the way down in that hole the first time, and it's probably not going to project up to these the nose and these curves, because that's a lot of distance. Once again, your first inclination is here. Let's kick this up. We can probably kick it up to 5. That's as far as I'll go, because you start really screwing with your surfaces on these edges, and maybe the 5 will do it so I can show you. Okay, so we come back to our original model. We hold down Control, and we tap our little orange thing. That is now our history state. Come back to here and project history. Boop. Nope. And change project all, not project history. So you can see that that missed by quite a lot. There's a lot of stuff that didn't get into that projection. So like I said, we're going to kick this up to 5. Well, 6, whatever. Project history. and this will project better. And you can see that there's still some weird spots. It's okay. I'm just going to smooth these out and just kind of get a little grip on where they are. And I'm going to go to my history brush, and I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to just brush in the details. Now, one thing you have to really wrap your head around when you're using your history brush is it is directional. This is not a morph brush, it's a projection brush. So here, let's do this real quick. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to project this, right? So that is projecting my hood. So it should be, you know, okay. But now let's look to the side here. Look at how stretched this is. Do you see what that's done? It's pulled all that geometry up. But when we start to get around the edges, it's dragging it all up. So at this point, we now have to come in and we smooth this out. And oh, here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When it reprojects, see how we get this weird sort of crossover edge thing going here? This happens when you start using your projection distance too big. And you might not notice this. And this will absolutely crap out a model because it's going to view this as a noise shell, and you're never going to be able to get it to become a closed shell because it's going to think of these as little air loops. And it really makes your geometry messy. So now I'm going to come in here and smooth this out and go at a different angle, right? And I'm going to come in and do this. But since this is sort of 90 degrees to camera, it'll get us down there. But then you can see that this is stretching. So I'm going to smooth this out, you know. And this is a, you know, a multi-step process, but we're still really low here. So I just want my meshes to be relaxed. That's the important part. I don't want big, stretchy, tendy things, right? There's a hole. No, there we go. We just brushed it in, relax it, and do it again. We want calm meshes. We don't want meshes that are very distorted, because that creates large areas in which we cannot really sculpt on, right? And this is not our last projection, so it doesn't matter. I'm trying to get our surfaces roughly where we need them. Boom, smooth that out. Boom. And I'm just going to come in and just work this mesh kind of. See here? See how this pulled forward? That whole section pulled forward because I had a big brush and I was just going at a weird angle. So just remember that you want to rotate around it, smooth, and re-project it. But here again, I'm just trying to get my mesh roughly in the right place. So I know that I need a lot of geometry over here. You can see that, right? So I'm just smoothing this out because you want those, see how all that pinched up to that edge? You want that all to be back down where it was. We're just trying to get the mesh roughly where it's going right now without distorting the living hijibus out of the mesh. So, because this mesh does not have enough geometry to go from here to here smoothly. So that'll happen in a later projection. Just make sure you don't have any big distortions, and this process was a success. So I'm just going to come over this stuff real quick and just get my mesh back where it needs to be. All right. And I'm just running over these surfaces with my history brush real fast. Now, I wonder if this did what I tried to get it to do. I'm hoping so. So, oh, see, there's a perfect example of how you need to be careful when you're doing this stage. I'm like, okay, so see how big my brush is? I'm like, okay, I'm just going to get this eye socket. Okay, boom, great. But now look what happened. It pulled all that out because this was trying to get up to this point. So you have to be careful when you're doing this because, see there, you need to rotate it around. It's very directional. But once again, this is not, we're not trying to get it all fixed here. I just want to get my meshes within that projection range, right? So I'm not being super careful here. Here is exactly, now I haven't touched this, right? This is purely from the projection. You look at this, see how all of a sudden this edge is over here and there's this weird flip back and all of that? That's because I made this such a big number. And so these edges are looking for things where they're not, and it doesn't know what to do. So it just kind of splays around. So it's much easier as I relax this. Hold on, let's see if we can get it to show the grid a little. Yeah, here we go. You can see how that grid is sitting on top of itself right now. It dragged all this, see how this is tessellated? It dragged all this geometry that way. Can you see that? It took all this geometry and it dragged it up here over that because this was looking for spaces out here, like 0.6. It didn't know where to go, so it just jumped. This area right here, if you don't know what you're looking for, you may never notice this, and you have a trashed mesh because of it. Now, you can always fix it by dynameshing it and blah, 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 and remeshing and projection, blah, 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 blah. So just, you have to watch out for this pinching stuff around edges if you're projecting that distance. Like 0.2 usually is very innocuous, but you can see it did it to this whole edge. And now did it happen? Yes, it did. Good. Now let's look. Now all of a sudden we look at the middle and we're like, or the back, and we're like, what the hell happened? Back face masking. If you do not have back face masking on, and that is this button right here, see how back face masking is turned off, it takes the other side and tries to drag it to the surface here. And I did that on purpose, right? Because I want you to see problems of some of these big move things, right? So that was all for crap, because if we look at a side cut of this, look, this is all dragged up, right? This is now really hard to fix. Well, it's not. You just smooth out the inside and reproject, but it's now a complete another step, right? So now we have to go, oh crap, what did I do? Oh, I didn't use back face masking, so I have to come in here and get a big brush and smooth. And then we'll reproject again. But you can see that when you're doing this stuff, and this back face masking is for any brush, it's for everything. It's very easy to mangle your mesh if you don't pay attention to your back face masking. So come back in, smoothing it all out. We're going to bring this down. Yeah, 3's good. I'm going to go project history. All right. So now, as you notice, we missed quite a bit of the projection. One way to go about this is, and that's a really lumpy interior, to fix that, because that could be very painful. So I'm going to leave that. I don't care if it projects up to that, because that needs to be smooth. Also, it just looks good. So you don't need your projection on to see, but this gives you an idea of what things are off. Let's go to history brush. Make our brush smaller. Make sure back face masking is turned on. And then we're just going to get some of these down to where they kind of need to be. And once again, I'm not being super picky, because honestly, we still have an entire another projection round to go. So I'm just trying to get my meshes sort of where they are. All right. needs to come up. Smooth down, that needs to come up. You can see that needs to come up, right? And I'm just quickly, I keep smoothing and reprojecting with the history brush and bringing it up. And so here, just smooth, bring it up, smooth, bring it up. Okay, so that's pretty close. That needs to be brought up. And once again, don't spend too much time trying to get this perfect. It will not be perfect. You don't have enough geometry on this pass. We're just trying to get this stuff within the range so the next pass will do a better job of getting stuff in there without distorting the model. Okay, so there we go. The inside of this ring's a mess, so I'm not going to be too stressed about it. Let's get some of this back up though, because that could be thin. Okay, if you keep pressing red wax, I'm going to fire you. Yes, exactly. We are trying to get the lowest possible quantity, so as we subdivide up, when we're up there, we can then drop back down and have control over our model. Were you here to see the koi fish? How I moved the koi fish and it the scales kept, and I was able to do big moves without mangling the fish. So if you're working in quads, as opposed to like we would if you had just started with the quads and stayed with the quads at this point. And like I said, there are times when you have to dynamesh without a doubt. But right. But the point or the goal is to have, 6 to 8 subdivision levels, because it allows you to clean up much better. All right, so we're there. We're going to divide higher res. Let's divide this one more time. Let's do it at 2 million. I would normally divide this again and project it again at home, but sadly, this is a smaller processor and it'll freeze the stream if I do that. So project all. No. Project history. Oh, well, whatever. Okay, and we're going to let it think here for a second. Are there any questions we have while we're sitting here waiting for this to process this? Do you understand what we're doing here? So because when we try to do cleanup, if we don't have subdivision levels, if it's just like a 1 to 4 million poly dynamesh, you have no control over how to clean up. And I get a lot of grief. People are sort of catching on to what I'm doing now. I see other people sort of doing this, but I was always viewed as doing the complete backwards. I think my 2016 talk at the Zebra Summit was called the backwards technique. And it is backwards compared to most, because usually they want you to work at a low subdivision level until you can't get any more detail, and then you go to the next subdivision level. But for me, that's like sculpting the ring 14 times, and you really don't know any of the finesse until you're at your 15th time. Where here, I'd prefer to be at a high subdivision level, define those little surface techniques which are going to define the vocabulary of the piece, and then lower the subdivision levels and do all that cool stuff that you can do at low subdivision levels, but have a high sub sculpture. And I mean, feel, it, feel free to ask. Let me just get through this so we can, answering questions all the time doesn't necessarily. um, okay, so, right, you see how these are the spots that weren't within the projection range. I'm just going to smooth them out. And here you can see that history brush becomes not quite so dramatically destructive. And it allows us to go right back to where that model is, where if you're using project all, every time you do this, you have to reproject. You can use the projection brush, which is similar, because technically this is a projection brush. The history brush is a projection brush. So you could be doing this with the project brush as well. The project brush tends to work in one direction, and then you have to hit Alt and it'll reproject. So either it is pushing down to the normals or it is pulling up to the normals, where the history brush is doing both in the same stroke. So it's not a two-stage process. You get it done in one stage. All right. So you just come in and we just fiddle about with this until we get back to our original place, right? The one thing about the history brush is you can't use it with symmetry, and that's the benefit of the projection brush. But this isn't symmetrical, so it doesn't matter. You can't be symmetrical here anyway. And this is what I mean. You have to keep changing your direction, because the projection tools do pull. And sometimes it doesn't. I'm not going to worry too much about getting exact, because I'm going to have to go in here and futz with this stuff anyway. So just kind of getting our geometry where it needs to be. And we will reproject this one more time because we've changed quite a bit. But I want to get everything pretty much close to where it should be, relax the mesh, and then have it do one projection again. So, boom. And remember, we're not always looking, well, I'm not always looking for a one button push to make things work. I think the one button push solutions usually wind up with garbage geometry. So don't be afraid to sit and fuddle with it a little. You're going to spend time with these. Just take it for granted that you're going to wind up having to spend time with them. Right? And I'm just using my clay brush to get down in there. And I'm going to do the same here. All right. I think we're pretty close. And once again, I'm not really stressing about the inside of this, because the inside of this, all those bubbles, we were going to remove them anyway. So, all right. And so now, project history one more time. Yeah, well, we're going to go through block up. I'm going to show you the process on Monday or Saturday. This is Saturday's class, right? So next class, I'm going to start from a block up. I'm going to show you how I want you to block up, and I want you to think about geometry. I don't use Dynamesh or any mesh for my base geometry for the most part. There's some things that are very organic and fluid that I will do with Dynamesh and Sculptris Pro because I need to pull things and make bridges. And if it's a Dynamesh with Sculptris Pro, I Dynamesh it, pull it into it, stroke, and it keeps rebuilding. But then the second that's done, I'm going to do exactly what we did here. I'm going to Z-remesh it and get it as a good quad model. Okay, so that's pretty close. Right. I think let's grab our history brush real quick and just, I'm just double checking your detail. So this is basically where we are detail wise. So, and once again, if these are stylistic choices, great. But, so what we have here is you have kind of soft, muddy detail, right? And so let's just start with the teeth here, right? So most people solution is going to be, well, here, I'm just going to cut, grooves around the teeth. Yeah, here people are, I didn't realize that people are breaking it. I know that, whatever. Right, and so this is a lot of people's solution, right? And you pull back and you have teeth definition, but it's drawn on detail. So how I would go about, and actually teeth are one of the few things where you do draw on detail because you do want separation at the bottoms, but this is not the way to go about it. So we're going to back up here. And I'm going to set a few planes going, right? So I want is the face symmetrical? Control W, boop. Oops, kind of. Okay. So once again, you can see that by masking off, hitting Control W, we make that a poly group. And now we can separate that poly group out and look at it individually. You can see I have some little blotches here. I'm not going to stress too much about that. Let's see, Gizmo W, center of the world. So we're a wee off of symmetry. So let's do this. Let's get everyone on. I'm going to move this. Oop, no. Stop it. I'm going to move this to center and now make that the center of the world. Cute, because it looks like this was started out as a symmetrical thing. So I'm just going to treat it as such right now because it's quicker. So I'm going to start to define some, turn on symmetry, right? Damn it. Not symmetrical. Okay, never mind. It got moved around. I'm not going to cry about symmetry. Turn symmetry off. I want that to be a plane that the teeth come under. You know, this is its own little issue here. Come back in. Sharpen that up. And that, it works good if you put the little notch in there and it sort of reads. All right. Okay, and then these are planes. Because this mesh has so much geometry, I would probably do the face separate so you had a lot of quality geometry, because I think we're at like 7 million polys right now, right? Oh no, we're only at 1. Well, that explains that. Let's divide this up to where we have some working geometry. All right. I thought I did that, but in my undoing, I must have, there we go, we get a little bit more. Planes and layers, right? Planes and layers. And you can see that by not making these half round, right, I'm creating flat reflective surfaces that then have countering flat reflective surfaces. And I'm only going to do one side of this so you can see the difference there. Right, and then we're going to, and I know you may have wanted to work more on it or whatever. I'm not, this isn't a, you're doing wrong. This is a, how I want you to kind of think about surfaces. And I tend to do everything pretty sharp to begin with. And then I'll go back and round the surfaces off. But at least this way I kind of know what I'm creating, right? And if you're not making noises, you're not trying. Well, these are the SK brushes that I've pulled out right here. SK orbs, or I mean SK crack, SK twist, SK cloth, SK. So the ones that I use all the time are already in your menu if you're using my interface. And so, of course. And you see how these are half rounds? I'm going to turn these into flat-faced fronts. This is why I use clay tubes for everything. It gives me a flat surface and then a sharp edge. So I'm drawing with the edge of that tool, right? Like when I say drawing, I hope everyone understands this. If you don't, please tell me, because it's verbiage that I use all the time. So this is what I consider drawing detail in, right? It's just where you are cutting into a surface and you're expecting that graphic to be the resolution, right? So I'm not cutting lines in between these yet. I'm creating that line or that graphic with the edge of my brush. So that's why I use square alphas all the time on my brushes for the most part. I mean, I have some that aren't square, but the square brush, because see, it's giving me a flat, which now is a reflective surface. And then I'm using the edge to define where my edge is going to be, right? So now I've kind of defined the shapes. This is a bad, that one should be bigger, right? So there, now we have kind of the breakdown of our teeth. Okay, so even roughed out, look at how much clearer my teeth are, because you have these bubbles, they look like pearls as opposed to the teeth, which actually are very flat in the front. Yeah, of course. And so, right? And so now I know my pointy tooth needs to be pointy, so I'm giving it another edge. Right? So now it's like a V. So now what's the next thing we do? These are going up into that, I know it's not a gum, but into the, I can't remember what it's called, tidal dental ridge or some silliness. So I'm going to take SK twist because I want these to be going under that, right? So I'm going to take my tooth edge here and I'm going to go under. Wrong direction. Under. Under. Okay. And then my teeth are standing out, and I'm just going to pick a direction, and I'm going to have the front tooth sort of on top of the tooth behind it, but that's not going to work. Yeah, it'll work still, it's fine. We'll do that, and then we're picking just a visual directionality, right? And I want, as we're looking back, for it to look like the tooth behind it, behind the tooth behind it. So you can see here, by picking that back edge, the teeth travel in order behind the next tooth. So, boom, 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 boom. And we can kind of come in and do that. I'm saving too much. I'm pretty sure I changed that. I do not understand why this thing is saving so often. Yeah, no, SK Twist is the greatest brush in the world. It allows you to make dimensional decisions very fast. So proper pointy tooth, all I'm doing is I'm coming down with SK Twist, right? And then I'm just going up the other direction, and now we have a nice raised off tooth, right? And I'm not worried too much about shape right this second, right? I'm just trying to get everybody in place. So the thing to know about SK Twist is it's directional. So as you can see, I'm pulling down and it's rolling that way. But if I go up, it rolls the other direction. So if I go up and down, I've now created a pocket. I'm coming down and then up, I've created this thing that's raised above, right? So SK Twist is really good about separating surfaces. And the thing that it does is it drags the surface under the other surface as opposed to drawing a line. right? This is all still on the same surface. So when you're using the SK twist brush, right, I usually use it, and now I kind of come and smooth this edge off, and I usually use it in conjunction with the SK clay fill, and then I just come in like that, boop, and it kind of fills up behind it, and now you have this surface that is on top of another surface, right? So this is a very easy way of separating planes, and you know, I keep saying think in plane. SK brush does a great job with it. Okay, so now let's get back to you. I'm going to kind of smooth, that's mask, not smooth. I'm going to kind of smooth these out here. So it looks like they're actually going up and in. Up and in. Like I said, clay fill, just come back in and hit these edges. Right? And then for pointy tooth, I tend to use pinch and just give it like a center ridge. I don't go all the way up usually because I kind of want it to be flat at the top. So soft and then harder, and that gives you that edge going back and in. Oops, stop that. This little keyboard does me in every time. And now you can see the gums here are a little weird, so I'm going to take SK fill and make my brush a little smaller. Come back in and fill up behind it. We still have a swelling at that front, but it looks a little bit more natural. Now, as you can see on some of this, we just don't have enough geometry right now to deal with this, to make it clean and sharp. I don't care. We're going to deal with that later. And now this is one of the few times I will use a drawing brush, and that is at this intersection on teeth, right? Because really there's more airspace there, right? So this is going back and in, and this actually has more airspace like right there. So I will usually come in and do just at the top edge here, right? A cut in, because that's actually what's happening with the teeth in some ways. So I do want that separation just right in here. But as you can see, we really don't have enough geometry to do this cleanly, so I'm not worried about it, because I'm going to clean up all the stuff that I can't right before I prepare to go for to export the model. So now you can see we're here. In teeth, I tend to do this slide. I'm going to grab slide, kind of get it to be roughly the size of the tooth. And I'm just going to push up and under a little, pull that down, push that up and in a little, pull that down, push that up and in a little. And that's going to take that surface and just punch back up and under, right? So, damn it. Sorry, this little keyboard makes me nuts. So you can see that we got, look at how those teeth actually look like they're separated and in front of one another. And all we really did is put a ridge on one side and it made it a flat plane. So do you see how really it wasn't hard? I mean, I really didn't do anything except I made them flat and just push that up and in, right? So that's a big one there. When we start doing the detail, think of them as in planes, not just half rounds, because they'll read better. And so let's say you want that sharp. I tend to use SK trim polish for surfaces because I can drag this along. And if you'll notice right here, see how this edge right here, see how it's not rolling over that edge, it's making that edge sharper. This is one of the few polish tools that'll do that. And so if I come from this side, do you see how it's not like kind of rolling over the edge? It's doing its best to retain that edge. I don't know what he did to it to get it to do that, but it's awesome sauce. So this is the easiest way to retain sharp edges. You can see I'm not even being very careful, and it's not aggressing over that edge like that. That happens all the time with other tools. So SK trim is really good for polishing these out, right? If you want to what is that? It's probably from the back side. And you can see how, turn this into an edge, oops. And you can see I really haven't changed your stuff that much. I've just made these layers, right? And I'm softening stuff up, and I'm thinking of them as planes that intersect, right? Now you can come back in and smooth this out, and it becomes softer, but these are, and you see how this is light and this is dark, where this is a dome or a half round, right? Where this is an edge, so you get this reflecting surface and this reflecting surface. So thinking of this stuff in planes is what gives you concise reflective surfaces, which make it a much more compelling model, because from here, let's go back here. Like, even look at this side. These teeth are very clear. You know, you can see that bright edge as opposed to that one. And as we move around, these become reflective surfaces that work really well. And here we'll do it on this because this is big. That comes over and under. SK trim, and I'm just going to turn that into an edge, that into an edge, that into a face. And you can see that, see how they reflect. Let's go to a reflective material here. See how that reflects as a plane, that reflects as a plane, as opposed to this soft lump. You get better plane definition if you think of these things as rectangles and planes. One second. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's why I always ask for everyone to go into his Gumroad and at least give him he doesn't ask anything for the brushes, but you know, give him $1 or $2 and it'll add up over time, because let's face it, he's awesome. And I've been giving his brushes away for years. Like every year I put in like $60. He's like, stop doing that. I'm like, no. Right, do you see what I mean? By just making those sharp edges, you'll understand how the folds break and how they go under one another. And I would honestly suggest getting fabric and just sort of pinching it, and then you can see how the fabric is behaving. Because like, you know, these Ys, like a Y will always wind up into like a trough because it's pinching and breaking, or it is this and one goes one way, one goes the other, right? And you get, you know, these layers sort of thing. So one, I would say play with, you know, a helmet or anything you have that's head shaped and roll this over because you don't exactly understand what's happening with the fabric here. Like you've made this area up and this would become very pinchy and it would break there, but you have so much winding up at this point right here that I would just say you don't actually understand what's happening here. And I would say playing with some fabric and looking how it breaks and try to get it closer to reality, it'll sell because our brains see fabric bending every day of our lives. So it learns to identify that stuff subconsciously. So I would play with some real fabric on something and see how how it breaks and stuff. Black Death, if you don't have access to the class stuff, ask me Monday and I'll give you the UI when I'm streaming on Pixelogic. And you can see just by simply making these planes instead of half rounds, they become much more reflective and interesting surfaces. Right? No problem. Does that make sense? I mean, I hope you can see that, this is crisper than this side, and this becomes a much better story. And you got to remember that's what we're doing. We're telling physical stories. We're tricking the mind into remembering things that are real, and we're becoming referential. You're doing visual signposts to things that the mind has already experienced. And you just have to think about how an observer is going to think about what you've done. And you can really control the observer's mind and reaction to things by what you're referencing, if that makes any sense. Come on. Does that make sense? Well, what's funny is that, really, well, I don't know if any of you taken semiotics. So semiotics is the logic of visual representation. And when I say logic, I mean, like logic class. And so it's basically turned visual representation into like that logical mathematic formula, if then that sort of thing. And what you have to understand is what we are creating are signifiers, okay? And if we're making signifiers, that means that there is a signified. And our brains know what that signified is, right? This is a skull. We are referencing a skull. The human brain knows what a skull is. So we're using a skull as a signified. We are creating signifiers. And so really creating visual... Okay, I got to double check that. I don't think I changed the save properly because it looks like it's saving every 6 minutes. Well, this is all recorded, so don't stress out. But, well, I'd say pick up a book on semiotics, but it can be it's a deep read if you don't really have someone to discuss it with, I mean, unless you've taken logic classes, then it'll make complete sense to you. But remember that, so it's like, oh, look, we're sculpting in a 3D environment. No, we're not. This is not 3D. This is 2 dimensions. It has nothing to do with 3 dimensions in any way, shape, or form, except for we have a lighting source and representative dimensionality, right? So this is a signifier of a signifier of a signified, right? Because this isn't actually 3 dimensions. And until it's printed, it'll never be actually seen as 3 dimensions. So we're tricking our brain through highlight, low light, and motion to believe that this is a 3-dimensional object to work on, right? So then you get the 3-dimensional object, right? And you can actually see how it wears, fits, and sees. So remember that all we are doing is trying to create a visual roadmap to anchor, trigger, like anchor in people's pasts, to trigger experiences, so experiential emotional responses to things. And so that's our goal. We are creating a story that someone will then in turn associate with something that has happened to them in their lives in one format or another. And now that becomes something that's representative to a point or time in their life that represents something. Because we are creating things that people choose to represent their own character with, right? So I'm just going to use the most obvious symbol. It's a peace symbol, okay? So now someone buys a peace symbol ring because they feel like they want people to know that they're peaceful, right? Or it could be worn ironically, if you have 14-inch Liberty spikes dyed red and you wear black mascara and you have spikes and you carry a razor blade everywhere and you're wearing a peace sign, that's irony. And so you're telling someone that you're self-aware enough that wearing a peace symbol is informing someone that you're anything but peaceful, right? So we, through jewelry and costume, are choosing how we represent ourselves to the world, right? Very few people dress completely utilitarian. So that's what we're doing. We are creating signposts for people's lives. And you have to create intriguing and compelling stories that are clear enough for it to be compelling to someone to use it to tell that story about themselves. Does that make sense? I know that was a circle jerk. Oh yes, transcend the transaction, baby. So that's something that when we get into more comprehensive design stuff, I use that comment a lot. And I thought about it a long time ago because someone asked, well, what do you want out of jewelry? Because I'm a sculptor. I'm a fine art sculptor. I made abstract, big, weird abstract stuff. And so coming into 1, product design, and then 2, jewelry, which is very unique product design, what did I want? And I said that I want to transcend the transaction. I want to create heirlooms, right? I want to create a product that has a story that is clear and compelling enough that, let's say, 6 generations from now, your great-great-great-grandkid is going to pick up that piece of jewelry and go, oh, hell yeah. Because we want to design not on trend, but on story. And we can choose to design things that are on trend, but you damn well better transcend the trend as well. Otherwise, it's just like 60s glass jewelry or plastic jewelry came back in the late 80s, and it'll come back again. But that's trendy. It's not transcendent. So we want to create things that transcend the transaction and become something that's a compelling signifier for whatever our wearer wants to show. Does that make sense? Jewelry is unlike any other art form because it is truly interactive art, right? It is not jewelry unless someone's wearing it. And yes, there are museums that have art jewelry and blah, blah, blah. But I think there's the point in art jewelry where it's just stupid. That's not jewelry. No one's ever going to wear that. Like that whole trend in 3D printing fashion where it's all like this organic all around them. And it's garbage. No one's ever going to wear that. That's just stupid. It's not even haute couture design. It's dumb, non-functional, useless garbage that people are trying to pass off as haute couture. So, because haute couture is really much more about the apex of craft tied to amazing, flourishing, over-the-top designs. So, yeah. All right. So, does that help? I hope that points out the few issues that I see going there. Well, I don't know. Have we done your thing yet? I mean, I've done stuff for someone that's here so far. So if you haven't been here, then no, probably not. I know we've only gone through 3 of these. So because I'm trying to get some ideas to you guys. So sometimes that's why these classes can be, or my crits can be, 14, 15 hours because I'm going to be here until you guys learn something, if that makes sense. Okay, so who's next? Raise your hand, tell me your project, and we will go to it. Who's next? Okay, yep, Jason. Jason Hype. Boop. Haha. Okay. So honestly, you got some of the dimensionality stuff going on. And here you did sculpt. This isn't drawn on. I would say keep up with it. Like you started to get here and then you just kind of drew this line. I would say make sure to finish your ideas, okay? Because with that, it sort of stands out. And just by flattening that down and making it transition into that, this is now a finished idea as opposed to just a half round brush that you used. Now, the other thing I'll say is continue with the over and under idea and just give a little ridge right there. So that is diving behind something. Does that make sense there? Actually, you know what? Let's duplicate this. So, because there's a lot going on this one. So, okay. I would say you've done a good job with here. Once again, I would probably, you started it there pretty good, but then you just kind of got into and these can be wrinkles, but just make them uneven so they're heavy in one direction, because that's going to, once again, the other thing you have to remember is this. There are only so many brushes in ZBrush or in any sculpting tool or any CAD tool, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Trevor. Sorry, guys. You just have to kind of, if you all want to work it out between yourselves who goes next, do that. Or, I'm not picking one over the other. I'm just looking at the next one. So if you all could be conscientious with each other about who's going next, that's helpful for me. Because I'm not picking anyone on top of anyone or anything like that. So once again, getting this over and under. The thing you have to wrap your head around is we know what brush you're using, right? So if you're using a certain brush, try to incorporate it into how you're working, right? Because if all of a sudden you have these nice planular lines and then you go, you have this big half round thing, the vocabulary isn't the same. So try to retain a consistent vocabulary throughout the part. And you've done a pretty darn good job here. So I would say here, that lip's just a little weird. It doesn't really, it's weak. It's a weak presentation, where if you go here, that becomes a more solid reflective surface, and that is going to tell a more solid story, as opposed to just that bright edge, right? I would come in, and this is where I would use a, oh, I'm like, what in the hell? We have two of them there. I'm like, why did my line not cut it? Now see, this is a place to use a cutting tool, because I do not want those surfaces to be associated with one another. So now we have separated them visually. Right? Okay, so don't just make, unless they are all rolls, don't make them a roll, make them traveling planes, right? Have it clearly one going behind the other. And it doesn't have to be so rigid, but just make them uneven, and that will imply direction of travel of the plane. That's good. Here you got damn close. I would say knock this back just a touch more. So these really travel under each other. Just so you have, even if they're meant to be a flat surface, that gives you rhythm. You're creating a direction of eye travel. You're creating a surface flow, right? Does that make sense? Right, you see how that's not just a flat surface with lines in it. It's now something traveling, right? There's a direction of flow. I would say a similar thing with these. You know, I put a lot of ridges and things. So I feel where you're going here. But even these, I would do directionally. Get it where you have directionality. And directionality implies motion, right? So now, instead of just ridges, they're traveling in a direction. Whatever direction that might be, they're traveling in it. Here you have this nice lip ridge. Don't lose it. And you can see by just using SK twist and changing direction, those are no longer pinchy things, but they're planes. Look at how that was just a line, and by taking SK twist and dragging it there, I've now created that as a step. This is behind that surface because of that little reflective edge. And so by just tuning up some of this stuff, it's really going to help. Once again, here, and this doesn't have to be big, right? But SK twist on one side. Missed a little there, sorry. And then I would come back in this direction, so those are actually sitting under that, right? Direction of travel, over and under. This comes in, and this is behind that, so make it go behind that, right? So now, with just a few SK twist brush things, we've defined a direction of travel. We have a bright edge that's actually diving down behind that. Now, I would probably come in and smooth that off so you have a singular bright edge there instead of two, right? Boom, directionality. I'd say that's going behind that. Don't be shy, make it go behind it. And this is what I start to talk about. This is what I mean when I'm saying think in layers. What's in front of what? What's behind what? What's it do? So I usually just smooth that off, and now we'll take clay fill, just come in a little bigger, just come in behind this, and you lose. So what we're doing there, so let me find a flat spot here. So what I'm talking about, so SK fill creates something that does this, right? That's kind of what we're getting. So why this works so well is, one, it drags this surface underneath this surface. Then, no, it won't let me undo. So what this surface is creating is, instead of a sharp edge, right, where this is bright, this is dark. Oops. Stop it. These are new tools. Sorry, guys, but I think the drawing tool is helpful. Right? I'm just going to... Okay. So this plane actually goes behind this plane. Great. So this plane doesn't lose continuity by you drawing a line here, and now this plane has nothing to do with this plane. And visually, it really doesn't after that. So this plane's coming behind, and then this is a plane. And so when we're drawing hard surfaces, and why, like on the eyebrows of the last one and stuff, why did it fairly sharp edges, is what that does is, from one angle, this becomes a bright surface. Then from another angle, this becomes a bright surface. And there's not a crossover here, right? It's either flash, flash. And so when you're moving around, you're creating this sort of flash, 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 and that draws the eye. So what we're doing here, oh, damn it. Okay, sorry. I'm going to stop everything once this, hold on, escape. Escape. I don't want this to save. What is this set? We'll get into that in a second. That says 45 minutes. That has not been 45 minutes. Okay, I don't know. For some reason, ZBrush has decided to save a lot. So what we've created is something that looks like this, right? So this is now a round edge, which means it's bright from a lot of different angles, right? So this edge you notice from a lot of different angles, but that goes all the way to here. By using the clay fill behind it, what we're doing is we're creating a plane that reflects like this. So you're getting a good flash on the flat of the plane, but this rolled edge retains reflectivity. So it really separates this surface from this surface. So it creates nice bright edges. So that is what I'm doing when we're doing this twisty thing. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the front and we will discuss this. So what are you saying? If we plan to mold it for production, how much deeper do we need to make the cuts and lines to survive the finishing process? It completely depends on your finishing process. And I want you to, right this second, get out of the mindset that cutting lines in deeper is going to make it survive better, because it really doesn't. Those lines will be there, but your detail doesn't survive. It just becomes chatter. So doing these steps is going to make it much more survivable than if you're just cutting lines in. Because if you're just cutting lines in, you wind up with what I call surface chatter. You know, all you're getting is and it's noisy and it doesn't work. And it's sort of what he's doing with these eyes, right? Remember how I said, we're right here. Let's just do this first, right? So you have this, and he came in and he's defining an edge here, right? Well, this isn't going to look like an edge. This is going to look like a vein. And it may be a vein, but If it's a vein, then it's a weird detail. So this is where the clay fill would work better. And that is you fill this edge in, right? And now this is a reflective plane. And it's going to survive the creation of the detail, right? And so we can actually fill in up here. So we have this transition, right? Where we're going from this is on top to this is behind. And then this is an edge. And then that is the little cut in. SK twist, come in here. And I'm going to go in this direction. So it's sitting off that surface there. Oop, that's not shift. And we'll cut that in. And we'll cut that in. And now we have directionality of surface. This is going to survive much better than this. Now, these lines may very well be there after finishing, but you've created something, because this is all going to reflect as one surface, and it's not going to look like detail. It's going to just look like, it's going to be incredibly, what in the hell is going on? Undo. Okay. I kept hitting some weird button. So like if I'm trying to make this like feel like it's wrinkly, right? Well, this plane, and this plane are all still the same surface. So it's going to reflect as one surface. So this is going to be boring. Where if I take SK twist, do that going one way here, and kind of come back in and do this going this direction. Wrong direction. And just that subtle, those are going to read as much deeper, cleaner reflective surfaces. They're going to be much more dynamic. Now, again, it depends on your printer, what kind of resolution your printer does, who's finishing it, because if they don't know what they're doing, they're just going to sand it off no matter what they're doing. So that then becomes a way of dealing with your caster and stuff. But so, I mean, you can see how subtle that is, but that reads very much as that's going under and over, where if I just did, I mean, that's a whole lot deeper. But which one is more clear? I mean, which one actually is a dimensional change and not just a dark line? You can see that bright little edge right there, and that implies that that's going below. So even in the subtlest of subtle, your implication of depth becomes a much more effective tool. And see, as you start getting into this, it looks like you were either hurting or you weren't real committed. So I tend to lay these lines out, right, and then smooth them. And once again, SK twist. I'm going to come back in, come back in, clay fill from behind, negative clay fill, negative clay fill, or alt, clay fill, negative, clay unfill, I don't know. Fill this edge. Right in here, we're going to make that go behind that. So we're changing our So clay fill on top, Alt clay fill beyond. So we're removing the lip from under, we're creating a lip on top. And now, clay tubes, and I'm just gonna, because these are nodules, they're not, or they're ridges, they're not, right. And you can see that that becomes a much more concise ridge than just a line. A lot of it is how dramatic it needs to be, and honestly, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other often. So let's say, like here, you know, these are fun, but this should be going, this is a big pronounced ridge. This should be diving back behind that. Smooth off the tops of these edges a little. And so, you know, here's a place where I might mask. I assume this is what you're talking about. Make it a little softer. And just come in and just sort of pull this down just a touch and punch it under. Or let's say I wanted this to be a pretty pronounced ridge, mask it and, you know, drag it and then pull it over. So, you know, it really, on something like that, it's not necessarily a rule. It's just both ways work, right? I just think for the subtle stuff, like, you know, we could have done that, right? Pulled and pushed and all that. But for this, I still probably, and like I said, there are like 11 million ways to skin a cat in ZBrush. So often it's just whatever one occurs to you at the time. Hold on. Come on, what are you doing? But, you know, if I'm doing this, I want a big curve. I'm just going to take that and I'm going to do that because, see, this is automatically dragging that stuff up and under it, if that makes sense. And here, negative clay fill, positive clay fill. And I quickly get that ridge, right? So it like when I'm doing mechanical plates and stuff like that, like if I really want things that are looking like plates that are sitting next to each other, I will often use mask and then either just pull it up or grab clay and just boom. You know, if I'm defining those edges initially, I can use masking and then, you know, kind of draw that edge. And then here you can take slide and put, too small. Take slide and sort of push it up and over. Now I'm creating sort of a sharper edge, right? I'm pushing that plane I made sort of to the outside. And so now you have pretty clear, concise, that is going over, behind, and under. So if I need to control it a little bit more dramatically, sometimes I'll use mask. 6 one way, half dozen the other. Yeah. I mean, you know, like for this, because that's drawn on, that's not sculpted. We'll just take that and kind of define that. Boop, boop, boop. And then I can use move or just cut it back. Right? And then use slide and punch it under. Boom. And then just smooth. And you can see now we have a clean, concise line. So it's, yeah, you know, it's just whichever comes to mind at the time. Yeah, so think in layers, and you're going to be better off. Because once again, like here in the eye, you tried to raise that edge by using pinch. I'm assuming that's pinch. I guess it could be I'm pretty sure that's pinch. Where actually, if we do this, right, because we now have a pretty flat select tool, and then we grab SK twist. Right? And so I'm thinking of these things as flat planes. And you're like, yeah, but Tomas, I want it to be softer and organic. That's fine. You can go back in and, do whatever you want to this surface. But because you thought of it as a plane, it's still going to work as a plane, right? And you can see that brings that lid out dramatically better. And I haven't added any height or depth to that. It's just that's a better reflective plane. Yeah, damn standard. Okay. Damn standard in alt is a very pinchy brush. So yeah, that makes sense. So does that make sense? Does that help with that? Because I think honestly, your composition's actually pretty tight. And the other thing that creating these sort of flat planes as highlight points is especially something that is this visually busy. Instead of this being a bright edge that's a nice flat reflective point, you need to create moments of calm in the chaos. So you kind of want like a nice flat surface going around the eyes, because now that will reflect as a much more simple plane than this stuff. So it gives you a reflective area that you're going to stop and look at, right? These are all pointing to the eyes, so that's good. No, it looks good. I just think that think in planes and find a few places, like, in all reality, this would be a good calm point for the eye right here at the tip. And this is why I say hash marks imply directionality. So, and then I am just going to use a hash mark just to get the point across. Have it calm, have it start small, and then get bigger as it goes back. But have this moment that's going to be a bright spot because it's pointing, right? It's directionality. Just sort of like these points, it's just good directionality. Because if we look back here, see how that's just one line, right? See how that reads as a line? Because that's that damn standard in reverse. If we take this, we do this, we smooth that out, we do it again, we come back, stop, Control Z, we do that, smooth, we come in this direction, because this is sitting behind that right there, behind, and then we go the opposite direction, and now that's sitting behind that, right? You see what I mean? So that's a change in direction. Now we come in with clay fill and just fill this edge a little. And look at how dramatically those two surfaces are, or those surfaces are not. Now this is a plane, it's not just this line. This whole thing is sliding under it. This is going under that. This is now on top. So I really want you guys to start, and this is for anything, start wrapping your head around being very decisive about things that are going over and under one another, because that is what is visually dynamic, and let's face it, we're trying to create things that are visually dynamic, but it looks great. Remember that unless this thing has two ear holes, right? I guess sci-fi wise, this could be an ear hole and this could be an ear hole. But remember that this is an exterior flap of skin. So your ear hole goes into the skull. So it's going to be deeper than this part here. Does that make sense? I think that's a little too deep. Because what you have is sort of a flat reflective chamber here, which comes back in, and that conical is dragging the stuff down into the ear, and then the hole is actually deeper, right? Shloop, shloop, shtoop, badoop. You know, it's a little bit, I know this should come in more, but that's sort of how the planes are. I don't know how he started. How did you start this? Yeah. Looks great. Just, you know, find moments of rest for the eye. Like once again here, you know, you can kind of fade your hash marks in and they can turn into like a texture, because you need moments of rest, and those transitions create motion flow. It becomes less redundant, if that makes sense. Because if all your patterns are the same all the time, it just becomes visual chatter, and it can be damning. I would say here's another good opportunity for this. These are all on the same plane. These are all the same kind of texture, right? And they are all going in the same direction, which is fine. But here you could do something. Here you could do something and use division with surface direction, I guess, or get your diversity through surface direction. Hold on, let me. And really make this a dramatic shift here, maybe. You know, you can do something fairly dramatic right there. And then all of these are not just on the same plane, right? And that gives you, you know, a nice dramatic edge there. All right. So T-Vipes. Anybody have any questions on what we talked about on this one? And yeah, we're going to go into how to do block up in next class, or how I want you all to start thinking about block up. All right, was it T-Vipes that wanted to be next? Yeah. Which one is your model? Trevor. Here you are. This is fun. All right. I like the sort of Ralph Steadman sort of thing going on. It's good. Once again, you can bitch about style or whatever, but I would argue still give it even though it is flat and graphic, Still give it a little bit more depth, just so it doesn't read so flat. And once again, you go, no, that's what it's supposed to be. Okay, then you win, and it looks like that. But it, it doesn't change the front profile, but it gives you, as you move around, it gives it something to kind of wrap its head around, In here, once again, ooh, Scheiße, Liebe. Yeah, no, it looks great. But even with something that's soft, think about it in planes and layers first, right? And that way, even if this is going to wind up being soft, that's way too strong. Kind of wrap your head around it in shapes, right? Because it'll keep you from getting, and I know I moved this so that wasn't your lump, but it'll keep you from getting lumps. And it'll keep your shapes a little more consistent. Because if you think about animating, in animation school, they teach you to, use basic shapes to define the things. And if you look at Shane's stuff, he's teaching you to use basic shapes to refine stuff. So that's kind of just what I'm asking you. I'm just thinking about your basic shapes, right? And I understand, at the end of the day, these may very well go bubbly because it is cartoony. But when you're thinking about the form, I want you to think about what it's doing and why. Because let's face it, if it's weird, it's going to look weird. And so, now you sort of have a rough idea what it is. You can lower your res, and you can just knock off all the edges. But you can see when we come back up, like the skeleton of it's there. Right? Does that make sense? And so, and I know I pushed this back, it's wrong, but just think about the dimensionality of that. So it's not just a flat thing. Your little vertebrae are great. And these are cool. Now, obviously, I would probably come in, because everything is cartoony, I would probably come in here and at least, no, not matte, smooth. All right. Knock these edges off, because it is cartoony. So make sure that you're, once again, telling that same story. And I would also not just make things here. Let's merge these together. Which one are you? Okay. Merge down. Boop. Okay. Merge down. Okay. And so now I would think about these joining, a little smoother, or a little, I guess, rougher, you know, where they're actually connecting, where it's not just one shape going into the other shape, you know, where you have this kind of transition lip of some sort or another. And because it's cartoony, you can get away with this as, you know, just a rough. But it breaks up the mechanical edges, which are what's not cartoony, you know. So get that in and kind of make it lumpy. And now that'll also give you an opportunity to come in here and just get a big brush, turn it down soft, and, you know, just give it just a touch of texture, smooth it off. And now it's lumpy, right? And do that to this as well, because everything has texture. What in the hell? Oh, you had a lot of geometry going around, but not much geometry going. Yeah, only one side. Okay. Well, we'll just give it. No, we don't need 23 million volleys on that. Delete higher. And this is still going to be rough, but you know, just get some texture into it. Even if you smooth it out, you know, it's just not going to read this perfect cylinder right, because everything's sort of cartoony. Get rid of your smooth surfaces or your machine surfaces, right? Because look at these edges here. Turn this into one of those edges, right? And then you're speaking in the same vocabulary. Does that make sense? Yeah. I think you'll be happier with something in that vein. Yeah. Honestly, I'd say you're pretty good. I would just think about dimensionality. You know, don't let things get flat. And other than that, I would say that's good show. You know, I'm sorry, I just pushed that in because it does not look better that way, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Yes, no, intentionality is the most important thing there is. If you're going to put a line on it, damn well know why you're doing it, because I'm going to ask why. But no, I think that it looks great. Sorry, I'm not taking a lot of time on it. I mean, I think you did good. I just want you to think about dimensionality and intentionality, vocabulary. Make sure all of the surfaces and all of the shapes are in the same vocabulary, unless you're trying to intentionally, you know, biomechanical, right? Something's mechanical and then it turns into something organic. So that is a contrast. But these are bones. This isn't what I would call organic in that sense. So keep everything in the same vocabulary. Well, it's not even just detail. I mean, you accomplished what you were trying for. 2 thumbs up. Whoop, whoop. So you guys tell me who's next. Let's see. We did that one. 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 Oh, we're doing okay. Six in 4 hours. So you can see when we have 30 people, actually giving us pieces. This can take a long time. Okay, so who wants to be next? Ah, you're the class kiss up. You use jumping spiders. I'm One of my favorite things in the universe are jumping spiders. I just think they're like one of the few things, like you sit there and you look at the little bugger and you know that sucker is looking at you. You know, I mean, you move and he kind of responds to you. They're very responsive animals, insects, whatever. Or arachnids. It's not an insect. I know I'm going to get yelled at there. so, dun dun dun. And this is the pseudo finish part. So I have a question. Did you decimate it down to this point for decimation? Were you going to go back and put texture on your high resolution model? Is there a reason we went from 32 million points to 270,000? Oh, yes. No, they are so cool. And no one does it better. Okay. Well, let's just... So the one with detail... Oh. It's just lower res, is it? Oh, okay. I see. Never mind. You were like, what in the hell are you talking about? The higher res is there. When you sent it to me, it was at its lowest resolution. I was like, is there a reason you did that? Okay. So this is actually a wonderful example of where we're going to have mesh control issues, right? Because as you can see, he started with this as a ring, and he pulled the shapes out of this form. So you can see that this is... Yeah, no, good call. I just opened it and I'm like, well, what are we doing? But you can see that this is one piece. Now this is a prime time where I would have built the spider separately and only built one, okay? Because right now you have 2 million polys in its base mesh. And then as we come up to this, you know, you're at 17 million polys. Is there another? And what's this one? Where's the other? Oh, this one's 32 mil. Okay. So you have 32 million polys here. Is this all in one tool? Did you just pull this stuff out or did you add? Oh, no, wrong one. I think you probably just pulled this stuff out, didn't you? And that's why you have such a high poly count. Boom. Yeah. No. And yeah, screw you very much for just screwing around like this. So, but this is actually an important thing. So we are completely dependent on mesh management as we go along here, okay? And what he did is he thought of 2 spiders on a ring, and he divided this model up to the point where he could get enough detail into his spiders. But as you notice, let's just take one of these spiders, and I'm just going to... Boop. No, turn symmetry off. So we had 30 million polys in this model, but we only have 3 million polys in the object that we're actually working on, right? So this is where subtools are very important, right? Don't always try to get everything out of one subtool. Now, I think blocking it up this way is great. I would do exactly this at this, delete hidden, close holes, and start working on this as a mesh. Spiky bits would cause serious injury, but sometimes I don't mind that. But there are ways of making them a little less volatile. Um, the other thing that would be a problem is these floating. Um, Unless you have an excellent casting machine and someone paying a lot of attention, these probably wouldn't fill. So at some point, these things are going to have to be touching something. So either you decide that there's going to be even something, what was actually on the thing? Is it you have a center spot there? Yeah, okay, so you have flowers there. So let's go back to here. I would say maybe this is a second round of leaves or something. It's rough ground, it's something, because to make this if this is a one-off piece, you can accomplish this. But when I'm giving my feedback and advice, I'm really talking about manufacturing, right? We're trying to get things made where we can make 100 of them, not just one. So let's go to build up so we move a little quicker. You're going to want to figure out, and I would say for the whole underside of this, you can probably get away with, some of this floating. But you got to remember, the biggest problem in jewelry when you're thinking of being able to cast it is, like, if you have something that is really fat and then it goes into a really thin part, that's okay. The metal will move that way. Now, if you go really fat to a really thin part to a really big thing, you're going to have problems, because as this is forcing through, your metal's going to start cooling down. And as this flushes in here, you're going to wind up with what's called porosity. It's like little air bubbles in your fill. Or it's a slee stack. So as we start to work on this, you got to wrap your head around some of this stuff. So it may be, so where we could get away with it here is, it's okay to have a big thing that goes to a little thing that then goes to a big thing. See, this is like saving like every 3 minutes. That is really damn weird. I do not know why it's doing that. Well, I guess I can still draw, can't I? Okay. And these things can be very thin. I don't want to hear any comments about my drawing. But if it's floating out here, this is still a really tough fill, because you got thin metal. But now if this is touching, now metal can come in this way and you can get a fill. But you have to be careful. And I know, once again, I told you all just to make things, so you were not considering these things. But this allows me to bring up stuff for you to think about as we're going along. So what I'm talking to you about may be a lot more. Don't get panicked is all I'm saying, because often when I start talking about stuff like this, people are like, oh my God, I don't know anything about it. Calm down. It's okay. Okay, so what are we doing? Come on, rotate. Right, and so you can look here and see how things are going to fill. So always wrap your head around, how is it going to fill? Now, this is where thinking about, because, like, I don't know if you saw the wasp hair comb I did. Those were pretty big, right? Now, these are tiny, and that's where your flow issues can be a problem. So this is something, when you start composing your scene, maybe, it's actually coming out of leaves. And so you can get something to where more of this is filled up, right? Where this becomes something that's textural, that's actually filling a lot of that airspace. Those wasps work because it's a huge damn thing, Now, the other thing you can do, like I said, this little keyboard is just rough on me. My intrinsic spacing is off, you know. So you can make this whatever it is. The other thing is you can drag, like just get the underside of the legs, and you can drag them down and just whatever your just try to tuck it under what your common view is. Like you know you want to view it here, so just make sure that you're dragging these down, and you know it's kind of just tucked in, because chances are you're going to be sulfuring or painting the details in on this. So these are going to read like dark lines anyway. So if you're oxidizing, that's going to read dark, that's going to read dark. You'll never see those connection points. So try to get things to be attached at most places, especially if they're thin. Because if someone who's even a half-assed caster, they'll screw this up and it just won't fill, and your legs will be pointing out like this and they're not going to ever fill. So look for ways to attach most of the thinness to the part, right? Because even up here, these front legs, you know, really, if you're dealing with this, you know, it's only a few mil. What is it? It's probably maybe 5 mil wide. That means these legs are, you know, very tiny. And you just mask that off. And then we just come in again and drag this down. And just pick the angle that you want. Now, obviously I'm being sloppy with my masking. Apologize. But I hope that kind of makes sense, because, like, you know, from back here, if we push that around a little more, if this crap wasn't masked, then it actually moved. You can see how that can become not that dramatically visually different, but still connected in one piece. Sorry, let me get rid of that crap. If that makes any sense, because you got to figure, what is this? This is about that big. So you're not really going to see that. So remember your scale and try to get things as connected as possible, right? Because that's totally connected. And you'll never see that because you have that half round reflection of the leg going. So that's the one point. Now, damn it, I just love these guys. Okay, so here we go. Now for texturing on this scale, these legs are going to read fine because you have nice big separations, right? The fur on these will probably read fine. Now this fur is probably going to just turn into chatter because once again it is all on the same level. And so to get away from that, once again, think in layers. What's in front, what's in back? Because, you know, what is this head? I mean, if it's 2 mil, hold on, W. So those of you who are wondering how I do this, I go into the gizmo, hold Alt, get it here. I click Y, that turns it into the transpose. So under preferences, in transpose units, I have it set for unit is 1 unit scale. The internal measurement system of ZBrush is millimeters. So 1 unit is 1 millimeter. Now, if you change scene scale to inches, feet, and centimeters, I don't know, since those are what you're assigning as the unit scale, it might change it. I don't know, because I never do. I work in millimeters. So I have it set up for 1 unit scale. So millimeters is my scale. Minor ticks is 10. Major ticks is 1. So every 10 millimeters, or every millimeter is divided up into 10. So that means I have small hash marks at the 10th of a millimeter and then I have big hash marks every millimeter. I think this is now the default in ZBrush, but if you load my UI, it changes that default. And what that allows us to do is come up to our little guy here, touch and drag, and you can see what size he is. Now I'm going to hold Shift, because if I do this, if you look, it's not necessarily going straight across. It's going to where that last touch is. Shift locks it. So no. If I go here, because I want to measure from this point, like the widest part of the base of the face, and drag it over, I hold Shift, and then I just kind of drag out. So you can see that's 2 and something millimeter. But if you go up here, see how it says 2.8662, I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic, whatever the hell it says. And that is how many millimeters it is. If you guys can't wrap your head around units or millimeters, you can set scene scale and hold on, so sliders to subtools. Oh, that's the whole size of the part. Let me update size ratios and make sure that's true. Yeah, 24. So you can do that, millimeters, set scene scale. I want it to be 24, 25, 733 millimeters. So now it'll say millimeters up here. It's the exact same number. Your call. I don't usually bother because I know that's what it is unless I'm trying to show someone or something. And then every once in a while I'll set scene scale. I very rarely do it because the scene is millimeters. So now I can see exactly what that is. So that head is less than 3 millimeters. So that means these details, that is 0.08 millimeters. So that's 8/100ths of a millimeter. So you have to kind of wrap your head around what you're selling, right? This will show up, and it'll show up as a wavy texture, right? But you're only going to get these highlights, so it's going to look like a lot of bright lines. Here we go. Anybody guess what I'm about to say? So to get out of, so I use this as a ruler, right? Boom, and you just look up here. That's the exact measurement. I mean, that's going to, what is that? Thousandths of a millimeter? Anybody who tells me that ZBrush is not accurate is, well, they're dumb. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so is everything, can you all see? Is it out of focus or is me? Okay, I'm confused. Hopefully we're okay. So I use the transpose tool as a physical ruler, okay? So now we know the size of this. So now we know the relative size of, the size of the detail. So take your SK twist tool and think about this in layers. What I want to be in front. And you already have a beautiful base of pattern here, right? You just take the SK twist tool and let's turn it up just a little. And let's turn symmetry on just because. And I'm going to be a little melodramatic here. Right, and you can go along with your, no, I want Z symmetry. No. Remember that directional tools, or tools that have directionality in them, do not work on more than one axis. If you notice, this is a twist, right? My twist is rolling in a direction. And then if it goes the other direction, it rolls in the opposite direction, right? So if you have more than one axis, if you look here, see how it's going one way and then it's going the other? So you have to do this on a single axis. So we're going to turn X off. And so I'm going to, I'm going to decide the eyes are in front. And then these eyes. Oops, wrong direction. These eyes are in front. And do, along with your little hair pattern. And then fur pattern. It's not hair, I know. And then, once again, that's on top. And now you just come in and do it in layers. Right? And you choose how you want your directionality, obviously. And now I'm going to do what I did before. And when you're sculpting, you're going to do this as you come up to this point. This isn't going to be, oh, I'll sculpt it and then it's after the fact. You should be thinking about this as it goes, right? And then let's say you want a ridge there, and right. Then you can just stroke this stuff in and get your big movement first, kind of get the idea and the directionality you want the movement to be going in. And come on. And then, you can come in with twist again and make it smaller. And now if you'll notice what I'm doing, I'm going back and forth, sort of like a zigzag, right? Back down, back down. And that is creating layered edges, right? Because if we go down, it's rolling this whole surface as a jagged area, right? And then come in with clay fill. Fill, hold on, Alt, knock that little lip off. Fill, knock, fill, knock, fill. And you can see how you can quickly build what you're doing here with just a standard brush, and you're creating, because all this is going to read, all you're going to see are these highlights. You're not going to see the beautiful flow and stuff. So that's where thinking about this as layers, you can go, oh, I want, that to be a layer, and then that is going to come out from under it. So just that constant think of layers, because when you get this small, the only thing that's going to salvage you and make it look dimensional are these tiny layers. I'll try to get good pictures of the Aztec Aztec ring, and because I did that as a test to see what the Formlab printer could do, and I was blown away at how good the low level step stuff showed up. It was I didn't even think half of it would even show. And it did. It was impressive. So this is something that I strongly believe in as a reality for printing is, just come in and, do whatever pattern you want. And I know this sort of looks like feathers, but I think you'll be able to figure out a way to get your pictures sort of feel like layers. And then it's going to read a lot better in printing, if that makes any sense. Composition wise, yeah, it's not bad. I think because the spiders really are the character of the ring, I think this is a place where you can accent the spiders with the shape of the ring. Yeah, because you put them out and you had to put something in there. I get it. I think that also here with the shape of the ring, you can really, just by changing the form just a touch, here, by kicking our form in just a little, and then, just giving it a slightly little thing. So now what we've done, come on, you get in there. Or is that all the way back? Oh, that's back there. Well, actually, that's not a bad point for it, honestly. And so what you've done here is you've created, right, this is coming in. This is coming in. This is pointing to your centerpiece. But because it really is focused, because the human is trained to recognize eyes. We look for eyes. And the theory is because we're one of the few animals that can actually identify where another animal is looking by looking at its eyes. I guess a lot of animals can't do that. And it's because, well, the theory is evolutionary. We were ground apes, and our major predators were large things that ate us. And we were in tall grass in the plains. And stop, you see a lion. Well, what's it looking at? Is it looking at me, or is it looking at, my friends over there picking berries? And so our evolution is we look for eyes. And that's why we see faces and everything. Our brain is trained to pattern recognize eyes and what they're looking at. So here we're lucky because the eyes become a very good point. They're framed very nicely. So this has created a whole set of directionality pushing this, but we're going to stop right here and look at these eyes. So this is actually pretty good composition to accent the faces of the spiders here. And then why I said change the shape, because these forms are what? What are they pointing at? The eyes. And like I said, we hunt for eyes, just the shape of eyes. We know how people are feeling. I mean, we are attuned to eyes. It's one of the first developmental stages of babies like the big warning signs of developmental issues is that at stage, I think it's like stage 3, a baby can identify its mother's eyes and then identify where it's looking. And there was a really great PBS documentary on, there are all these institutes around the world that are trying to create genius babies. There's the place in Chicago, just have them crawl around on different textures. They're now processing more information by what they're touching, and they become smarter. Hit your microphone. There we go. So this stuff is actually, it's pretty solid science. How we perceive. Now, whether it's evolutionary or, obviously it's evolutionary, but how it became evolutionary is another thing. And the other nice thing is arachnids, they have this beautiful center spot, and then they have radiating angles. And those radiating angles, once again, draw everything to this point of focus, especially for jumping spiders, how they have very prominent their heads are just like big squares. So you can see by just moving this edge in and changing these angles, you're really changing the directionality of how we perceive the piece. It's awesome. Let's see. Yep, exactly. Let's face it, through society, through evolution, through everything, we are trained to look at things that are being pointed at. What's the first thing you do? All the way across the football field, you're like, look over there. Directionality on aircraft carriers, follow the arrows. The monkey is trained to look at arrows, so give them arrows, And so that's where, I see what you're trying to do. You're breaking the context by having this big leaf. Um, I don't know if you were trying to imply a jumping web, but basically, you have a big arrow pointing at its butt. So, you know, if it were a leaf, if you're trying to sell a leaf, I would probably break it sooner. Hold on. Whoa, what the hell was that? Break it sooner where it's not pointing at the butt. Yeah, so don't end. So we're going right back to arrows, right? Don't end an arrow at a place you don't necessarily want. you know, leaf shouldn't be coming out of the spider's butt. You could have done something like this and then, had that another leaf afterwards or something. But, right now you're pointing that. And it's confusing because is it a web or is it this leaf that's just poking him in the butt? So avoid that point, right? Don't point in butts unless you want butts to be looked at, and then you can point all you want. And here's where shaping the ring, you just lay the leaf down, you cut the edges. If you want it to be a leaf, you can always just change the shape of the ring just a little. And you can make it appear to be a little bit more like the leaf, right? And then if you ran the vein up this way, right, then the leaf is traveling beside the spider, not up its butt, right? And you can use that as an interesting point where you are creating something that's a little more compelling. And this is a place where bypass geometry would be kind of cool, where one's going one way, the other one's going the other, and you've sort of created a pseudo bypass. This comes like that, that comes like that. And then that's a way to break up some of the monotony of just all of this being identical, right? And that also gives it a little bit more motion. And we know that jumping spiders do that weird thing where they mimic each other. They're really cool. Like one will make sine waves at the other one will make sine waves at them. They're like little sailors with their little flags. So, kind of think outside the box a little with your framing. You can really use it to generate an environment. And aren't these carnivorous? Wouldn't they actually be over like a little fly corpse as opposed to a flower? I don't think they're hunting for pollen, are they? I could be wrong. What the hell do I know? But yeah, no, beautiful. But remember, in manufacturing, we have to put detail in that will show up, right? So layers. Think of layers. Because, here, let me see if I can find a good example. Let's go to ArtStation. I'm trying to think of something that, well, actually, this is pretty good. Do you see how this is noisy? Do you see what I mean by noisy? There are lots of lines. The skull is really, like, because I just used an edge there, because this was done really fast, so I didn't really use the techniques that I should have to actually make it sell. But I think this is a failure of a design because you don't see the skull clearly, and it's just noisy. And you can see how, I wish I could, can we zoom in on these? No. Okay. But you can see what I'm saying. This is kind of, and these are actually layered. They're just layered very softly. But they have hash marks going in one direction, and there's no place for the eye to rest, right? This is just that rolled edge. And I was trying to get this sort of smoky feel with this weird, these were working with the person who owned the company was a nightmare because he's not an artist, but he thinks he's brilliant. And so, you try to start doing something. So a lot of stuff kind of got jammed through. But you can see how this is just noisy. It's all chatter. You completely lose the bottom jaw because this line is the same as that line is the same as that line. So this jaw doesn't stand out at all. It's the same thing as all this stuff. This kind of works. And what's funny, that's not deep. That's just a rolled edge. And it just looks deep. And that's what I'm talking about. Like here, these look really deep. They're not. I mean, they're 0.5 millimeter. So you can sell depth without there actually being it, but it needs, it needs the interpretation of layers, right? And if everything you have is all textury, right? Like this would have succeeded much more if, like I have these hash marks here, if I had stopped the hash marks like there or faded them out, and this was bright, so that would stand off, right? But you can see how this isn't a plane, it's a line. So what do? We lose this as a solid object. It becomes a bunch of lines. Even the cheekbones, right? You lose the continuity of what we know this is supposed to be. And I was sort of trying for that, right? I was trying that it's coming out of this haze or fog or smoke, more smoke. And so in some ways, that's what I was trying to do, but I succeeded too well. It would have been nice if probably like here, there were fewer lines. The chin and this jaw be a nice clean spot. That's already a bright spot, but have a moment of, where we're hinting, and see, that could have worked out well because that then would stand in front of this, right? Where we're just hinting at the form just a little bit more. So some of this stuff up here actually works, but I think like from here down, it's just chattery, and this design fails to me. And so when you're drawing on your texture, your hair, you can see right here what it's going to look like. It's going to turn into chatter. And so if you do, you can sort of see here, if you're doing sets of layers, you're going to wind up with something clearer, right? And how you accomplish that, I don't know. That's on your back. But all in all, obviously beautiful. You're a wonderful sculptor, and suck ass knows I love jumping spiders, so I see how you are. Oh, I lost my. Did this stop? Nope, hold on. That's supposed to go away. Are we not recording anymore? Oh, don't tell me that. Where's my record? No, I think we're still recording. Okay. I hope. Did it stop after 4 hours? Oh no, we've only been going 4 hours and 16. Okay, we're still recording. Goodness gracious. Now let's go here. Oh, that's what happened. I lost my chat because I dragged my chat window away. All right, let's put that there. Let's bring that up. All right, I totally blew it here. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. There we go. Boop. All right. Ooh, I want to see. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so does anyone have any questions to... Oh, that's so cool. So if people don't know, Eric's kind of one of my heroes. He's absolutely awesome. I'm so happy he's here. um, do you have any questions about what we talked about here? Does anyone have any questions? It's true. Actually, I downloaded your video, man. I was like, oh, this is the greatest thing in the world. And then my membership ended and I didn't get to go through it. I got busy. Oh, God. It's ridiculous. I never get to take classes because I download it and then my OCD has start working. It sucks. I know. I just stooge. I'm a little silly sometimes. Okay, so who wanted to be next? Sorry, guys. You got to help me here. And Jim, so what is your piece there? I'm looking for Tony. Oh my God. Which one's your piece? Good, I'm glad. Moth wings. Did I not download your piece? Do you see your piece here? Yeah, that's weird. Hold on, let's go to the folder. Yeah, you're right there. Right? Is that... You're Anne, right? Nope. Different Anne? So it's not in this list? I wonder if it made it to Dropbox. One sec. Because I thought I downloaded all of them. But we all know that my capacity thing sometimes is not... All right, so let's see it here. You said that's not you. Do you see it in the folder here? Oh, that is you. Oh, okay. So... Well, let's just... So, was that not right here? Oh, well, let's... No, there we go. I'm just a ding-dong and didn't put it in. Sorry. It was early this morning. Don't expect miracles. Let me tell you, I would still be in my pajamas if I were at home. Actually, you did a pretty good job here of thinking of this in layers. Okay, we'll get to yours in just a sec. I'll download here. Let's just do it so I won't forget. When did you put it in? Do you see it here? Did you see yours in the folder there? You're killing me. Come on. I don't know what the lag is. I'm totally hassling you. Better SW homework. I didn't see better SW homework, did I? Nope. Try to upload it again. I don't see it in here. And I will download it when you do. Oh, saving. Yeah, I think you try to re-upload it, and it'll give me a notification down here when you do. Sorry about that. Well, yeah. Okay, so you did a pretty good job about thinking of this in layers, right? Because you can see even when we get down here, like this low, that lip is very clear. Now, once again, I kind of want you to backfill this. Oh, yes. And we'll go through how to prep for print. You have to get this into a shell and all of that, but we won't deal with that right now. Come in with SK. Yeah, I do have it. SK fill. And just backfill this lip. So it's not. Are these not? Oh, no, they're not symmetrical. Sorry. That's not going to work very well. I'm like, of course they're not symmetrical. One's going behind the other one, you jerk. So come in and backfill that some, right? Because we're removing the lip from one side. So it doesn't look like a pinch. It looks like a layer. And the same here. Right? And we're actually going to do that to this right here as well. Okay. So your shape's great. You know, you got your form in there. Yeah, there's one for the class only. Did you send it to the Pixelogic folder? I can go there and get it, but I'd prefer you to. So if you go into the vector page, into the Vector School page, there's a link there. Use that link. Yes, there is a class only. Okay, so now, you know, and then you just kind of come back in here and you can get these scoops back, you know, because you kind of want that sort of, or it looks like you want that sort of. And this is where I will often let texture tell my stories. Shinya, what kind of webcam do I use? What is it? It's a 920C or something like that. Okay. So this is a place where, because, we definitely have, these have like a change of color, right? These are different, like a monarch is orange and black or whatever. So a lot of these patterns are, camouflage or whatever the hell they are. But once again, they're intentional. Damn it, Shinya. All right. And so this is where we can really use, and once again, I don't know what your intentionality is, but this is a prime example to teach this. So I'm going to show you this. This is a really good place to where you can use varying textures to tell the color story, right? So these are going this way, right? And then you can make these broader strokes at an angle. Right? And then you can do the same thing here, going in the other direction. And so just through texture, and this is subtle, right? You can really tell a story about the color, right? So I think that you might want to play a little with that, because honestly, your layering's good. I just see how that's a lip. I want to see it as that edge kind of needs to be flatter. Otherwise, it reads as a pinch, not a ledge. And so this is also a place where, now I'm just going to use this texture that I use all the time. Nope, other direction. Oh, you got to turn the lazy mouse off, or this texture sucks. And here you can actually use a physical differentiating texture and then make it negative going this way. And then I tend to take SK Smooth or one of my flattened brushes and just come off and polish this, because once again, we want more flat surfaces than bumpy surfaces, right? And you can see how that tells a dramatic, and this is subtle. I mean, you can punch this up a little, but that tells a color story through texture. So when you're doing something like this, that one of the wonderful things about moths and butterflies and the such is that color story. And I think you can do implied color story literally just by the directions of your stroke. Shinya just sent his address to everyone. So honestly, I think you're doing a good job here. I do think that this angle, like this lip, it doesn't read as a seam. That's a really sharp edge on both of these. So that makes this look like a separate piece. See, this is where ridges, see what I mean? You kind of point at this, but then that kind of goes behind it because those are super sharp. You need to be careful about putting ledges where they aren't, because now that'll read as a separate piece. So make sure they're, and I'm assuming this is what this is. You're like, well, those are different pieces. Okay, my bad. Get your layer first. I know everybody yells at. I'm sorry. It's like, Tomas, you don't teach us anything. All you do is say the same damn thing over and over and over again. And this is a place where you can use a drawing tool as opposed to a ledge tool, because I don't want this to appear as different ledges. Right, and now you can see that these are not separate layers. Right, it is something that's coming out of that lip, and that's, you know, you can kind of come back in and just raise these up and be subtle. You know, I want to see this, right? This is merely a highlight on the surface, but this curve is telling the story, not this, right? Because why this will work is because this plane is a scoop, right? And it will reflect as such. If it's just a flat plane and you put those lines on there, then you have bright highlights that aren't telling the story. The other thing is, I think your lines got a little off. And see, this is a wonderful way, right? Because, you know, they should be fanning. This is another reason that I use Lazy Nezumi. This is a great usage for Lazy Nezumi. I know your lines are going to be curved. I think we can actually curve this line, honestly, but Control 1, it'll lock the screen. We go to radial lines, turn it on, and you'll see we have the, we're gonna say it's gonna start kind of here. And now watch, if I hold Control, you can bend the curve, right? So it has a little bit more, okay, that was way too much. Right, and so now all of these are radiating from the same place. Does that make sense? So just, and obviously, really this point would be back here because it's not, those aren't going to meet at one point there, but you can see that you can get your radiating lines much easier that way. So this would be a place when I was blocking out right here, like on this side, right? Let's go over here. And my curve is going the wrong way. And you can kind of match, right? It's sort of the, hold on, let's turn this off. Yeah, there we go. Turn this back on. We can get to this. And, you know, you can kind of match the shape of the wing. And just as guide buttons, you can, you know, just give you an idea. And that'll give you an idea of the spacing, and then you can just come in and, you know, you can change this however you want, but, you know, you have a good orientation of where your spacing is, if that makes any sense. Okay, so, because I think, you see what I mean? This one's kind of going that direction, and this is going to pinch in here. So intentionality, make sure that your veins and everything are sort of in the right place. This is one of the plugins we were talking about, Lazy Nezumi. It's its own floating menu here. And so I mentioned that on the first day as one of the plugins that you have to buy it. I show you how to do it without it, but I do want to show some of the benefits of why I do use that plugin. Because I'll tell you what, the one thing, if this did nothing else in the world except for this, let's turn symmetry on, and you get here, you hold down Control, and you drag this wherever you want it, and you can draw circles on things. I know that seems so silly, but jewelers use a lot of circles, and when you can't draw a circle on anything, it is the most frustrating thing in the world. You hide everything, and then you put on this, and then you do radial symmetry. There it is. Ta-da! You can draw circles. And you can draw ovals and spirals and all kinds of stuff. But if it did nothing but that, it's heaven on earth. Because these are like French curves, right? So, let's say you wanted this to work exactly with... what the hell was that? Sorry. Yeah, so you can get this, and let's say we want to repeating lines that are exactly that edge, right? We'd get this one to sort of match that curve. Let's get everybody down some. You change the direction of the curve. We kind of get it where it should be. Just like a French curve set. And then you can come in and it's going to draw lines directly parallel to that edge, right? And so, obviously not the right tool for this, but that gives you an idea of what, you have a 3-point French curve and a 2-point French curve. And so, if you really want something lining up, it's just a great tool. It's awesome. I would strongly suggest getting it. If you don't have it, I talked to him once about the thing in class. I mean, it's only $30, so I don't think it's a dramatic purchase, but if someone reminds me, I'll touch base with him again and see if maybe we can get a class discount or something. But I would strongly suggest purchasing this and So Much Monster or So Much ZBrush, because they are awesome sauce. Okay, so yeah, I think you're killing it. Honestly, I would think about how you're going to sell that concept of color. And I think in a case like this, texture is the easiest and best way to do it. I tend to always look for sculptural solutions to my problems. If you get to something that's hard, I'm always like, sculpt your way out of it. And I believe that greatly. Okay. So did you send it to the right thing? Rubber can... Oh, hold on. I just missed... Wow, you all were typing a lot all of a sudden. The subtools are... All right. SK brush. Yes, they are life-changing. You didn't send it to the right folder, obviously. Is that limp a potential of becoming a molding issue? Not on stuff like this, because 99.9% of jewelry manufacturers are going to be using silicone molds, and there is some flexibility to that. Where you run into problems are like the spider legs, right? So how do you get that mold to release? How do you cut it out? And there are ways. I mean, you could get away with it. I mean, that's actually not complex, but it is something that has to be dealt with, right? And often you get flashing, and that's just one more thing you have to clean up. But if you want that, then that's something you just have to deal with. And you have to design around it, right? So if he had a bunch of texture on the underside of those legs, he'd probably be having... I'm talking about the spider now, right? If you wanted that outer space, you could do it. But those are very fragile, thin things. And you're going to have to slice the mold. And where that is, if you're using a lot of pressure, you're going to get what's called flashing. And that's where the wax, when it's injected, will push into the crack there, right? And usually that's minimal, so you can clean it up on the wax. But if you're trying to make thousands of these, you know, every touch on that, if that takes, 10, 15 seconds, what's 15 seconds times 1,000? That adds up to a lot of damn man hours. So you have to plan around things like that, and you learn from the first few injections you do, then you change your model. That's what it really comes down to. Okay. Well, I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? All right, so I left it a mess. I'm like looking at this. I'm like, what in the hell are all those lines? I'm like, oh yeah. I already forgot I was showing in this image. Okay, so I think that's, hopefully you got the idea of what I was talking about before I drew all these ugly lines all over everything. All right. But, even something like this, if you made this smooth, right now you have these lines that are really directional and wonderful with the wing, and now you just do something that's in a different direction. Now you come down here and you do these in a different direction. Boom, you're now selling color, right? So that's all I would say. I'd say wrap your head around it and try to think about how you would represent what makes those things really wonderful and compelling is the subtleties in tone and color. And I think you can do that sculpturally here. All right. So who's next? Does anyone here? Here, let's just do ZBrush fan. Because someone doesn't know how to upload on time. All right, let's. Boop. I wonder which one it could be. Come on, download. Where? See, this is one thing that makes me nuts about Dropbox. They also changed how their little thing, they keep changing on where the hell download is. They put it over here. It used to just be a button, and now they moved it over into a drop file folder, and I can't remember my own name, let alone that they transferred it to a folder. Who's supposed to keep track of all these changes? I do not know. Okay, let's get through ZBrush fans work. I'm just kidding. Oh shit, did ZBrush just crash? Sure shit. Oops. When it starts saving like that, something weird's going on. It's not supposed to do that. I love Wacom gave this to me, and you could see down here activate Windows, because they took everything off of it, but they didn't give me the Windows serial number that went with this with the computer part of this. So this is still an unregistered copy of ZBrush or copy of Windows. It's legitimately purchased. I mean, look at how many saves we have. Goodness gracious. All right. We were here. So let's bring everyone back. I'll tell you what, I need a second cup of coffee. Gave me a cheesy little short cup. I was bummed. I picked it by picture size, not reading the ounces. Keurig lies. They're liars. You didn't miss anything. It's all being recorded. and it'll be posted. Okay, so let's go load tool, downloads. Alrighty. Looking pretty good there. So here I would say, once again, just be, because you're really, you're getting it. You're getting your edges, you're getting your things, but you're still, especially for leaves, you're still a little too bubbly. It's still a little too round. No, you didn't cut any lines. No, you're doing good. But now you have to think about layers in a slightly different way. Also, I think that how many 1 million polys? What are you doing sculpting a 1 million polys? Okay. I don't know why that just happened. Oh, I crashed. That's still 49. Okay. Well, that's a good start. Let's turn smooth on again. Is there anything else I have to change? Not at the moment. So, once again, why is that so rough? What is going on with this geometry? Okay, it's not the geometry. I don't know. Maybe I am hallucinating. When things are going over and under, make sure it really is. You want to make sure that this level really is below this level, because this was still up here, right? And then it just kind of cut behind. So you're basically not cutting a line there, but you kind of built a line as if it were being cut in. So knock this back. Get that ridge to be a nice clean ridge. Right? So now that's actually going under. And now here you have this as an edge. What is going on in this intersection? I don't understand why that's... Did you stretch this to get that out there? You got a slightly mangled geometry here. Did you pull this or stretch this out to get this out here? Because for some reason... What the hell? What just happened? Okay, I'm really confused what just happened there. Okay, if you notice, I lost my undo histories. Whatever. Okay, so think about it this way. I don't know how we have 6 million polys and this is so wonky. Okay, whatever. I'm going to stop talking about it now. And once again, I'm thinking about this as a hard surface that we then will soften out. But kind of wrap your head around what's going on and make sure that the things that are going behind... Wow, this thing is churning. One sec. I don't know why this is... I mean, this isn't a big model. I don't know why it's chug-a-lugging so hard. That's super weird. Something's weird with your model, my dear. All right, so, think about... I don't know if y'all can hear the CPU, but it is just kicking with this. Okay. Well, here. I'm going to remesh this real quick. Just because I don't know what's going on with this model that's making my CPU choke the hell out. But it is definitely screaming. And I mean, it's only 6 million polys. I don't know what the issue is. Lower res, delete lower, delete higher. I know. Don't use Dynamesh. This is just a fast solution to the issue. Remember to hit accept. Okay. Divide. Q. No, that's cleaner. I don't know. There's something wonky with that mesh, or it might have just been the model I imported or something, but it was really driving my CPU, and it's small. I don't know. Sometimes you just don't like a mesh. It didn't like that one. All right, so and now I'm thinking of this as a plane, right? But you know, I think you can turn this into concave, slightly more concave and slightly more convex curves as we go on. I'm really just talking about levels here. So this is coming in. Make sure it actually fades in. Don't make it just dive in, right? So you're going to drop this whole thing back in, which means you're going to knock this edge off a little more. Right? Does that make sense? And then once again here, we're going to make sure that that is behind that. It is in front of that. And you know, we can really do that by changing the aggression on that angle. Oh, scheisse, Liebe. That's not smooth. See, we definitely want that to be behind. And instead of these being bubbly, make them planular. And you're going to get better reflection surfaces off of something that's flatter. Right. So we've made sure that that travels back, and because that's all been knocked back, you might punch that edge back just a little bit more. Pretty good. But make sure that it doesn't dip on either side. Imply some thickness there. And then that way there's that edge, and that's implying the thickness of the part. It's not just going all the way down. You can kind of just ignore that space, right? It's not really part of the thing, so that's okay. And see, this is where I say flatten, right? Because this looks like bumps, right? Or like half rounds. It's pillowy. And leaves very rarely are pillowy. And so you want to figure out what the shape of your leaf is. Right? Yeah. And you can see I'm always cross-stroking on stuff because these curves really give me a lot of information about surfaces. So I'm pretty loose with my stroking because I'm using it like a traditional rake tool where I'm defining my surfaces, or I'm looking at my surfaces by the shadows that are left by the linear patterns. And having been a traditional sculptor, it's sort of how I look at surfaces. So if anybody wonders why I'm being loose about it, right? So that's probably a little closer to a leaf shape. And now you can make it where, here, let's make this outside edge a little curvier. Right, it doesn't have to be flat, but I blocked it out flat, right? So now at least my stuff is on the right plane. And you can even come back in and give it a scoop here, you know, to imply like that, like a S curve on that surface, right? Scoop over, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? But then I'm going to come in here and we're going to give the same little bump right there. And you should be able to tell that you're getting a similar feeling of the leaf curving, but it's not just two big pillows. I got a big ass dent in there, but do you see what I mean? Like this, well, this surface definitely needs to go behind that one, because your leaf's not changing direction. Trim front. This gives me a way to just knock. Trim front is to camera, not to world, right? So as I rotate the part around, it's not stuck on a standard axis, it's stuck to camera view. Not a world. Well, the other thing about pillows is how do they reflect? Instead of having nice surfaces that have, you know, layer continuity, they reflect. You're just going to see a bright reflection, right? You're going to see a bright reflection here, bright reflection here. Where here you're going to get a reflection on this, and then you're going to get a reflection on that, but they're big reflections, right? See, this is a little too scoopy. You're going to get a bright right there and bright there. I know I put that in there, but here you're going to get a much, you know, too dramatic reflective surfaces. So you're always trying to think about how is this going to reflect light. And even if you're not, you know, it's a shame when people teach. I think this is one of the things they miss. And even if you're doing games and stuff where you can bake highlight and low light in, I still think people don't necessarily think about reflectivity well. And I think people would build better models if, even for gaming and stuff, they thought about reflectivity as opposed to graphic information. And, you know, that can be, you know, however you want to make the leaf. I don't know. But you see the difference? Like that reflects, see how that's reflecting as a leaf? Where this is reflecting as a hump, and a hump, right? These three things are not really connected. That is now a connected plane. Now you could punch it and make it more dramatic, but when you're blocking up, you need to think about what that surface is. You know, it's like, oh, well, is it more S curvy? I actually want it to kind of dive in, and I want it to come around. I want it to be heavy on the outside and scoop on the inside, right? Okay, well, great. So now you've defined the entire plane of the leaf, And now you can come in and draw where your line is. You can do little veins. Wrong direction. Right. So, but we're working on the same plane. And so you just have to remember, what does the object look like? Make sure your base shape looks like the object, and then you can distort it, punch it, twist it, turn it into that. So planes. Honestly, other than that, this looks pretty good. I think, if these are swoops or something, make sure that they are. Don't get muddy. Right? Does that make sense? You can see how just by doing that, all of that becomes more clear. Yeah, once again, leaves. Remember, if this is the vein of the leaf here, really that edge should appear to be there. So now what is that? Is that a second leaf? If it is, make it clear. If it's just something rolling behind it, make intentionality. What is it? If it's just abstract texture or nothing, just make sure that it is that. Right? If it's nothing, don't imply that it is something. I don't know. Does that make sense? Because, there's nothing wrong with that being nothing but ring base, right? This can just turn into, a nice flat thing that is just the base of the ring. And then you're still retaining the thinness of that leaf. Now, one of the things I want to say, be careful about, is plane consistency, right? And on this, you don't really have a plane, so it's not a big deal, but I just did this and I want you to see it. So we're putting a leaf on the bottom of this, right? Right here. Let's do something pretty. We'll do a little crossover, bottomy, ringy, twisty thing. So we're putting a leaf on the bottom of this. Leaf. We're just going to fill that side in. We're going to fill that side in. Dun, 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 dun. And so now we've decided this is what our leaf's going to look like. Yay, leaf. And we're out here and we decide to, define this edge more. And we're going to define that edge more. Great. So now we have the plane and shape of our leaf. It is sitting on this surface, right? Now, we're like, oh, well, I really love, that real nice big curve into the surface of the ring. So I'm going to put my vein in there. Oh, that is way too strong. Sorry. I'm going to put my vein in there. And let's smooth that out a little. And then we'll kind of do that, right? So that's our little stem. And now that's the outside of our ring. And I want my little thing, and then throw a couple veins in it. Woo, we're leafing it out. Okay, do you see the problem that we have here and what has happened? So if we look at this surface, this leaf now looks really weird. And here, let me just smooth this out a little because it looks weird for sculpting reasons, not depth reasons. You know, sometimes these deep veined leaves are really cool and they're really pretty. So we've decided we're going to have this deep veined, nice leaf. And we're sculpting away and we're making our leaf look great. Okay. So looking at this angle, I hope to everyone, something is wrong. You don't know what it is maybe, but you're looking at it and you're like, well, okay, something is weird about that. No, it's not your sculpting. It's just remembering a few important things. And so like this is one of them. Does anyone have a idea of what I'm talking about? What makes this wrong? Bueller? I know there's a lag, so me being gripey about you all not being able to think as fast as I talk, you know. No one has an idea? Come on, someone has an idea. Nope. Okay. So this ring is a solid, right? This is a plane. This is the plane that we're working on. And when we're applying things, like this isn't an abstract plane, this is a solid band. And we've made this leaf that is supposed to be doing what? Sitting on top of the solid band. Now, if I take planar flattened line and I go from here to here, what happens? We're digging into that surface. So you need to be, let's look at it this way, right? That leaf is no longer sitting on the surface. It is below the surface. And it cuts in and it looks goofy because we are implying a hard surface here. Now, I mean, if you're going to sculpt everything else in leaves, that implication of hard surface is no longer there. But this is a big deal because it really does look stupid if we're not paying attention. So let's go back. And I'll just do a quickie. Nope, wrong brush. Do a quickie. Oops. All right. Sometimes it gets sloppy. Boy, my stomach's getting all growly. Time to make a sandwich, maybe. All right. So now that is our leaf surface, right? So what we have to make sure is that if we're going to put something like that V or something in it, we want to build up away from that surface. And now this is going to become our trench, or you know, the valley of the leaf. So you want to make sure that if we're doing something that is going to rest on top of a surface, that it rests on top of that surface and does not penetrate it, because that becomes a very subtle cue for your subconscious to go, what the hell is wrong with that ring or pendant or whatever, right? And see, now I'd even make that a little less close. And now that's sitting on top. And I know right now it's very subtle, but when you start doing things and you start, because here's another thing. So now it's like, oh, I really want to define this edge. and I come here and I sculpt, I'm now breaking that plane. And that becomes an issue when you're carving something organic on a hard surface. And that's what the planer tools are really for. So I'm going to take planer, and I'm holding Alt so it fills. Oh, here. We need to get rid of the trench. Sorry. But you can see how much. So here is where I would take, if I want to clean that up, I'm going to take a planer tool and just kind of go along the plane. And I'm doing little strokes, so I'm constantly back on that plane. Right, because if I do this, my plane isn't the same because this is a curve in two different directions. A compound curve. And so you can see that I'm now staying on top of that surface, but I can clean that up some, right? So like up here, that doesn't matter, right? But if you were doing this sharp little edge right here, all of a sudden this becomes a weird thing because this is here, but then you have this big trench dug into it. So just remember that that is an issue, is breaking the surface of the piece of jewelry if it is the implication that it is a hard surface. Does that make sense? All right, so no, I think you're doing okay. I would say just, you know, think about planes when you're blocking up, and then you can break them, but you can see that, you know, that is a leaf surface, that is a pillowy vagina. Right? Right on. All right. So we still have a few that we haven't done. Who's here and who wants to be next? Who's next? Okay, so that's this skull thing right here, isn't it? Yep. Ta-da. No. Okay. So, under normal circumstances, your nose cavity is a little big. I mean, trust me, you're going to be able to find a skull that is that big, but usually it's not taking up quite so much of the face. In relation, that's usually a little bit more the size. You know, once again, you're going to have a real hard time casting this. I know if you're just printing one, great. So in my skull rings, what I wound up doing was filling the, holy Hannah. Oh, that's the wrong brush. That's why I was like, what? I wound up filling this in. I'm not going to be precious about this. I'm just going to fill it in. Oh my God. Can you all hear my stomach grumbling? It's really ridiculous. Come on. There we go. Right. Oops. Come on. And so what I did is I just came in and I cut this back, right? And then I cut this back. Slide. And just even having that little lip there's the implication of, you know, if we're looking, you know, you can see it there. But there, you know, there's still the hole there. There's the hole there. That reads pretty well, honestly. So think about that. Filling in spaces, and so we don't have unnecessary holes. And you can see it's a really big deal back here. You want this to be, you know, once again, if you're printing one, do whatever you want to do. But if you're actually trying to make a line of jewelry, you need it to be producible. So, you know, that. So here's a hard surface thing again. So if this is supposed to be carved into the skull, a skull's not soft, right? You don't get rolled edges like you would clay, like here. So when you get everything in and sorted, here's where SK Trim becomes a really great tool again. You come back in and knock those lips off because you're cutting into a hard surface, so you wouldn't have that sort of clay roll, right? If that makes any sense. You wouldn't have that raise. These are actually being cut back into a hard surface. So these, that kind of bulbing up as you're digging through, that happens when you're going on clay or something that's soft that's going to displace, not cut. You don't displace when you're cutting into something hard. And once again here, I would say this is an intentionality thing. It's so funny, I did bead cover or pearl caps exactly like, well, I mean, you know, the 4 skulls. And this is the decision you have to make. Is this 2 separate things? So I'm going to take, you know, a crash button and I'm going to make these separate, right? And I'm going to try to sell this as 2 separate skulls, or this becomes an abstract object and I'm going to define things that are, you know, abnormal, but become a design element. So, you know, like I said, be intentional. So, you know, doing something that is like that and then, you know, kind of filled in and maybe it has its own design or whatever. God, I'm saying a lot, aren't I? Damn it. I thought I kicked that habit. I said and so I started saying so. So then instead of saying every minute, I was saying so every minute. The wonders of making videos. Grr. Actually, I'd probably keep those separate up there. Right? Yeah, it looks. I'd probably make some sort of standout element that's now architectural as opposed to anatomical. You know, something like that. But just make sure your intersections have a lot of intentionality or you lose sight of what's going on. Make sure your edges aren't, if you're cutting into a hard surface object, make sure that you're cutting into a hard surface object, not displacing like clay. No, all in all, it looks good. I would clean up the insides. It just becomes messy. And you can just turn this into a nice, you know, just a nice design. Once again, because this isn't something that's anatomical actually, you know, because let's face it, we don't do this with heads. On the bottom side, you don't need all that organic, chunky, lumpy, dunky stuff. You know, come in and once again, sort of it's an intentionality thing, because anyone can take 4 models and just slam them together. But if you came in and did something like this, now all of a sudden it looks like you made a decision, right? It's not just, oh, I took 4 models and jammed them together. It's like, I took 4 models, jammed together, and made an object of art, right? So this all goes back, you'll hear me say it all the time, intentionality. This wasn't random. I didn't just pick a model and did this. I picked a model and I made a decision to make the inside look like it was a design, right? And the funny thing about doing that with the insides of things is that becomes a story. That's that secret. It's on the underside or it's on the inside of a band, and they can choose to share that or not, and that's power. That becomes, something that's powerful. It's their secret, and they can choose to share it with you. And if they're sharing it with you, that's an intimacy, right? And people love things on the inside because they then, once again, they decide who they let in. And that's a powerful tool of intimacy. And it's something as dumb as, putting something on the bottom of a Wacom holder, because you're telling your friends, and then the 3 people in the room, the 2 people know, oh, we got a secret. And you might not realize it, but when the one guy lifts it over and turns it around and looks at it, hey, what the hell's this? The other 2 people are like, yeah, we knew about that. You didn't. And it's not adversarial necessarily, but it becomes a tool of intimacy. And that's very powerful. And so doing the insides of things, I think, are... it's one more story that the wearer, purchaser, signifyee, it's just one more story tool. And I think that's really the only things I can see. Producibility, you need to fill that in. You need to make sure that you're not getting these roles. Be intentional about intersections and interiors. Yeah. Do you have any questions about that? Any more? Cool. All right. You're all going to have to... Oh, shit. Deal with me dropping everything in the room. Give me one more second. I'm going to use the restroom again. It's only been a couple hours. I know. I got weak bladder today because I drink so many damn cups of coffee in the morning so I'd get here on time. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm old and broken. Right. Oh, yeah. Where'd that come from? That's really interesting. interesting. Okay. Okay. Who's next? Is everyone still here? Y'all didn't just abandon me, did you? Yeah, this is my crit session for the class I'm teaching. So the only way I could get a long enough block of time is to do it on my stream. So this is student work from the class that I'm teaching. But yes, we're live. All right. So awesome. Okay. Oh, don't even talk about eating. My stomach's grumbling and growling. It's rough. Okay, so where are you? Is that you? There are two that are pretty similar. Is this one you? Or is this one you? Or are they the same ring? I think they might be the same ring. This one's you, right? Okay. I must have downloaded it twice. Delete all. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, so you did. I like that. I like where you went with that. He has a really sexy opal. And I'm assuming. Earthy? Is that your pet name? Let's see. What geometry? You mean this? Or in this place? Is this what you're talking about? You screwed up because you didn't use Sculptress? Well, I would say if you're going to do it this way, this is where SK Trim will help. And give it that lip. And that's going to, even if you wiggle it, because one of my favorite things is this texture with twist, because you can really go, around and get an interesting shape. So if you were going to do something this rough, I would definitely give it the lip. Give it the lip. And it's going to hold up better for you, if you know what I mean. Yeah, these are interesting. I mean, I think the other thing that you want to think about is that you're being very presentational. This is right, what I say, tell stories on the inside of the ring, right? We're not just decorating the outside of the ring, we're creating sculptural objects. So don't just quit on the front, right? Bring some of these lines back and around. And even if it's just an implication, right? But nothing just stops, right? Don't make sure that you're kind of coming around and wrapping your head around sort of some of the things that are happening, and they can fade off very nicely on the inside. They don't have to, you don't have to completely do the texture on the inside, but wrap the texture around the outside edges. And I think and once again, this being abstract texture, who the hell knows? But I think at the end of the day, you're going to be happier if you get just a little bit of separation from these things, right? Figure out what that means and what that is. But because this looks like it wants to be a hard surface, right? It looks like it wants to be sort of scoopy stone or something. So don't just do it on the front. Make sure that when you have some depth like here, do the same. And I'm just guessing. I mean, you'd be like, no, that's exactly the opposite of what I want. Whatever. You'll deal with it. Right, just kind of be consistent in your language, I think. So actually, if we knock that back, I think this might actually give me that separation that I'm talking about, right? Now, if you wanted this to be lumpy, then get rid of your hard surfaces, but because those are things that you intentionally put in there, I'm assuming that's kind of what you're shooting for. So I think that, doing this where you have the soft edges and then the hard edges, decide which one you want and be intentional about it, right? And one thing I really find nice about this texture and why I built this tool is because it works. It creates some really cool edge effects, right? So this is on top, so this is positive, right? And then I want this to be negative, and then this is positive, and then this is negative. And then I come back with H polish, flatten, or SK trim. They all sort of do the same. Well, they do similar things, but you can see that this should be, H polish. It sort of gets rid of everything there. It makes it like a smooth surface with sharp edges. And then, come on, you can do it. Back up. There we go. Flatten, you can get in and it'll do similar things. SK polish, though, works really nice because it keeps, if you just come in and tap some of this stuff, you wind up getting those weird little islands with texture around them on a smaller scale as well. So you can kind of get this weird kind of chunky gunky sort of, and this also works for turbulent water really well. So, come in and sort of decide what your, these things are supposed to be. Because, they're abstract. And if it's just abstract, who cares? I mean, it's great, whatever. Cast it and look at it and see what you like, But with this texture in particular, coming back and flattening some of the points out makes some really nice, kind of cool, like worn. It looks good. Well, get your damn, I guess you can wiggle it in there, but that opal's fragile. Get those back out of the way. What you doing? I assume this is going to have a pretty high dome. Because right now you're looking at oh, well that's less than 5 mil. Oh, it's flat? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I mean, if it looks like what you want it to look like, then you win. It looks like what you want it to look like, you know? Because this sort of looks like it's heading towards nugget jewelry. You know what I mean? Like the gold nugget jewelry. But it has like these cool organic shapes. So if you're going for the cool organic shapes, I would make those the bigger part of this. Hold on. Y, Q. So then I would break up the big planes with some form, right? And here, once again, is a really nice way to generate genetic forms in your surfaces. So now we've broken up those two big flat planes with smaller organic edged, excuse me, allergies away, surface planes, and then I would take it and do a negative here. Right, and so now we've broken that nugget up to be something a little bit more organic. So that's what I'm saying. Figure out what you want that surface to be and then kind of do it, right? And you can see how quickly we broke those nuggets up, or those big flat faces, and it becomes, something much rougher. So that's where, do you want big flat faces with rough, or do you want rough? Now, this is going to reflect more as a big surface because we still have, things facing the same direction. So that's a good block out, and then you can do that. Or do you want sort of the nuggety feel? And then that would, oops, wrong one. You can get that back pretty quick. And you can see how the tenor of the ring can change dramatically quickly. Yeah, just break them up. It's simple enough. And you got to think that, something like those are going to reflect pretty bright, Let's look at our boom. See, so when they're on light. Now, the one thing I would do, so you notice that like this is the high reflection angle for most of that, which is fine. But I would then in turn make sure you had something kind of going in a different direction. So you kind of have this going in a different direction. So I would really plot it initially to be in that direction. So you get a reflective surface there, and then these are different, right? And then since you have this, I'd probably right. So you're breaking up the directionality of those reflective planes. If that makes any sense. Now, I mean, obviously there's no subtlety here, but reflection plane, reflective pane. Boop. So just wrap your head around what the thing you're actually hunting for is, make a decision, and then you can obviously get there. I mean, you're halfway there on 3 different things. So just decide which one it is, and then direction of reflection. Yeah, and once you, like I said, once you get your flat surfaces, come in, do a little positive, do a little negative. And then polish it back off. But when you polish it off, you get those interesting little edges. And they're nice random textures because, it's using an algorithm, though that's spatter. So it's kind of a nice random way of getting light superficial surface texture onto your part and still retain that plane, right? But it breaks it up some so it doesn't look like just a big plane. Yeah, makes sense? Do you have any questions? Did that answer that? We were good? Cool. Now, if you have any questions, or if anybody has any questions, that's why we're here. So don't hesitate to ask. Oops. Right? Okay. Who's next? Dramatically. I used to do, I'm really tight and anal now, where I used to do huge, big stroke organic planes that intersect and stuff. But yeah, it's actually fascinating. I can't wait to, when I get my education platform set up, it'll become slightly more passive income, and that'll give me, because while doing all this, I have some ideas for some cool stuff, furniture and, even some jewelry stuff. But, I have to keep working so I can pay my bills. So I don't really have a lot of time for that, just pure exploration. And it'll be really nice if I could just get like 2 or 3 months where everything's paid for. I don't have to think about anyone else's anything, and just sit down and start playing with some things that I have in mind and see if they work. So hopefully. Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. I leave, well, one, it's nice to leave holes so you can see the undersides of things, but 2, you lose a lot of metal weight. I mean, there's a dramatic amount of weight loss there, especially if this is in gold. What is Shane just spamming me again? Yeah, I agree. Opals are just, yes, this will, well, I'm hoping my recording works. So yes, it will be on Vertex. If it is not, it will be on my Twitch and it'll be labeled Vertex School Crit Session 1. So Twitch records this and puts it into my little history thing. So I'm trying to record it on Camtasia and seeing if I can then in turn send it to Ryan and he'll post it. But I don't know what, like I need to talk to him about like how to do compressions and all of that so he can do whatever he does, because this is going to be a huge file. But it will be up, I think it's pretty quick. I think it'll be up almost as soon as I'm done on Twitch. So, yeah. Exactly. Double it using Murmur. Okay. So who have we not done? Who's here? Is there anyone here who has not had their piece looked at? Because I'm seeing a few pieces that I haven't seen yet or haven't looked at yet, but I don't know if the people are here. Okay, Diane, here you go. Boop. You're the hand grenade, right? Okay. Awesome sauce. Okay. So once again, I mean, your shapes are lovely, right? And you're heading into it. That's not an egg. It's a mangle egg. But you have bleed over to your layers, right? And the only place that I really see it as an issue is this one here. And once again, unless, you know, this is an aesthetic decision that I'm just not seeing, separate this stuff out. So once again, yeah, you know, don't be afraid. Separate, separate, separate. So this is sitting inside of this, right? This connection thing here just got a little weird as far as I'm concerned. Clay fill, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. And then you can take this and, oh, this only, okay, first of all, you're sculpting in really low polygons, and that's why you're getting some of this stuff. I would prefer to see you sculpt up in the 1 to 4 million poly range to begin with. Now, once again, you have a mesh here, not your quad model, right? So I would prefer to see a quad model subdivided a lot. Let's divide this a few times. Hold on, let's duplicate this before we do this. Divide. Divide, divide. Turn this on. And just project all, that's fine. Yep. Well, first of all, we don't ever just wind up with a Dynamesh. So on something like this, you notice I use project all, and I'll show you why. Because this is radial symmetry, X. And, oh, I see you use a 3 count down here. We're going to turn this up to 6 because I think the top of this is 6 if I'm not mistaken. Now over here, see I have the Z project brush. Z project brush does a very similar thing as the history brush does. except it'll work with symmetry. So I'm going to quickly use this. No, well, first of all, we're going to lower our resolution. We don't need to be doing radial symmetry up there with the project because it kind of squirrels itself out. We're going to turn this on transparency to make sure, because you can see those aren't down there. So if I hold down Alt, see how the projection brush pulls it up to the mesh? Does that make sense? That's not right. Let's turn this off real quick. Right, you see that we've lost all of our highs and lows, right? Because we start at very, very low. So the thing about the projection brush is that if you're holding, like if we're trying to push this back, that's the natural state of the projection brush, is that it wants to push what's in front of the mesh back down to the mesh. Well, if you hold down Alt, it pulls it up to the mesh, right? Now, once again, this is a projection brush, so if you're at really steep angles, it can do really weird things. But we're just trying to get our mesh close so we can then reproject again. Right. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about when I'm saying that? Now, of course, we'll go over this in class, but oh, now we're not on 6, we're on 3. Okay. Oh, okay. Pain in the butt. When we start getting to the sides, it really doesn't work too good, and we'll just use build up. My bad. Whoa, 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 everybody calm down. Why are you doing that? Pain in the butt. Is sculpture, why is this acting so slow and weird? I wonder if it's Camtasia. Yeah, no, this is not it's not a normal way of working, trust me. But mesh control is super important. And so we're just kind of pushing our mesh around so it gets to where we kind of want it to be. Oh shit, I'm on 6, not 3. 3. All right. Because she has things going over and under, it can't be a 6 rotation, it's a 3 rotation. And come on. And we're just getting the mesh kind of close. And you can see with transparency, I can see where things are. And that's great. Turn off symmetry real quick. Project, I'm going to increase this a little. Project all. And that's too far up. Let's see where the big misses are by the big chunks. Cutting back and in. And once again, this seems like a slightly arduous task where you should just be able to push a button and do this. You can, but you'll wind up with spooky geometry. So just take the time, fill in the part, because what you're spending time now, you're going to be saving time when you actually need to be thinking and not having to willy wonk through crap geometry. All right, pretty close. This is all weird, but we'll get to that. I'm not too worried about that one. Let's lower the res one more time. And let's get that inside the space here. High res, high res. Project all. Boop. Now we should be pretty close. We're obviously going to have a few places that aren't. These were a little spot that I'm at. Oh, I'm not using symmetry. I'm like, why am I missing things? That's okay. All right, high res, project all. Boop. So now we're probably pretty darn close. Boop. Pretty darn close. Now, you see all this squirreliness right here? This was because I kicked that projection distance up. And you see how I kind of wanted this to happen so you could see it here as well. You see what's happening? It doesn't know. What in the hell do you have on? Why do you have control curves? You don't have dynamic. You do have dynamic subdivision on. Boo, don't turn dynamic subdivision on. Boo. Dynamic subdivision is fake geometry. And when you're doing really low resolution meshes, it allows you to kind of sort of see what high resolution meshes look like. But it's not real geometry until you convert it. And like you can see right here, I didn't know that's what you were doing. So I went through my system, and that's not real geometry, so it squirrels out and it doesn't know what to think about. Don't. It's not real geometry. It's a sort of a preview. And I want you to get out of the habit of using anything that's preview geometry, because sort of like this, you know, if we're farther along and all of a sudden I'm trying to do something and why it's not working is because it's preview geometry. You know, if you use that, you have to convert it almost instantly. And most of the time we forget to do that. So no dynamic subdivision. Not yet anyway. All right, let's do this. It's so funny, my stomach is going wonky. I can't believe y'all can't hear it, it's loud. Yay, directional microphones. Okay, so let's get back to this. Turn that off real quick. High res. Let's turn this back down to a reasonable projection distance. I just wanted you all to see how it kind of mangles those edges if you are doing. And see, we've been through all these projections, but now all of a sudden we're not. And look at what it's done, because it was fake geometry. And so, like, you've spent a lot of time getting this in shape and form, and now all of a sudden you have this, and you're like, well, what the hell? And it's because you didn't convert it quick enough. And this becomes an issue. So no dynamic subdivision levels until you know how to do it without dynamic subdivision levels. I know I should have just turned on radial symmetry, but shh, don't want to hear it. Okay, so now I think we're pretty close. To repairing that. Now we're going to go back to here. Boop. Project all. And that should solve most of those problems. What's your question? All right. Oh, that was low poly. Oh my God, I'm at my highest poly at 200,000. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Z modeler without a question. I mean, Z modeler is hard surface modeling, so yeah, without a question, I would do it in, at least start in Z modeler. Okay. Let's do one more projection here. Hold on. I keep saying I should turn on symmetry. I'm such a dumbass. Turn on symmetry. X3. Okay. No problem at all. Alright, so I think we're all pretty close to our surfaces. Yeah. Alright, one more time. Project all. And yes, so much ZBrush makes this a little easier. But once again, I want you to wrap your head around what's happening when we're doing these reprojections and why we do it this way. And if you understand it, you'll do it better, obviously. All right. So now, let's get back to our issue here. Clay tubes. That is way too strong. once again, you weren't able to get this separation from these two edges because you didn't have enough geometry in here. You know, if you smooth that, it would just, scheisse. Go away. It just came right back because there just wasn't enough geometry to hold that curve. Well, now you do, and you can get separation there. Yeah, it's because you didn't have enough geometry. You were sculpting at a low geometry, and oh, I guess this isn't. I thought this was symmetrical to thirds. Sorry. Well, then this is making no sense at all. I'm just going to do one side for you. I thought we could do this quick. My bad. Come on. Come on. Yeah. You can save. All right. Sorry, we're not symmetrical, so I'm just going to find the one side that I was working on. We're going to work on this side. We're going to turn symmetry off. Okay. Nope, that's not smooth. So why you were having problems with these edges is because you had very little geometry, right? So as we lower this geometry, right, you can see they're just, right? There's just not enough squares for that to go back in and be clean and even. So that's why we want to work at high geometry, because we want to be able to do these separations, get them clean, get our ideas solid. And then if we need to smooth or move or something, which the low subdivision levels are good for, then we lower our subdivision levels and just do it. So that's the big difference in how I use ZBrush and most people use ZBrush is I want my high geometry from the first strokes I make, right? And it allows me to use less brush pressure. I can be more subtle instantly as opposed to having to wait till much later on to be deciding on very subtle aesthetic decisions. Because when we're doing this stuff, what you'll find is you go in with, I'm going to rotate this so it's front, just so I don't have to keep realigning there. All right. Right, so like if I'm making decisions about these leaves, right, you couldn't even get a point on this leaf. So how are you going to start to make aesthetic decisions on what you're, you know, what it's going to look like? You're not. So, and because of jewelry, I'm not knocking that out completely because that could be, you know, a mold trap or something. But I'm going to come in and just make it a ridge. So visually, it looks like there's a point there, right? Give it some thickness. So now I come in here. That's a reflective edge. That's a reflective edge. That's implying thickness, right? And then this is our outside edge again. Okay. So with this nice, lovely form, I'm going to make some decisions, right? I want this to have sort of a contrapposto on the surface. So I want these to be high. And so like these decisions, you can't make it low resolution. So I find it much better to be up here because like at low resolution, I can't decide what my edge thickness is like this. I want a dramatic change in edge thickness because I want to see that from the side. Once again, that implied thickness of the leaf, right? So we now have this kind of going. So I want to do it over here as well. right? Because we're looking at the shape of the leaf right now. Now, here's another point where that don't break the surface. Like if this were flat, I'm like, why is this digging in? Does that make sense? So I can't dig this in too much. I need to build it out. Otherwise, you're cutting into the leaf below it. And we don't want that. Our brains go, what the hell is that? It makes no sense. So deciding on the shape. And then I think these will go as such. And then I want this to be a raised sort of vein in the middle. So we're going from, you know, scoop to hump to scoop. Contrapposto movement. And so this becomes a pretty good scoop. And now we go to the side and we make a decision on what it looks like from the side. Yeah, no, execution's always a different game. You know, so I want to make sure the silhouette is telling the same story that I think I am. So I'm going to give it a little scoop there. That comes out because these are coming back, right? And then that comes in. Right, so we're starting to define sort of what the leaf looks like. And you sit here and you futz with the shape until you got what you like, right? And I'm going to, oops, that's really big. If it's that big, it needs to be softer. Because this down here sort of becomes architectural, right? So I want this to make sense for that, because I think that this could be a nice feature where this comes in right, and then this comes out and around. And so this sort of looks like a scoop here. And when I say this is architectural, because plants aren't going to do that for real. But since this is a piece of jewelry, right, you can get away with that. And once again, now this intersection looks, what's the word? Intentional. Okay. And so I do use slash here because I don't want these to look like they're on the same plane. And slash soft is a really nice divisional tool, right? And so you can see this is scooping that way. So we want to make sure that even at angles, it's telling the same story. We're going to move that up, right? Because now it looks like the leaf is doing that. And smooth it out. And let's get a nice smooth edge. I apologize for my coughing. My allergies have blown up and my throat gets itchy quick. And once again, you can take a lot of this and then soften it and make it much more organic. But I want you to see how I'm thinking about these surfaces, right? I'm thinking of them in planes and layers because I'm worried about reflection, right? So you have a cross over there, and then this goes over and under. This is where mask real fast, and then just grab, move, and pull it in. And why I do that, because it's easy to get that curve, right? I want that to look like a curve coming in, and then this is going to do something like that. Smooth it out. Oops. Boom, 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 boom. And just make sure, kind of mask this off. Mask that off again. Because we're now going to build this compound curve in here. And we just need to make sure that this is actually coming from the same plane, right? Because that is actually something traveling behind that. And I'm going to use some big strokes because this is lumpy and weird. Right, because this is compound curve. We're going to make that similar. Smooth. SK cloth. Because I do want a high ridge on this, obviously. And I'll probably, that went up a little too far. And so, you know, you get your leaf to be what it wants. Okay, ta-da, leaf. So now, you know, what is the shape? Okay, well, first thing we need to do is define the front edge. And chances are we're going to have these sort of intersect with one another, so I'm going to kind of do that, because then this will do that, right? Dun. Shoot. Alright, and then same thing, decide what it's going on, get your front edge, scoop it back, front. But, you know, make sure these things are actually, you know, changing layers, and because these just started to become drawn on, right? Where we can take our slide now and kick that surface back up and under. And now there's the definite implication of tucking under, right? So next one, Does that make sense? And here's another place where you can use a cutting tool, right? Or a drawing tool, or is like if you're going back up and under, technically we're cutting this under. So we do want a separation of surfaces up under there, not where it's really seen. So, right, the difference in doing this at this angle and doing this at this angle, I mean, that seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? This surface no longer relates to the surface going under, where by tilting this, going like that, and now we can use slide, you know, to kind of punch it up and under. You can see that you're retaining your planes and getting a over and under, right? Does that make sense? Wait, where'd we go? I'm like, no, that looks like crap. Because this is probably going to do the same thing here. And then, yet again, here's a place that we would use a dividing tool or a drawing tool. So I think that, I mean, that gives you a better idea of sort of how to approach this step, right? And your main problem, I mean, you could have gotten here, but your main problem was that you just didn't have enough geometry to even make these points, let alone, you know, get things to tuck back and under. So I want you to start sculpting in that 1 to 4 million poly range, because you were only at 270,000 polys. That's never going to work. Right? And then, you know, you can go in and shape things because you have enough geometry to actually move things around and shape them. If you want to learn character work, the absolute best place to start, I think, is at Shane Olson's site, which is 3D Character Workshop. He, I think, has one of the most concise, simple to understand ways of creating. Now, his is stylized character design, but if you wrap your head around what he's teaching, I think that you'll really grasp the ability to do realistic stuff as well. But I think teaching the fundamentals of shape, form, silhouette, and motion, I don't know that there's very many people better. He also streams on Pixelogic's live stream. Usually he streams before I do in the middle of Monday, like Monday at noon or Monday at 2, something like that. So you can watch him on Pixelogic as well. But his website, ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, no, that's mine. ZBrush Character Workshops. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, he's a badass, and he's very good at teaching the basics of character. It's sort of like why everyone says take life drawing. So what life drawing does for you is it allows you to quickly identify the base forms that then in turn build the anatomy. So you're not doing a very concise study of insertions and origins and flexion and torsion and blah, 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 blah. You're like, oh, it's a circle, a rectangle, an oval, and you put them together, and ta-da, you've got a body. And that's what he teaches best. He's fantastic. He's just a genuinely cool guy. He's a nice guy. And remember that the next class we're going to talk about blocking up. So that I just said make something. So I'm going to teach you stuff next week or well, not next week. It's what, day after tomorrow. So this was purely a let's see where we are kind of thing. So you did a great job. It looks great. Your main problem was you didn't have enough geometry. So now when you get more geometry, it's going to be interesting to see what you do with this. So no, you were killing it. Shane Olson, ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. No. Is it ZBrush? Is it ZBrush character? No, it's Character Workshops. Damn it. One sec. .3D Character Workshop. That's a site there. And he's a badass. And he's a very good teacher. He's very clear and concise. He really has an idea of, it's good stuff. I was like, I'm doing something wrong here. Okay, so let's see. Do you have any questions about that? Because honestly, I think you could have gotten quite a bit farther if you had just had more geometry. We have looked at this one. We have looked at this one. That's Tony. Frame. We looked at these. We looked at this. We got you. Oh, we haven't looked at this one. We have not looked at this one. We have not looked at this one. We have not looked at this one. And then I want to say we've looked at most of the other ones, haven't we? Oh, I got two of these. Let me delete one. And I think everybody else got worked on, right? No, we didn't look at this one. Oh, wait, is this an early version of one of yours? Yeah, backups and 2 broken. So I'm assuming that this is an early stage of that one, so we can delete it. How did I download yours like 13 times? Okay, so we have a handful more. Is there anyone here who hasn't, like, we just identified models that haven't been looked at, but Jeff, there you go. No, that's not you. This is you. Da, da, da. Bum, dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right. So very nice. I do like how you tried to incorporate the hoop for the jump ring in the design. That is a beautiful start. Most people just slap on a jump ring, and that's just tragic in my book. Okay, well, we're off to a good start. I have a feeling I'm going to say something about designing in layers. So I know I'm a broken record, aren't I? So the thing is that the face is sort of in front of this second line, right? So make sure that it is. And once again, you did a pretty good job about getting some depth, but you have a lot of depth in it and you're not using it in the design. Do you see what I mean? Like this is all flat, or I mean, this is all thick. So make sure that you use the depth that you have in your design. And I'm going to, once again, is this center? No. It is centered to, I'm trying to, center's including that spike out there. So let's, W, X, Z. Oh. Oh, you know what? Maybe we were. Sorry, my bad. Nope. I have to split the difference. Okay, so that is the difference. Turn symmetry off. We need to go half that distance. Turn symmetry on. A little more. All right, we're real close. I'm just trying to get this in symmetry so I can do some of these moves just really quick. Boom. Move. We'll make this bigger. Okay, now we can get a lot more depth and things can be a little bit more behind one another because we pinched these down a little bit more. And this is still plenty thick. That's not going to just turn into a spear. So now we have a little bit more of a jump start on, getting some thickness in there. And so radial symmetry is good because I can do, my brush is bigger than the space between the two things, and I have, usually go to 100, and then that way you got a lot of overlap there. Turn this down to where it's pretty low, and then you can do much more even move slowly, right? You can creep up on your move. All right. And so now there's a lot. See how it's even reflecting more like a disc as opposed to being flat. So we're going to start there. And actually here, I want to make sure that this is... I know, radial symmetry is wonderful. So I just want this to be a nice framed shape. so funny. My machine is really chugging on this. I do not know why. This is not hard for it, or shouldn't be. Oh, I bet it's Camtasia. Because I have the video recording running, it has less CPU to work, so it's like, ugh. All right, now we're going to, let's use slash and just get right here, just get a nice light separation line there. Right. And then we're going to take form, soft, and let's get this down to 50. I think that's probably closer to what you had there. And now we have some nice, even, hashy things. Now, if you wanted this to be like organic and not want those even, you can, obviously do it by hand. But I'm trying to, so you all don't have to be here this long. I'm trying to get stuff done, trying to get through some stuff for you. All right, so now we're going to turn radial symmetry off. And we're going to come back here, and what are we going to do? We're going to think about this as a what? I'll give you 3 guesses. I know it's pretty hard to guess what I'm about to say. A layer. So this layer is actually in front of the one behind. Now, I do not know why. So you see, I'm not thinking about it as a raised edge. I'm thinking about it as a layer. And so when we get up here and I knock this back just a touch and I bring these forward, I really hope you all can't hear my stomach growling. It's really funny. Like, it's been a few hours since I've eaten. And I guess it decided that a bagel is not enough. Now, under normal circumstances, something like this, I would probably block up in radial symmetry. You just count the points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do this radially, get everything in place, and then come back in and by hand move it so it's not perfectly symmetrical. But it would be a way to get your materials in or your shapes in much faster than this, than I'm doing it. Not than how you did it. If I had a hammer. I can't believe that retarded song was #1 on the pop charts for a while. I don't get it. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. Really? Dude, if you had a grip, you might be able to figure stuff out. I don't know, you goofy hippies. All right. So now you can see that already we have a clearer, and I haven't even gone back and defined edges, right? right? And so you can see, what's funny is it really becomes more dynamic with less drama, I guess is, right? Don't make these so deep that you lose them. And so you can work with those frame, like if you want that distinct line on the edge, you can do that. Whoa. What is going on? Smooth. Right? Okay. Ta-da. Now, you, let's say you want those very dramatic edges, right? Well, I can do that here. Now, if you notice, this is now flat. It's not round. So that becomes actually a much brighter linear edge than a really deep half round would be. And I'm obviously not spending a ton of time on this, but I think you're going to get the idea, right? Okay. And then, same with this out here. I'm going to use the form soft brush, except I'm going to put a alpha on it. I'm going to turn it up more than that. And then we're going to increase the focal shift so it's sharper. And then I'm going to come in and I'm just going to do this light, right? Mm-hmm. And so now we have that. And, you know, I would come in here probably and, you know, define an edge there if you really want it. Right? Just so that's not muddy along that lip there. Now turn that off. And I would probably come in with clay fill and fill that up just a little, not to where it's flat, but just not so where it's not just a sharp ridge on the inside. And that's still going to reflect bright when it's finished, you know. But I kind of like the difference because there's a line around the outside one and there's an implied line around the inside one, right? So, right, think in layers. So once again, let's take our little guy's face. Boop. Let's actually divide this up so you have some friggin' geometry to sculpt with. There we go. Here's, once again, what I mean. See how you've made these, you've used a round brush, right? It's a half dome. And you start to lose it. Now, the beautiful thing is, you know, sorry, this isn't symmetrical, but I'm cheating. I'm going to pretend it's symmetrical. Yeah. Right. Well, actually, I don't want this symmetrical. I want you to see the difference between the two. Come on. Come on. There we go. No. Where are we? Oh. For God's sakes. I need to stop pushing the button until it thinks about it. One more. Okay. That's still too strong. Damn it, Jim. How many people do we still have? Oh, we still have quite a few people. Oh. Wait for program to respond. All right. So we're going to knock out some of that lumpiness we have. And here, this is a good place to show you kind of SK trim, how it works. You can see that it's really good at flattening the surface. And see how it leaves a sharp edge? It doesn't aggress that edge. Super nice. So now I'm going to take clay tubes again. And I'm going to make sure this plane is at the right angle, because I'm really defining the inside lip of that brow cavity, right? And now we'll come back in and we'll put the brow on. My brush is a little big, so we keep getting crossover and lumpiness here, but I think you'll get what I'm talking about. Now remember, brows and lids kind of work like this, you know. It goes under. Eyelid. Right. So I'm defining those inside lips of the eyelids. Those really tell a story about where the eyeball's sitting in the head. And come on. So that is going under that side. And then this. And so we're still keeping this stylized, right? And now you can add your eyeball back in. And you'll see a lot of people use balls, and that is the easiest way to get a good eyeball. Is just throw a ball in there and project to it or something, because you want, implication of layers. That's going to dive back in there. We're still keeping this flat and stylized, but and you can say, oh well, you just spent time putting edges and stuff on that and you just smoothed it out, but that underlying ridge is still there. So when I go back to clean it up, it's still pretty much there. And for the most part, unless you're bug eye staring, the pupil goes up under the upper lid. And if it doesn't, it makes you look like you're like, grr. Right? And then you have your pupil, and you have your little reflective dingy dot there. Boop. And now let's turn that down, make it bigger. All right, so then we have a nostril. So much of this, like I said, you don't really have to make it super deep, but we know where these things are in the body, and even if it's stylized, getting things in the right place really make a big difference. So we know this is a cheekbone, right? And that's that muscle. Boom, boom. So that cuts back under here. SK trim. Just get it to separate. Ooh, a little too dramatic. Just get it up off the body a little. Nope, that's not smooth. Get our lip up off the back. And then your little chin. Your little chin's really cute. And so, layers and levels. Does that make sense? Have a good one. We only have a couple more left, so we're almost done. And I know I changed it a little in design-wise, but I mean, I'm just trying to give you the idea of how, implying the cheekbone helps, right? So just think of levels, think of layers. What's going under, what's going over, right? Because this looks like a brow line. Now, I mean, for all I know, this is a very primitive sculpt, and these are, done like that. Fine. I mean, if you're trying to, that's cool, but I'm giving you, sort of separate information in some ways. So, okay, awesome. So who's next? We have John, we have Polymash, what is this one? Joseph, John, and is that it? That's John. That's Joseph. I think that might, oh no, and then we have this one. Who is this? I'm not seeing a name on it. I might have oh, this is Keiko. Are any of you here? Oh, there you go. Of course. No, don't worry about it. That's why I've run a long day. So don't worry. Now it's interesting that you chose a sideways directionality on the ring, because it honestly, I think that's quite interesting. I kind of like it. So don't, because now this ring has a kind of different directionality. It's not, sitting there, the skull isn't facing you. So I like this. Now I would say, I would really punch it, because you have this, this sort of detail right here, and this detail right here. Well, I would really punch the directionality of this by, hold on, let's kind of, so once again, layers, right? Not drawing on. So if we're going under something, I want things to go under things. But what would be nice and kind of interesting is play on the fact that this is an alternate direction. Oh, wrong direction. And make this, so you're replicating the shape, but you're changing the directionality, right? So now instead of these things diving over and under, this becomes a ring that's kind of wrapping over itself. Does that make sense? And I think that could be an interesting play here, because like I said, you don't usually see rings oriented sideways, and I kind of like it. I think it could be sort of cool. So here, let's kind of give it a chance to do it. Right? And see, now the whole ring has directionality as opposed to just the center. So now it's designed to be going in that direction. And then here, let's kind of tune this to accent that as well. Let me knock this off a little before we... All right, so let's... Okay, so be careful about infringing on the ring. Whoa, wrong button. Let's knock this up. So whenever we have things that are really close to the ring hole, I find that things just are much more comfortable if everything points, instead of going sideways, it points up and away from the finger hole, right? Because we don't want to turn the finger hole into a guillotine, right? So here, let's think about something like this. Mm-hmm. And so you now have a replication of the shape, kind of. Except this one's going under. And now this is going over. And you have this nice shape change here. I would do I would give some sort of linear on this band. Because you have these arrow shapes, this keeps it looking like it's going somewhere, right? It's not just this thing that's been plastered on top. You're carrying the design around the ring. Don't watch me get sued by the Beatles because I'm humming. Or I guess that would be Michael Jackson's estate. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles library out from under Paul McCartney. It was absolutely hysterical. I peed myself laughing when it happened. They didn't think anyone would have the chutzpah to bet against them. They thought they were going to get a good deal. So they let their licensing relapse, and Michael Jackson outbid McCartney. It was really funny. Not that I'm a Michael Jackson fan, but all I know is be careful when you have a multi-billion-dollar property and you just assume that people are going to be nice to you. Oops. Yeah, I think something like that might be interesting, right? And your skull's fun. Two things. Once again, even in comic or, stylized imagery, let's try to be realistic, right? Now I gave you a little bit more depth so we can bring the skull around a little more. And that gives us this cheek separation, right? and your nose is a little in the wrong place, but even comically, here, let's just move it up just a touch. Burp, 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 burp. Because we do want this to be a smooth plane. You know, nothing wrong with the stylization. Just, I would say knock those down because you want sort of the skull shape. We got those wings on the outside edges. I don't think you had that many teeth, did you? Sorry. I just wiped out your teeth. I don't remember how many there were. 1, 3 on either side. Okay. And once again, you know, the style that you had put down there, that might be style, and I've cleaned this up and you wanted it rougher or whatever. I'm just trying to get you to think in layers, you know. So, I'm just really happy that you all can't hear my stomach right now. It is hysterical. It's just like... And yours were in something that stylized it. Oh, that's annoying. That's supposed to be clay and clay buildup. Why are you doing that? Where's DW clay? Clay. Oh, there it is. Boop. You know, so I like kind of the tulipy skull pod groovery. It's cool. But does that make sense? Because you chose to break that expected stylization, I think run with it and really do it. Good night, Cynthia. See you Saturday. So I think that, you know, that's kind of going to help you out. So when you're doing it, just kind of, you know, you made a really interesting decision, so run with it and, you know, keep it going, you know, commit to those decisions. And the other thing you can do here, now this is a place where texture could become important. Right, your skull is pretty simple. It has very little like surface detail. So what you can do is, and I'm just going to use my ever going texture brush here. Because why I use this all the time is that for silver, liver of sulfur, this works really, really good with liver of sulfur. It holds it really nice and black. But if you break this up texture-wise, if you really want something to stick out, you know, like I was saying, when the one that was really busy, we made moments of rest. Well, this is pretty simple surface textures, right? So now we put the texture in it and it stands off that surface a lot more. So think about using texture to pop either way, either putting texture to separate something from the foreground or removing texture so you're getting something in the background or foreground. So texture is moments of rest. So here we're creating a moment of motion to push this big, nice, smooth, polished thing up and off the surface. Yeah, it just comes down to sort of wrapping your head around. Because or let me rephrase that, I very rarely know where I'm going. I tend to like to throw a bunch of stuff down and look at lines that I find and, interesting surfaces that I like. And, it's interesting to start with the skull sideways. I've done skulls that sit sideways on rings, but there's almost always, one on the other side. I don't think I've ever made a ring that's sideways with only one piece. So, and this kind of reminds me of like the older Egyptian lotus rings where you had the lotus pattern on one and then they just bend it around. They made them flat and then they bent them. So, or to go really low class, spoon jewelry, where people bend the spoons. There's directionality to that. So, yeah, no, quite fascinating. You almost have like a lotus grim reaper, that could be a hood or a tulip. Either way, hood, tulip, depending on where you throw it, it can be a hoodie tulip. Right? You can really accentuate that, let's say. Like if that were coming up and over a little more, you could really push the fact that that's from the front, it's like a hooded reaper, but from the side, you could turn it into a tulip leaf, or that's a tulip, isn't it? Isn't that the little white thing that wraps around itself? Yeah, the hell if I know. I'm sorry. I was saying that as a joke. I didn't realize that like it was a big thing down under. Oi, give me my spoon jewelry. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah. No, it's cool. I like it. Good call. Calla lily. Thank you. Would I call it a tulip? Yeah, I know. A lily. Sorry. There's no joke with spoons, huh? It's a fine art. Don't be messing. I got my beer can art and my spoon art. And I know they make beer can art because I got attempted to be beat up because I broke someone's beer can art. I was like, dude, it was in the middle of the street and I was drunk. Get off my back. He was very displeased. Okay. So, do you have any questions about that? Does anyone have any questions or statements about this? Don't drink the art. Right? Or maybe if you drink enough of it, it becomes art, right? Anybody have anything? Yeah, no problem. All right. So it seems we have two more pieces, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't done this one. Right? And that looks like a clicker, if I'm not mistaken, or a pen of some sort. And then we have this one that we haven't done. And then, is that everybody? I think that's it. We've done that one, we've done that one, we've done that one, we've done that one. We've done that one. Oh, I didn't oh, I'm like, what in the hell? Why aren't my things highlighting right? Hold on. I didn't store my configuration. Config, load UI, downloads. Come on. Oh no, Dropbox. There we go. I just thought this was easier because you could see what was selected, right? No, we still have a few things to get done. I'm not going to go eat while we still have students. That is uncouth. Preferences, config, store configuration. Okay, that's important. We did that. We did that. That's Tony's. We haven't done that. Okay, we did you. 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 We have not done you. We have done you. We have done you, and we have done you. So there are only two we haven't done that I can see. Are either of you here? Okay, well, let's just start here. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-dum. I'm assuming that this is beginning to be a clicker, like a septum clicker, or a pen. Okay, I kind of, oh, and also we have Zoltan. I thought I uploaded that. Okay, so I thought he came in. Are you here? Is Zoltan here? So, once again, you did a pretty good job about this. Like, that is a good layer off of that. So this reads pretty well. Once again, be careful about putting too many little details on it because you'll lose the way the eye travels. Now, you can lower this some, and you can always come in and put a line on it, but make sure it's neat, like on an edge or directly up the center. Otherwise, it gets lost in what you're up to. Here, right? And then when you start doing these abstract forms, define them. Find the intentionality behind what you're doing. Figure out what the form is and try to accent on it or whatever. Because to be deadly honest, your forms are actually really good, right? You're having this layer, then this is coming out of that, and that's a layer. So you're not drawing your details on. So kudos to you for that. You probably needed more time to work on it, so I'm not going to, but just make sure that you think about why things are there. And at this point, you could be at the point where you don't know yet and you're hunting. And this is kind of what I do. I don't ever know. Well, that's not true. Sometimes I have, contractual, this has to be an elephant. Then, I obviously start with an elephant. But, just come in and figure out what it is and make sure you're telling that story. Now here, you started doing good. These are layers. Once again, I would tend to use clay tubes only because these are small, right? And a half round will not reflect as good as these nice flat clay tubes. Because, you're dealing with a millimeter, a half millimeter. That just reflects better. And you can get it to look round, by throwing an edge here. Hold on, let's SK twist, pull it off the surface. It's a little strong and big, but you get the point. Right, and I'm thinking about this as, two planes. And when I'm building it, I will, build this and make it sharp, because that's going to tell a directionality story, right? So I'm going to make sure that these are all going in the same direction. Or if they're not, there's a reason they're not, And then all you have to do is come back in, knock that edge off, and now it's round, right? It has that round feeling, but it really is two planes. And planes reflect better. Well, planes reflect linear detail better than rounds. Okay. So I think that, that is an easy answer for some of the stuff that you got going on here. And once again, so they're all sort of coming from this. Have them go under that. Unless, of course, they're going over it, and then, make sure that they're going over it. Decide what that is one way or the other. Wow, is that a different subtool? Interesting. I would bring the center of that up and out a little. Just because I want it off that background. And this way it's now, the whole thing is on top. So that's somewhat important. Of course, you can put your lines back in. All right. And I think you're going to have better, effect with the flats there. I'd make that line. Don't let that line from behind interrupt this surface, because it is sitting on top of it. It's not going to react to it that way. There. All right, and as far as the scales go, you have good depth. I mean, but once again, I would start with these being sharp edges in planes, sharp edges in planes, is it rattlesnake scales that have this nice ridge in the center of them? I can't remember. My poor brain. It's been beat up. I'm a very abusive parent. I beat my poor brain up all the time. Yep. Right, and so then they look more like scales than lumps. Now, if you can make Doctor Who noises when you do this, you're awesome. And you can emulate a Moog. And you can see how very quickly you can get your stuff looking a little bit more like scales. There we go. Right? So I think that make a few more decisions about your abstractions. Keep your illustration factors flat instead of half round. And think of planes, right? And you can see how by turning these into planes, they look much more scaly, right? As opposed to pillowy. We're trying to avoid pillowy. Anybody have any questions about that one? Anyone? Bueller? All right. So look at. Now he obviously has a plan for this. Is it a? Oh, is it? Oh, is this the? Is this lockpick? Is this a stylization for his lockpicks? I've always wanted to say I have a lockpick store. Oh, so you are here. This is yours, right? Is this yours? Or did we already do yours and it was a different thing? Did we do yours? No. Pooh. I was all excited. Did we get to yours? Where is yours? Did I miss it? What's it labeled as? I don't. When did you upload it? Did you upload it before today? One sec, Okay, so what's the file called? Let's see. I don't see it in here. Did you upload it to the link from the page, or are you seeing it here and I'm not seeing it? Help me here, because I'm not seeing ties. One, two, three, four, five. That's John Ryan. Well, he just said that that one wasn't his. All right, now I'm confused. Is this yours? Okay, I asked if this was yours, and you said no. So I got confused. All right. So yes, this is a lockpick handle. Awesome sauce. All right. Sorry, got confused. Super fun. Um, I would say once again, you got your layers actually pretty good. No problem. You got your. I just wanted to make sure that it was there and you got it. Um, but you then came back and did this around them, right? You drew around your edges. So I want you to get out of that habit because it separates off your layers and it makes these edges pillowy as well, right? So keep from cutting that in, okay? Right? And this has been dynameshed, hasn't it? Or decimated. Yeah. Okay. So don't do that because it'll take these and see how it makes it curve down. So it gives things a pillowy effect and it reflects light. See how you're getting this bright reflection right there? You don't want a bright reflection right there. That's supposed to go back and into a dark reflection, and that way we know it is behind the other thing. So that's the other problem about cutting these things in is you get these half rounds right as it's supposed to be getting dark. So don't cut in around, right? And if that's the layer, don't cut it back, add to it. Does that make sense? Right? Yeah. I'm going to dynamesh this because there's no geometry here that I can work with. Remesh by dynamesh. Turn symmetry off. Turn symmetry off. Remesh by dynamesh. 1,000,000. We're going to drag that out. Oh no, it's not a big deal. I just got to do it so I can talk about stuff. Make sure you hit accept. Boop. Turn that off. And let's get in here again. All right. So obviously we've lost a little mesh fidelity, but I think you can stay up with me, right? Here, let's divide this a couple times. Now we have enough mesh to, we don't need 15. 3 will be fine. So do you see what I'm saying? Right? Like here, it's going down and you're getting like this bright reflection where we don't want it. So I'm going to fill this up a little. Turn symmetry back on. We're going to fill that up behind that a little. Okay. And like I said, I'm not, this is no big deal because we didn't talk about it yet, but you're going to hear me repeat this a lot. Trust me. Turn it down. It's nice that these are good flat surfaces. They'll reflect nicely. But just be careful about cutting back, right? Because I know it seems counterintuitive, but nice low levels will play and read far better than deep cut lines. For things for layering, right? I mean, there are points where deep cut lines read very well because they're big ass deep cut lines. But here you're telling the wrong story, right? And that is, this is going behind that. All right, so right, so you see that now that is going behind that, that is going behind that. We're not doing these separative cut lines. Because this cutting in behind this falls back into that I want this to be a solid surface. If all of a sudden it bends down and under the surface, then it doesn't read as a solid surface, if that makes sense. So those are pretty darn good. Just be careful with, cutting under. This is clean, it'll read nicely. And here, this is fine because we want this to be separate, right? This is supposed to be a surface, and then this is sort of sitting on top of it. So here it's fine, it's not a problem at all. And yeah, you can see here, right? This actually is a good one. Right, this should be going under that surface, but right now it's a V cut in. So this is digging into that hard surface where I know this is a little lumpy, but and yes, your lines were more elegant than mine. I'm sorry. Now that is sitting on top of it. Does that make sense? Do you see the difference of that? Or am I just repeating this and people are just like, I don't get it? It's happened. And so it's nice is these are good, nice, sharp forms. I know that this is, soft, but here is, I find, especially in scrolls, this is kind of an important idea, right? And that is, first of all, this is pretty much the same thickness all the way around, right? In scroll work, what's really cool about it is you get these really beautiful transitions from small to wide to small. And it's, think about taking a water balloon, like a balloon that people fill, they tie up for animal balloons, like a really long, thin balloon, right? If you fill that up with water and you start going up and down in contrast with the hands, it's going to start making this big S curve, right? And as it peaks out, it's stretching big at that, at the outer edge of that curve. The balloon's stretching thin. The water is all grouping in the big out there, and then it comes back in and thin. So you get these beautiful, thick, thin, and that implies motion, right? It's weight in your curves. And scroll work really was designed for curve weight. It's pretty exciting stuff. And so let's rethink about our surface here, and let's make this flat. And let's look at what you got. Right? Okay. So what the other thing that is really important in scroll work is sort of contrasting curves because it makes really dynamic dark and bright lines, and that are not contrasting, convex and concave curves. So the outside of an edge can do this. You might have a reflective surface, but then this edge scoops in. And what's kind of cool about this formula for scroll work, we're going to take this out like this, right? And this is going to come like that, and then that's going to be out like that. So when this is bright, this can either be really hot or really dark. And then this is really dark, and then you get a nice fade up to bright, right? So these become incredibly dynamic, moving forms that, swoop and curve as you bend the part. Right now, all you have is one bright line, and as it rotates, it's going to move around, right? Because this is a tube, if that makes any sense. So what's exciting about scroll work is that change in dynamics. One sec. So let's get that out. And this works for everything. Scroll work is really exciting this way. So let me take this. Now because see, you have this basically the same thickness all the way around. So I'm going to take this and we're going to make that smaller, and it's going to get fatter up there because it's about to transfer its weight to the corner, right? Does that make sense? Right, so this is prepping for the weight to shift around the big fat curve because it's big and fat because, well, all the weight's there, right? So let's actually move this out. And we get this weight transition. And I'm doing this additively right now, so give me a break. I don't want to hear anything out of you. The other thing is this is sort of coming in front of this other one, right? So we're going to... And this should be scooping. And once again, this is kind of where those transitional compound curves can really be exciting. So we got a heavy scoop here, and then as this comes out, this turns into almost a round, right? And then you can come back in and start to scoop this surface, right? So you're creating different motion on that surface, if that makes any sense. Stop. So you can start to play with that convex, concave, in, out, over, under. This whole concept of contrapposto movement, really provides for some good visuals. So now we're going to bring this up and over. And now this is a more roundy right. And you can see I'm kind of turning that into a little scoop here, so this becomes a high or ridge. And this, you can take and just make a flat line. If you really want to track your thing, that can be a face edge. Now right now it's too big, but that's giving us the bright line that's telling everyone these direction changes, right? So now when we come in and we smooth this outside edge, you really can tune that little edge to be a nice little bright surface. That brush is too small. That's why that's doing that. Right. All right, so now you kind of have that going. And I'm being a little melodramatic here. You know, this is pretty deep, but that's okay. So now we know that we have an edge coming here, right? Because that's got to line up with that, which means something's got to come out there. So this is going to be at least the high point of whatever comes over here. So now we get the belly of this out here, right? Because it's shifting weight, right? Boom. Shifting weight. And then usually you want the scoop in here pretty deep, so it's shifted weight again, right? Then whoop, then boop. And now this can sell itself because it's sort of a scoop, and that's making this edge really nice and bright. And we can follow that scoop around. Oops. Boop. Boop. And what's really cool about scroll work is that I love these little intersections, because they're not always just this line's going, that line's going, that, but they interact and you get these cool little webs. And then that often is a raised point, right? And so now there's some really fabulous engraving scroll workbooks that show you how scrolls are constructed, you know? And if you understand how engraving scrolls are constructed, you can make the sexiest scrolls in the world. I tend to go off and make weird ones. I'm not necessarily orthodox in my scroll work, but once again, just remember that these are planes and surfaces that are diving in and over each other, and that's what makes really interesting, exciting things. Right, so because that's thick there, we can make it thinner here, and that gives us this cool line here, right? And so you don't want lines paralleling. You want them to be fat, thin, fat, thin. And then, hold on, let's SK cloth. Like I said, I like SK cloth because it has a little bit of gravity to it, and that makes kind of nice little dealing things. And then, boom. And that. Fill that in. Because you can see, I throw those lines down too, just as lines, but I'm always filling them up. I'm never leaving them, never say never, but you know what the hell I mean. And that comes in front of it. Right now, you've really created some cool forms. And do you see how much more dynamic that is than this? So let's go to gold real quick. Boop. And watch as I swirl this, right? You're tracking that high edge, and all of a sudden, boom, it curves. And you're getting a hot spot here, but as we look back, see how that's moving along that convex curve? And so you just get these really cool motions of light. And if you have a nice piece made well, you can sit there and play with it, and it's really awesome. But you get some, right? You get a hot spot here and a hot spot here, and they kind of rock together right there, right? And so you get this really nice motion. Now let's come down here and look at the half round. Okay. You're always just getting a singular linear because it's just going to the high hot spot. No, scheisse, leave it. Oh, boom, boom, hide. Right, so because it's a half round, you're only getting the little bar of light. It's not really motion. You're not seeing the motion. You're just getting that bright highlight. So we're just going to rock that. Okay, that's interesting. But now let's go over here and let's just rock that. I mean, look at, it visually swirls around that bright line as we go in, right? So architectural swirls just can be really awesome. You really just compose how the light travels in the scoop, and then it's mirroring it in the scoop beyond it, because you always have, swirls that carry around. Well, I've been using it for 16 years now, or maybe even a little more. What is it? 2004, yeah, 15, right at 15, 16 years, something like that. But I was a physical sculptor for, pushing 30 before that. That was 2005. So 78 was the first year I made money selling sculpture. So we're just going to start there. 78, 88, 98, 2003. So 30 something years I was a physical sculptor, and then I shifted to digital sculpture 16 years ago. So I'm old, so I can have experience. So I can OCD on more than one thing at this point. So does that make sense? And like I said, these are very dramatic. They don't have to be this deep and scoopy. You can shrink this by half and still retain a lot of that dynamicism. But, you had the puff there, so I used it. See, here's another place that if you look at engraving scroll work, you have these intersections, and this is another good place to make like one of these little hitchy things, and then it comes up sort of like this, And this is one of those places I use hash marks because it kind of, because in the illustrations they kind of do that. They have like this little hatching that usually fades away. And so that way you could create these like, these wind up being arrows as well, right? Because you have long line, 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 line. So this is another great place to have your eye directed, right? And then, this is another one of those transitional intersections. So often these in engraving become this hash mark, which once again, you're directing the eye, right? So with linears, repetitive linears can direct the eye very well. And you can see how that just pushes the motion in the piece, right? It's going there, and now if you have a scoop there, these are going that way. And so now you almost have a sound wave, right? So you're telling all these stories by doing this, I guess. And like here's another place that hash marks, or I tend to use hash marks, is I have this. Now I'll break this up, right? And then I will use hash marks in here. Where's SK Carve here? Turn that down in intensity. That was a little too little. Maybe that was just right. And this is a place that, once again, hash marks can become really useful because you're giving that, it makes that edge pop, it separates that from that. So you can throw little things like that to make your edges even more complex, and, you can tell a different story with it. So, yeah. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions about that? Are you like, well, that looks like crap. I like my little tubes better. You can always say that. Right? Am I still broadcasting? Bueller, are we here? Yeah, we're here. Okay. I don't know what my lag is, so I'm just like, well. And especially when you are coming into something like this, this is a place where you can really use this scroll work to your advantage. And now that's going behind. That's a reflective surface. Right, and you can really play off, that against that somehow. These just become good intersections to do all kinds of cool stuff. Something like that. And that makes that a much more exciting intersection, right? You're like, no, that looks like poo. I'm like, okay. Sorry. No, I do not model with perspective. I never use perspective. Perspective is fake. It is not real, and it can imply depth that is not actually in your model. And I understand for renderings and stuff, it's great, but we are not rendering. We want actuality, and just a flat model is the best estimation of what you're actually going to wind up with. All right, so that was everybody, right? we went through everybody. Please ask any questions about this or any comments about what I was just showing you there. We did that. 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 I didn't really show you Tony's stuff because that was a horrible joke to me. There was that. We did 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 that. That. All right. I think that's all the models, guys, except for Tony's. Yeah. No. And just like the dynamic, what do you call it? The geometry thing. Dynamic subdivisions. I never use any of that stuff. Well, at least not in this context, because it's artificial geometry. Subdivide your model up, because we're not staying in low subdivision, so there's never a reason to do it. We're actually giving those subdivision levels. So how do you create the radial pattern, the red dots? Oh. I was like, where? So this is our symmetry bar, right? And so X, Y, and Z. But what you do, see this little R right here? That's radial. When you see there's a radial, and that's on this axis. And this is always center of the... saving again, damn it. As you can tell, I never took drumming lessons. Okay. So it's always center of the world unless you turn local symmetry on, and now it's going to be tap the object, and now it's center of the object. So in this object, that does us no good. But so center of the world, center of the object, and then your slider count. That's 100 of them, right? And that is 11 of them. If you want to do bypass geometry, it's 2. Always keep mirror on. There's just no reason in the world not to have it on. So keep that M selected. So yeah, you just decide what axis you want to work on. And I know it may seem like you could do really cool things by having multiple never sorry, now it's going to process 220, well, actually, okay, 128 contact points. Okay, so I did all the models. So now are there any questions and answers? Does anyone have any questions from what we've gone through? Wow, I just hit 12 hours and 2 minutes from when I woke up. Not since we've been doing this. We haven't been doing this that long. 8 hours and 7 minutes we've been doing this. All right. So how are we doing? Everyone got really quiet. So give me some feedback and tell me where we're at. Class, Bueller. Or is anyone left? I put everyone to sleep. This form reminds me of a flintlock rifle. Well, you think this is epic. Just think, we're going to get more people in class starting Monday. So these could be really long sessions. If everyone I mean, you got to figure how many of these people participated. You know, there were only less than 20 models. But in the future, I won't have to go over some of the basic ideas. You know, you're all going to pick that up. So Well, um, I think that Twitch puts it up like right afterwards, if I'm not mistaken. I think that like as soon as I stop this, it'll be up on Twitch. Cool. So I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to instant, if I'm not mistaken, on Twitch. So you just come back to the Twitch channel, and I don't know where it is, but somewhere there it'll say, well, here, let's see where it says. I don't think. So this is Joe streaming? Oh no, if I change pages, is that going to screw us? Did I below this? I might have. Let's, no. Okay, let's not do that. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm always such a ding dong when it comes to this crap. So, somewhere on this page, when we're done, ZBrush Central. Yeah, this is a different upload critique file folder, by the way. Instagram, Discord, commands, chat rules, Facebook ArtStation. Nowhere there is see other stuff. So I know that I think that it's up here at the top, and it says something like past episodes or for God's sakes, I don't know. I don't really, what do I know? No, Saturdays are not crits. Saturday's a class. So, nope, we're done with these models. I mean, you can work on them more if you want. But the other thing, like I've had people in class go, oh, well, can I just work on one model and tune it up and make it good? No. Honestly, if I were being how my art teacher was, I would make you throw these away so you can't even work on them again. If you want to work on it, rebuild it from a picture. And it's actually kind of important. So I don't know if I crash all the time because I ask ZBrush to do stuff that it just really does not want to do. So I crash a lot and I lose models all the time and I just rebuild them. I don't try to recover it. I tend to rebuild. Because if you can't rebuild your model, you don't understand your model, right? And it may take a little longer, but if you rebuild it 3 times, third time you're going to kick right through it, because you understand the shape and forms. So nothing is precious that we make here, all right? You should be able to do this and then throw it away and make something really damn close. And who cares if it's the exact same? It doesn't matter. I mean, the exact same means nothing. Make cool looking things. It doesn't matter. So if you lose stuff, just view it as something that's actually beneficial for you. I mean, obviously, if it's a job and it's due tomorrow, that's a different issue. And I will try to recover those. So get into the mindset that none of this is precious. And if we were a physical class, I would go and I would destroy your models. I would erase them from your computers. Because this should be transient, right? You're learning. I don't want you to get tied up on any model. So we're going to do it. And since we're doing crits in the middle of, because we normally did class on Saturday and crits on Friday, so you had more time. But now that everyone's in quarantine, you have plenty of time to make a model. We'll go over it, and then we won't talk about it again. I mean, unless, of course, there's an issue that needs to come up about it. But for the most part, so Saturday, I'm going to give a class, and I'm going to show you all how I block up, and I will have a more specific homework tied to that block up. I'll give you an image, and then I want you to block up to it. Obviously, the people, I didn't do, oh, crap. Sorry. We need to do Zoltan's. Let me see if I can load this from download. Is that where it was? Crap is. Well, actually, I'll go over it with him. That's fine. So I don't want you all to get tied to these models. Nothing is precious. Now, if you like it and you want to continue to work on it, great. But every week you're doing a different thing, and I want you to do it until you understand the forms. And so that's why I don't want you working on one model for a long time. Right? Volume. Oh, I thought you can't hear me. Yes. Quantity. Are there any questions? Zoltan, I'm sorry. Are you here? You kind of disappeared. I don't know where you went. I'll go over yours on Skype with you because for the most part, it was just the back face masking issue was really the only problem you had. And we went over that with the one mask. So just make sure that your back face masking is on. But like I said, I'd be happy to go over that with you on Skype. Righto. Does anyone have any questions? And please, guys, do not hesitate to ask questions. I don't care how many hours I've been here. Does not matter to me. I need you all to understand stuff. So for, most of the people that we've had here, are competent and can make models. But that means of the other 20 people that didn't put models in here are those people who are having problems. And if you're having problems, I have to know. Because I'm willing to help you work through them, but I have to know you're having problems. And it's better to know you're having problems now. And, if you think about it, if 20 people didn't put in their models because they didn't think they were good or whatever, well, those are the people who need things looked at, right? So do not hesitate, do not be shy. You can't be shy because if you look at other people's models here and you're like, oh my God, look at those spiders, or oh my God, look at that. And you're like, oh, I'll never do this. And you quit. That's absurdity. It's absurd because we can get you up and running in 6 weeks. If I can't, I suck at my job. Or you're crazy. I did have one person that was pretty useless, but he was insane. It made my life insane. It made everyone in the class's life insane. He was a little insane. Where can you sell your 3D models online? Well, there are tons of places. I mean, Turbo Squid and Grab File, I think, is one. Just look up any place you can buy 3D models. I assure you, you can sign on to an account and sell your 3D models. But I think Turbo Squid might be one of the bigger markets. Okay. Anyone? Everyone? How are we doing? Any questions before I pull the ripcord? And what's my lag, just so I know that you guys are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, it's a 16-second lag, so that's pretty substantial. Okay. Of course, like I said, the most important thing about this is that you guys feel comfortable making objects and understand enough about jewelry that you can commodify or monetize your models in some format or another. Oh, Sketchfab, that's another big one. Yes. Right, guys? I'm going to give you another minute if anyone has any last minute questions. Okay, I didn't really give you a minute, did I? I'm already bored with that. All right. I think that I am going to call it. of course, that's why I'm here. So I'm going to call it. And if obviously, if anyone has any questions, you can reach out on Workspace and ask. I'm more than willing to sit down on Skype with you, and I will give you my time until you figure it out, right? I mean, I sat down with a student the other day for like an hour, and then I sat down with another one for a couple hours. I mean, I'm willing to give you my time because to me, it's important that you learn. And since I sit at my desk and work all day, you know, taking a time to show you how to do something isn't really destroying my workday, because I normally have like 18-hour workdays. So taking, you know, an hour out of it isn't killing me. So, yeah. Please participate. Do you really not hear my stomach? That's hysterical. Okay. I am going to say goodbye. I will see everyone who is in the Saturday class on Saturday. And then I guess we're getting another batch on Monday. I think it's next Monday. It might be the week after that. I can't remember. I thought it was the 6th. But somewhere it said the 27th or something. I don't know. One way or the other, we're going to add another group of people in to get everything going. What the hell do I know? How can you find the center of something? All you do, you go to Gizmo. Here, let's go to something a little bit more centerable. Come on. Okay. Is it this Monday? Okay, good. Well, I don't know what I did. Somehow by me going to the other thing, ZBrush froze. So if you go to the Gizmo, we'll do it this way. If you go to the Gizmo, like my Gizmo, there's a gear, there's a tack pin, there's a map pin, right? Like, you know, a flag on a map. There is a lock, or actually there's a home. There's a padlock. Boop. And there is a little thing that is either 1 bar or 3 bars. If you hit this map pin the map pin, hit that. That will take you to the center of the unmasked object. So let's say you had this little area unmasked, it's going to find the center of that. But if you have everything unmasked, you push that, it will find the center of the object. So center of the object, the house, boop, 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 boop. I'm going to give it a little window. The house is center of the world. The padlock is locked to the object or free of the object. So you'll either see that or you will see this. No, that's probably something a little more like that. So if you hit the Alt button, you'll see the padlock open. If you let go of the Alt button, the padlock will be closed. And if it's locked, when you move this around, it will move the object. If you hold down Alt and move it around, you're just moving the gizmo. It is not locked to the object. So flag pin or map pin is center of object. You know what? To be deadly honest, I have not looked at a ZBrush book since Paul made his. At this point, I already have my workflow pretty much down. And every once in a while, I'll look in the documentation for things, or I will look in Ask ZBrush or the basic ZBrush videos, like sometimes with layers and things that I don't, or morph points I don't always know about. But both are awesome tools. Um, I'll look something up. If there's a specific function that isn't working and I know I'm doing it wrong because I haven't used it in 4 years, I'll look it up. But for the most part, I don't really watch a lot of videos and stuff because, I'm trying to form my workflow. Unless it's a very specific function of something, I'll watch it again. But for the most part, I don't really do it. So I don't even know what kind of books are out there anymore. I'm sorry, I wish I could. Yeah, no, without a doubt. Sadly, you're at the very end of it. Okay, so I think that we're sorted out. And what do you do if Gizmo won't start? Reboot, because Gizmo should start. If you can't find your Gizmo, hit the Alt button. Can we? Wow, look at the. Do I have something open? Yes, that is why. Okay, here. Let me show you this real quick. Let's turn that off. So symmetry is turned off. I turn on Gizmo, and it's there. Now, hold on. Now, if you're having the problem, let me do this. And you're here, and you turn Gizmo on and off, you can't find Gizmo. Well, make sure it's on by, see that little icon? So you know Gizmo is turned on. So just hold down the Alt button and tap on the object, and Gizmo will jump to your object. Now, Gizmo is going to jump to it, and where you touched, it's going to go 90 degrees off of where you touched. So if you notice there, the red arrow is pointing that way. If we point it there, the red arrow is pointing that way. Boom, we're kind of close. So make sure if you do this where you're tapping a surface, unless you are trying to use that surface as a guide, which you can, and I'll show you later why, but make sure to hold down Alt, hit this little return arrow. Oh, I forgot that one. Hit the return arrow that realigns the gizmo in the world, and now you are in the center of the object. Right? Boop. So we're center of the object, and then if you want to center in the world, hit home, and now you are center of the object, center of the world. W turns gizmo on, Q turns gizmo off. And if you have any questions with Gizmo, the basic Gizmo video actually is pretty good. Hold on. Boop, doop. Pixo. Learn ZBrush, ZBrush Classroom Training. And if you have any basic questions, this is a fantastic place to learn, right? I'm going to hit search. I'm going to here, type in Gizmo. Gizmo 3D, custom Gizmo. I want Gizmo 3D. Burp. And these are all things that have Gizmo 3D as a tag. But this one, Gizmo Getting Started, Intro and Usage. This is a really good Gizmo video. If anyone is having issues with Gizmo, that's a really good one. And a lot of these, are very good Gizmo videos because you'll see, because trying to wrap your head around world versus camera can be tricky because, the white arrows are camera and the other arrows are world. So, yeah, there's things like that. So, I don't think so. I think you could probably get into the class. It's at Vector, because earlier I don't think it was closed today. So it's at www.vectorschool. It is Vector, right? Yeah, because I keep wanting to say Vertex. Vectorschool.com. And then it is, sorry. Come on. Uh-oh. Did I just kill everything? Okay, no, there we go. Vertex School. No, it is Vertex, isn't it? Damn it. Shit. I suck at this game. I'm a jackass. Ignore me. It is not Vector. It is Vertex. Oh, for God's sake. Can you tell that I did not name this? Here, so let's do this. Sorry. I'm a ding-dong. There you go. I'm glad I checked. And so enroll now. So no, it's not closed. You can enroll. Any other questions? I notice you use some for texture. I don't see anyone else use, I assume. Yeah, they are covered in class, but that's a brush that I, to say I made, I mean, it's really just a form brush with a spray pattern, but it works really well with liver sulfur. It really takes the black. Hold on, let's go to ArtStation here real quick. Oh, crap. I can't see the chat if I do that. Come on. Let me see where it's used here. Of course, I don't have anything here. So, like, let's say something like this. Now, if I want these to be really dark, damn it, where is it? There it is. If I really want these to be gray and I want them to really hold that darkness, I'll use that texture really small in there, and it just gives a place for the liver of sulfur to hold. It's nice. I use it as a background a lot more now. I could have sworn. Yeah, it's in there. It's real small. Yeah. I think I used it back in here. But it's a good way to make, or this is, if it's not there, that's where I would use it, right? It makes it real. See how much darker that is? I'm pretty sure that's it. But I mean, real tiny. And that texture really allows it to bite in there. Because you can see here how it's sort of in the finishing process that sort of rubbed off, so you get a light spot. And see how dark that is? Because there's texture in there. And so it just holds the dark really, really, really well. Really well. Okie dokie, artichoke. Look, brush viper. Don't forget your brush viper. All right. I think that's everything. I mean, does anyone have any questions? Did I miss anyone's model? Is there anyone in class left? Are you all making fun of me behind my back? Sergey. That's a good brush. Nice. Oh, that's a good stylized hairbrush too. Wow. He has some good brushes. Interesting. Fascinating. I would say that he probably took Shane's class, because this block up looks a lot like how Shane does it. I'm sure other people do it, but Shane's been doing it long enough that interesting. That's what's kind of cool is you can always go out and you can buy all these brushes, and that's the thing about some of the jewelers who get into this who don't feel like they can sculpt. There are tons of models you can use, and I'll show you some of that as well. All right, guys, I'm going to call it. I will see you Saturday. Have a fantastic day. Hold on, I need to find. Why aren't you coming up? Where's my... Oh, because I'm pushing the wrong damn button? No? Uh-oh. Okay, we can close that. 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 Okay, stop recording first of all. Boop. Stopped recording. Hey, I didn't see that. There it is. That looks great. That's the thing you made. That's awesome. I'm trying to... My little menu bar won't come up. No, I don't want that. Oh, I do want that actually. But I can't... If I can't get my menu bar up, I can't get OBS to stop. Oh my God. Every time I'm online, I look like a jackass. All right. See what I mean? Like that menu won't come up. I wonder what that's about. Oh, it's because my keyboard's on the wrong damn... There we go. How to get over there? Stop that. How do you drag it back down to the bottom? There it goes. Like, for God's sake. Okay, OBS. All right, guys. See ya.